I'd ghost your text. I see double toiling trouble, bust your bubble. Shadows in the swings, laughing like they're gonna snitch. This is where it starts to glitch.
Bangkok, the beating heart of Thailand and the battleground of legends. Now, as the FFWS SEA Fall 2025 begins, the battle returns home. The guardians of this land, their story already carved in gold. But the walls of legacy always have room for new champions. And for teams who come from overseas, even while enjoying the culture. The grind doesn't stop. Because the real battle has yet to come. Some plan every step, but 3 rivals, 1 zone. Only the bold will rise. And some don't bother with plans. They strike, and the map follows. Each prepares in their own way, step by step, push by push, and strike by strike. a single strike, and
let the metal lead it.
Who will strike first? We already know the answer.
สวัสดีครับผม AG Deal ครับจากทีม AG Global ครับ
สวัสดีครับผม AG สายฟ้าจากทีม AG ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมทวิตฟูก้าครับ
สวัสดีครับผมทวิตดนครับ
วันนี้ผมมาเล่นเกมเดนแมปครับ
ในเกมฟรีไฟครับ
โอเคสถานที่ในรูปมาจากแผนที่อะไรคะ
กองสวรรค์ครับ
สวัสดีครับ
แบบแรกแบบไร
เอเทล่า
โอ้ยตอบเลยเหรอ เมืองอะไรเนี่ย
ฟาร์มโทเปีย
แบบแรกฟาโรเปียครับเนกเทล่าครับ
จุดโดดในรูปนี้คือที่ไหนคะ
หอนาฬิกาครับ
อะไรเนี่ย
แบบที่สองไม่รู้ว่าภาพครับเก็บไว้ในใจ อันนี้เก็บไว้ในใจ
จุดนี้มาจากแผนที่อะไรคะ
เดชนาบากครับ โอ้โหเมืองนี้ เมืองอีวัดเก่าแมปทะเลทรายครับแมปจุดรวมพลครับ
แผนที่นี้มาจากไหนคะ
ทะเลทรายครับ
ไม่รู้ชื่อเมืองอ่ะรู้
อ๋อ รู้นี่อันนี้แมปแดนชำระบาปมาวิลล่า
โลเคชั่นไหนดีอะ
จุดรวมพลครับแบบที่สี่ครับโอ้ยแบบไรสายฟ้า
แบบทะเลสาบสถานศักดิ์สิทธิ์
อาคารในรูปมาจากสัญลักษณ์ของแผนที่เป็นแบบไหนคะ
แดนทราบาครับ
โอ้ยไม่รู้ได้ไงราชาที่สี่แบบไรเนี่ย
ไม่รู้ ชื่อเมืองอะไรเนี่ย
อันนี้แมปแดนชำระบาปเมืองลงเรือครับต่อเลยเนี่ย
จุดนี้อยู่เมืองไหนคะ
โคราช
ถูกต้องค่ะ
โอ้ยลงกันทุกวันชาติก่อน แต่ตอนนี้ไม่ลงแล้วแบบไรสายฟ้า
โรงงานครับโรงงานแบบอะไรเนี่ย
แบบ
ขอสวรรค์
จุดนี้อยู่ในแผนที่ไหน
นิกเทล่าครับ โอ้โหแบบนี้ราชาบุรีรัมย์แต่ก่อนลงแบบไรแต่ว่าแบบไร
นั่นแหละขอสวรรค์ไหน
ก็เมืองอะไรเนี่ย
หอนาฬิกา
จุดนี้อยู่ในแผนที่ไหนคะ
นิโคล่า
แบบต่อไปครับ
แบบอะไรวะ
แบบนี้ผมโลกลาครับเมืองอะไรเนี่ย
ต้นแม่น้ำครับ
จุดโดดร่มที่นี่อยู่ที่ไหนคะ
นิคมโลกลาครับ
จริงเปล่า
จริงครับไม่เคยถามจุดโดดร่มที่ไหน คือที่เมืองชื่อเมืองหรือเปล่ารอบน้ำผมยังตอบผิด
โลกในรูปคือที่ไหน
อ๋อ
เมืองต้นน้ำครับ
ต้นแม่น้
ต้นแม่น้ำ คลิปแล้ว อ๋อแมปอันนี้แมป
เอเทล่า
ใช่ครับใช่เมืองอะไรเนี่ยเมืองแคมป์ DWC อ่ะ แบบไออวกาศครับเมืองอวกาศอยู่ซ้ายมือแต่ชื่อแบบอวกาศใช่ครับ
ใช่เหรอ
ใช่นี่ครับแมปทดไว้ในใจแมปบุรีรัมย์ครับชื่อนี้อ่ะผมตั้งเองตั้งใหม่
ำผมเล่นเกมเดนแมปจบแล้วครับทีมทวิตเล่นมาให้
Xin chào mọi người, mình là WZ Bo.
สวัสดีครับ ผมเบียร์ยูโมชิครับ
สวัสดีครับ ผมวันมอครับ มาจากทีมฟอร์คอนครับ
Nama gue Rasya, gue dari tim Evos Divine.
Kalau gue Dudes dari tim RRQ dan hari ini gue bakal main
Repeat Fine Creation
AWM.
Aceh 80.
ปืนที่ชอบที่สุดนะครับ เป็นปืนก๊อกกับก๊อก8หรือ15ไม่รู้
Khẩu súng ưa thích của mình là AC80.
คู่ต่อสู้ที่น่ากลัวที่สุด
ไม่มีครับ Falcon
Falcon.
Đối thủ khó nhằn nhất chắc là Buriram.
คู่ต่อสู้ที่น่ากลัวที่สุดนะครับ คือทีมเราเองครับ น่ากลัวจุด เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวทีมพาเราพังไปบ่อยแล้ว
Dok
Trainers.
กอกแก้วครับ
จุดโจทย์น่าจะเป็นกรอกสวรรค์ครับ
Khu ghét nhảy nhất là vùng vịnh Mastermind. Ngày đối đầu nhất chắc là limit bên Falcon.
Nggak ada.
วันมอครับ
Nggak ada.
นักแข่งที่น่ากลัวไม่มีใครน่ากลัว
หนึ่งคำเพื่ออธิบายทีมตัวเอง
ดุดัน
Harimau putih.
Hay.
โง่ดีครับดี
Strong. Mahal.
เคโรโลครับ
นั่งอยู่ตรงนี้ครับ
Văn Võ.
Em God.
วาสนาครับ
Mahal.
พีนาครับ
วาสนา
Em God.
ลิมิตครับ
Mahal. Ray.
วาสนาครับ
ออนไฟครับ
Racing. Sekolah.
ไปชกมวย
Ngày ước chắc là Văn Võ.
Pro player game lain.
ผมจะเป็นนักธุรกิจพันล้านเป็นคนที่รวยที่สุดอันดับหนึ่งของโลก
แผนที่ที่ชอบที่สุด
เน็กทาร่าครับ
Kalahari. Purgatory.
ทะเลทรายครับ เพราะว่ามีสลิงเคลื่อนที่ไหวครับ
ai là người tức giận nhất team của thua
Chắc là em luôn. Thích bò.
Mang. Em God.
เคโรโลครับ
Abai.
วาสนาครับ ต้องเป็นทีมนี้ครับ WG โนหนึ่งจัด
Buriram.
Tôi hiểu nhất chắc là Falcon.
ทีมฟอลคอนครับ
Semua tim.
วันนี้ก็จบไปแล้วนะครับกับเกม Repeat Fire Question นะครับ
สวัสดีครับผม AG บางมาจากทีม AG ครับ
สวัสดีครับผม AG ชีน้อยมาจาก AGL ครับ
Halo guys, gua Koja dari Bigetron.
Halo, gua Adriel dari tim Bigetron dan
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Royale đến từ B Sport.
Còn mình là Nero đến từ B Sport.
สวัสดีครับผมวันนี้โคก้าครับ
สวัสดีครับผมทวิตจำครับ
Xin chào mọi người.
Hôm nay tụi mình sẽ tham gia Whisper Challenge. Let's go. Booyah.
Buya.
Buja, Buja, Buja,
Buya.
Buja.
Buya. Boya.
Gì?
Boya.
Booyah.
Dạ đúng.
Cat Scott.
Hả?
Cat Scott.
อะไรนะ
Cat Scott.
แคสตาคอส
ใช่ถูก
Class squad. Class squad.
Class Squad
Glass Swat. Glass Swat. Glass Swat.
Pass. Cat Scott.
แคสตาคอส Glass Squad. Tử chiến. Bốn.
Bốn từ.
Không. 4.
Bao nhiêu từ?
Nè. 4. Viết vết 4.
Bao nhiêu từ chứ?
Bắn cái tử chiến nè. 4.
Khay lót.
Hả?
Khay lót.
Khai lọt.
Kairos.
Kairos.
Kairos. Kairos. Kairos.
Kairos.
Khay lót.
Hả?
Khay lót.
Khai lọt. Cai gót.
Bao nhiêu từ?
2.
Hai từ gì?
Nhân vật ca gót.
Cà rốt.
Đúng.
Kalahari.
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 Kalahari. Kalahari. Kalahari. Kalahari.
Nóng.
Kalahari.
Kalahari.
Kalahari. ถูกไหมล่ะ
Hari.
Kalahari. Map sa mạc.
Cái gì?
Map sa mạc. Cái map thi đấu ấy.
Map sa mạc.
Đúng.
Lache.
Hả?
Lache.
Laser.
ใช่ถูก
Raser.
Adriel. Ya. Bener.
Raser.
Bigetron.
Raser. Cruiser.
Loser.
Raser. R. Raser.
Raser.
Rooster.
Súng trường.
Rooster.
Tiger.
Rooster.
Bye.
Laser.
Laser.
Mày.
Đúng.
Thần đồng.
Không.
Tuyển thủ.
Gusser. Gusser.
Russer.
Đúng.
Evote.
Keyword.
Ủa vi ngay rồi.
Epos.
Epos.
Ok.
Bắt được. Airvote. Airvote.
Ba.
Evote.
Hả?
Evote.
Keyword. 2.
2 từ.
Evote.
Evot.
Đúng.
Wasana.
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 Ok.
Wasala. Russer Wasala.
Ba.
Wasana.
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 Expo.
Export.
One more. Apa?
Export.
Export. Export.
Bò.
Ít bò.
Ít bò.
Đúng đường.
Sniper.
Hả?
Sniper.
Hả?
Sniper.
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 Ok.
Sleeper.
Sniper.
Sniper. Mày bắn vị trí gì?
Tao.
Đúng.
Là sao?
Vị trí gì?
Tao là cái gì?
À.
Tuyển thủ.
Vị trí gì?
Vị trí hả? Bum. Russer.
Lúc đầu.
Sniper.
Đúng.
Bomber.
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 Ok.
Bomber.
Ít bò vị trí gì?
Gì?
Bomber.
Bomber.
Hả?
AB.
AB.
Abak.
Abak. Tamat. Abak.
Cái này khó quá, bò bát.
Abak. Dự bị của Avot.
Gì?
Dự bị của Avot tên gì?
Dự bị Evot. Abak.
Đúng.
Falcon.
Hả?
Falcon.
Hả?
Falcon.
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 À.
Falcon. Quỳ đầu. Bố tử chiến. Đúng rồi.
Falcon.
Đúng luôn.
On fire.
On fire.
On fire.
Hả?
On fire.
On fire.
À.
On fire. Đẹp trai. On fire. On fire. On fire. Idol của tao lại.
Mày là ai?
Idol
on fire.
đúng luônและนี่ก็คือทายคำของพวกผมนะครับถูกทุกข้อเพราะว่าผมโกงครับบ๊ายบาย
Bangkok, the beating heart of Thailand and the battleground of legends. Now, as the FFWS SEA Fall 2025 begins, the battle returns home. The guardians of this land, their story already carved in gold. But the walls of legacy always have room for new champions. And for teams who come from overseas, even while enjoying the culture, the grind doesn't stop. Because the real battle has yet to come. Some plan every step, but 3 rivals, 1 zone. Only the bold will rise. And some don't bother with plans. They strike, and the map follows. Each prepares in their own way, step by step, push by push, and strike by strike. A single strike and
Let the battle begin.
Who will strike first? We already know the answer.
สวัสดีครับผม AG ดิวครับจากทีม AG Global ครับ
สวัสดีครับผม AG สายฟ้าครับจากทีม AG ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมทวิตฟูก้าครับ
สวัสดีครับผมทวิตดนครับ
วันนี้ผมมาเล่นเกมด้วยแมปครับ
ในเกมฟรีไฟครับ
โอเค สถานที่ในรูปมาจากแผนที่อะไรคะ
กอนสวรรค์ครับ
สวรรค์ครับ
แบบแรกแบบไร
เนเธอร์แลนด์
โอ้ยตอบเลยเหรอเมืองอะไรเนี่ย
ฟาร์มโทเปีย
แบบแรกฟาโตเปียครับเนกราครับ
จุดโดดในรูปนี้คือที่ไหนคะ
หอนาฬิกาครับ
อะไรเนี่ย
แบบที่สองไม่รู้ว่าภาพครับเก็บไว้ในใจ อันนี้เก็บไว้ในใจ
จุดนี้มาจากแผนที่อะไรคะ
เดนทนาบากครับ โอ้โหเมืองนี้เมืองอีวัวเก่าแมปทะเลทรายครับแมปจุดรวมพลครับ
แผนที่นี้มาจากไหนคะ
ทะเลทรายครับ
ไม่รู้ชื่อเมืองอ่ะรู้
อ๋อรู้นี่อันนี้แมปแดนชำระบาปมาวิลล่า
โลเคชั่นไหนที่ไหน
จุดรวมพลครับแบบที่สี่ครับโอ้ยแบบไรสายฟ้า
แบบทะเลสาบสถานศักดิ์สิทธิ์
อาคารในรูปมาจากสัญลักษณ์ของแผนที่อะไรคะ
แดนชำระบาปครับ
โอ้ยไม่รู้ได้ไงราชาที่สี่แบบไรเนี่ย
ไม่รู้ ชื่อเมืองอะไรเนี่ย
อันนี้แบบแดนชำระบาปเมืองลงเรือครับต่อเลยเนี่ย
จุดนี้อยู่เมืองไหนคะ
โคราช
ถูกต้องค่ะ
โอ้ยลงกันทุกวันชาติก่อนแต่ตอนนี้ไม่ลงแล้วแบบไรสายฟ้า
โรงงานครับโรงงาน แบบอะไรเนี่ย
แบบ
เกาะสวรรค์
จุดนี้อยู่ในแผนที่ไหน
นิกเนล่าครับ โอ้โหแบบนี้ราชาบุรีรัมย์แต่ก่อนลงแบบไรแต่ว่าแบบไร
นั่นแหละเกาะสวรรค์ไหม
ก็เมืองอะไรเนี่ย
หอนาฬิกา
จุดนี้อยู่ในแผนที่ไหนคะ
นิโคล่า
แบบต่อไปครับ
แบบอะไรวะ
แบบนี้ผมโลกลาครับเมืองอะไรเนี่ย
ต้นแม่น้ำครับ
จุดโดดร่มที่อยู่ที่ไหนคะ
นิคมโลกลาครับ
จริงเปล่า
จริงครับไม่เคยถามจุดโดดร่มที่ไหน คือที่เมืองชื่อเมืองหรือเปล่ารอบนั้นผมยังตอบผิด
จุโดดร่มในรูปคือที่ไหน
อ๋อ
เมืองต้นน้ำครับ
ต้นแม่น้
ต้นแม่น้ ชิปแล้ว อ๋อ แมปอันนี้แมป
นิกเทล่า
ใช่ครับใช่เมืองอะไรเนี่ยเมืองแคมป์ FFWS SEA อะ แมปไออวกาศครับเมืองอวกาศอยู่ซ้ายมือแต่ชื่อแมปอวกาศใช่ครับ
ใช่เหรอ
ใช่นี่ครับแมปทดไว้ในใจแมปบุรีรัมย์ครับชื่อนี้แหละผมตั้งเองตั้งใหม่
ผมเล่นเกม Get the Map จบแล้วครับทีมทำเว็บได้มาให้
New banner always hungry to prove themselves Twisted Minds
พวกเขาคือม้ามืดที่น่าจับตามองที่สุดผู้ท้าชิงจากประเทศไทยที่พร้อมจะโค่นทุกทีม Twisted Minds
Indonesia's last and only hope in class squad, armed with pride and power, Evos Divine!
ในสมรภูมิแคสควอดแห่งนี้เหลือเพียงพวกเขาเพียงทีมเดียวที่เป็นความหวังสุดท้ายจากอินโดนีเซียในซีซั่นนี้และนี่คือ Evos Divine
No second chances, no safety net. It is strike and rise for the upper bracket finalist, Virtus Pro!
พวกเขากลับมาแล้วและกระหายในชัยชนะยิ่งกว่าเดิมพร้อมที่จะชำระแค้นจากความพ่ายแพ้เมื่อซีซั่นที่แล้วและนี่คือ Virtus Pro
The time titans of Clash Squad in Free Fire SEA, chasing history with back-to-back dominance. Let's go, Team Falcon!
ราชาแห่งโหมด CC แชมป์เก่าผู้กลับมาเพื่อป้องกันบัลลังก์และเพื่อสร้างประวัติศาสตร์คว้าแชมป์เป็นสมัยที่ 2 ติดต่อกัน Team Falcon
The last 4 teams are ready. Welcome to Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 for Clash Squad.
และนี่คือ 4 ทีมสุดท้ายนะคะ ขอต้อนรับทุกท่านเข้าสู่แคสคอร์ดค่ะ รอบตัดสินใน Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 for ขอเสียงตบมือให้กับทั้ง 4 ทีมด้วยค่ะ
For our first match of the day, we will find out who will get the advance right inside the game. And now, let's get back to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Season 2025 Clash Squad Grand Finals happening live at the Samyang Town Event Hall in Thailand. My name is Husky, alongside me is the professional AJ, and we are here to be your commentators for the entirety of the Grand Finals. We got 4 series coming up, 3 best of 3s, 1 best of 5, 4 teams, 1 championship title, and a possible back-to-back.
Yeah, we started off with 16 teams, and now the best 4 still stand. And the day is going to start off with 2 teams who have just lit the competition up. And then we get to see a little bit of action in that upper bracket finals as well. But of course, all of this action is brought to you by none other than Red Bull. And if you didn't know just yet, Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc, B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories out there on the battlefield. And on a LAN stage like this, I feel like, Husky, this is exactly what the squads need.
100%. Give yourself an energy boost. If you are at the live venue, you can probably imagine the amount of crowd that is going to be present, and it is not going to die down anytime soon. The atmosphere is electric. The teams will need all of the energy and all of the support that they can get. I'm pretty sure some of the fans also have been drinking that Red Bull to make sure that their voices are heard and the teams are going to give it their all and lift that trophy by the end of this evening.
And of course, the stipulated matches, like you said, are best of 3. So you do have one opportunity to falter, perhaps on a map that you are not so keen on. But of course, if you lose the series, there's no second chances already. It's the final day, and the first game itself plays for that 4th spot, right? Loser takes the 4th spot, and the winner moves on to play for the 3rd place, or even perhaps win the whole thing by the end of the day. The lower bracket run, we talked about this a little bit, it is going to be absolutely deadly. The players are going to be dead tired if they do manage to make the miraculous run.
Yeah, it is a very brutal gauntlet to run. We are looking at a possible, 2 best of 3s, 1 best of 5s, and who's to say that those are not going to go into a full series. So if a team manages to do that, it would be one for the books. But it's not going to be easy, right? You have upper bracket finals challenges there. Team Falcons looking for a back-to-back. Even last year, they almost felt like they had a chance to make a back-to-back in the Battle Royale discipline. But Clash Squad seems to be where they absolutely dominate the competition, alongside some unexpected arrivals, such as Twisted Minds, who are going to be playing in that lower bracket semis in just a little bit.
Yeah, and let's not forget Virtus Pro as well. They have been absolutely clean in their games here. Perhaps not as threatening out there in the Battle Royale scene, but in Clash Squad, they have been dominating their matchups. And this is something that all of the other teams do need to worry about. And of course, it's going to be the biggest worry of Team Falcons first, who will be meeting them at the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, and Team Falcons have not got to this point as smooth as we thought that they would, right? They had to go through quite a run through the Swiss stage, but then we have the final and last hope of Indonesia and current EWC 2025 champions Evos Divine, who has been on a wondrous run in this 2025 year, especially with Rasha joining the roster. So it's going to be quite an interesting a chance to see how this is going to play out, let's look at the interview.
We're here at Samyan Midtown, which is the venue for today's Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode Grand Finals. I'm here to interview some of the players that has just arrived. I've actually seen some of the EVOS players who is now entering the venue. Let's have a bit of a chit chat with them. Okay, I think I'm gonna have a talk with Imgod. Hi, how are you today? Apa kabar, Imgod?
Good.
Okay, so he's feeling great, feeling good, kabarnya baik. So, what do you think of today's Grand Finals on the Clash Squad mode? Gimana menurut kamu melihat Grand Final hari ini di mode Clash Squad?
Gonna win.
Oh, you're gonna win?
Yeah, yes.
100% sure.
Sure.
And that is it?
1000%. Yeah.
1000%. So he's very sure that EVOS Divine will be winning today's Grand Finals on the Clash Squad mode. Dia yakin banget nih katanya akan memenangkan Grand Final hari ini di mode Clash Squad. Kamu tahu bisa ngomong bahasa Indonesia kan? Nanti aku translate.
Oh, I cannot speak Indonesia.
So for some reason he refused to speak Indonesia. But okay, talking about something a bit more serious, who do you think is the toughest team to beat on today's Grand Finals? Menurut kamu siapa tim yang bakal paling susah untuk dikalahin di Grand Final di mode Clash Squad?
Tim Falcon.
Team Falcon. Oh, so the reigning champion. Do you think they have, I don't know, do you think they have like something that you can exploit? Apakah kamu merasa mereka punya sisi yang bisa kalian eksploitasi dan manfaatkan?
They have talent.
They have talent. Okay, tapi nggak ada kelemahan nih. Is there any weakness that they have that you guys might be able to exploit?
I have Russia.
Oh, you have Russia.
Yeah.
Okay, so Falcon might not have a weakness, but EVOS Divine has Russia, and we're super ready to face the Grand Finals. All right, thank you so much, Imgod. Thank you for having a chit chat. Would you say bye to the survivors? Bye. Good luck today. Bye. So yeah, that is it. That was Russia from EVOS Divine. I'm very curious to see how today's Grand Finals going to go. So make sure to watch the Grand Finals of Clash Squad mode of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall.
Tournament format explainer. For the map pool for best of 3s, we only have Bermuda, Kalahari, and Nexterra. But if you go into a best of 5, we have all the maps except for Alpine. We have a ban and pick process as well. Assuming a team A get the first ban, they will get to pick the first character too, and the process repeats itself. All for the grand prize of $30,000 if they lift the trophy.
I mean, this is exactly what they're all aiming for. Of course, it's not as thick as the $100,000 you get at the Battle Royale competition, but 30K USD is still delicious if you can rip that away. Obviously, every single team that has made it to this grand final stage will be able to walk away with a fat wallet by the end of today. It's a difference between the 10,000 or the 30,000 US dollars, and we all know exactly what they're going to be aiming for. But the road is obviously going to be tough. We have got Virtus Pro with the best win rate in the market right now, and they are the most concise team as well. 11 maps played, 72% win rate. They've got 8 wins and 3 losses, the best out of the 4 squads.
Yeah, and it's just so impressive to see how some of these teams have really performed in the Clash Squad format. The team lineouts for all 4 teams are on your screens right now. Still the same as how we've known them since the beginning, and there have been some extra standouts, right? For EVOS Divine, obviously, is Russia. For Falcons, Limit is the guy to look out for. But for Twisted Minds, I think the Bas and Zenzi have also been phenomenal throughout their run since the Swiss stage up to now.
Yeah, no doubt at all. But of course, the EVOS Divine squad needs to watch out. They've had to play the most number of maps to get to this stage, and they have got the lowest win rate. Out of 15 maps played, they have got 8 wins, 7 losses, And this is what puts them as the underdog at the final day here. If they do manage to get to the top, they will be literally the only squad still surviving outside of Thailand. Twisted Minds Falcons ready to go all from that home ground out there, getting that extra boost of energy through the audience.
สม่ำเสมอกันหรอผมคิดว่าน่าจะแพ้สม่ำเสมอมากกว่านะดูจากฟอร์มการเล่นแล้วพวกเราก็พัฒนากันตลอดก็น่าจะทำผลงานได้ดีกว่าแล้วก็ขออนุญาตไปรอรอบชิงนะครับเอาจริงๆก็เจอทีมไหนก็ได้ครับแต่ว่าถ้าเป็นไปได้ก็อยากจะอยู่วันดีวันมากกว่าเพราะว่าน่าจะนิ่มกว่าแข่งแกงหรอก็ไม่นะพี่แม้แต่หินยังสลายได้เลยตอนเจอผมฝันร้ายแน่ๆล่ะก็แค่ได้มานั่งดูอะพี่เพราะว่าแบบสู้ไปยังไงก็สู้ผมไม่ได้ดีผมเข้าแกมเทนนอนอยู่ละ
Tajam. Menurutku pisau dapur juga tajam. Tapi kan kita white tiger, predator sesungguhnya. Mungkin twisted man yang bakal jadi mangsa kita. Simple, siap-siap jadi korban berikutnya. Kita lapar dan grand final adalah ladang berburu kita.
เขาอาจจะได้แชมป์โลกครั้งล่าสุดมาก็จริงครับแต่อิสตอรี่ก็ไม่ได้ช่วยเขาไว้หรอกเพราะรอบนี้เขาไม่มีโอกาสได้คัมแบ็กแล้วบัลลังก์แชมป์โลกก็ช่วยเขาไว้ไม่ได้หรอกครับผมไม่สนหรอกครับว่าทีมไหนจะตกลงมาไม่ว่าจะทีมฟาคอนเวตัสโปจุดสูงสุดก็คือทีมทวิตเต็ดไมล์ครับ
There you have it. Quick interview for all the teams, and I do like some of the comments. I gotta quickly talk about Russia's analogy, right? He mentioned that a kitchen knife is also sharp, but as the White Tigers, this grand finals is going to be their hunting ground. But the Thai teams are hungrier than ever, especially Twisted Minds, who are sitting on the other side of the aisle, playing with the map order of Kalahari, Bermuda, and Nextera. Twisted Minds, for those who might have forgotten, at one point was reverse red. You know, at one point they go by many names at this point, but they have also been at the pinnacle of a podium before, and it all starts here if they can make their resurgence before that Battle Royale appearance tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm already nervous for EVOS Divine here. We're starting things off on Kalahari, and that is their weakest map. And on the opposite end of the stick, you've got Twisted Minds, who are currently on a 100% win rate at Kalahari. Looks like we know exactly who may be able to start things off a tad bit more aggressive because of that confidence. And Twisted Minds opening things up with a quick Zane ban, and EVOS taking out Cassie from the equation. A little bit different from their usual move of banning the Oscar out.
Yeah, and it's quite telegraphed at this point, right? The Oscar getting taken by Twisted Minds because EVOS did let it open, but it does give them access to the Santino, which they will always snatch it up for Russia. It has been a big tool in allowing EVOS Divine to make a play across the map, but also allowing Russia to be a lot more involved in close quarter combat when needed.
Yeah, this is a very curious pick coming on through from Twisted Minds as well. And since EVOS does not take that Oscar out of the equation, prioritizing the capability to recover out of the Cassie, they do have to deal with a little bit of an extra aggressive front on the side of Twisted Minds. But having Santino allow them to reposition Russia to join in with that fight as well, obviously is going to give them a little bit of an edge in that battle. They do have the Ignis to block out the initial phase of information as well. So this is a pretty balanced side on the pick of EVOS thus far. But Twisted Minds also making sure they've got a extra fallback for the defense through the time turner.
Defensive mechanism for that, but also having info gatherer like the Coda, and also we have to look at Zane's win rate, which is currently sitting at 60%, and in the double elim format so far, Zane has become EVOS' signature pick. Picked out 5 times and banned by their opponents 3 times. I think overall Zane is just a very powerful character, but EVOS has their favorites, right? Santino is one, Zane is the other.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously, it's going to hurt Twisted Minds as well that they are taking Zane out of the equation. But like you said, they don't want Zane to fall into the hands of EVOS. So they just have to figure out a different style of play. But they do manage to pick up the Coda that they have. EVOS Divine, the best is that Cassie ban, and they've already taken that out of the equation already. So in the overall grand scheme of things in this ban and pick, it seems like EVOS does still have their way. Even their favorite Homer, they get to bring it in. They take the clue away since Coda belongs to the side of Twisted Minds. And just to throw into the hands of their sniper, one final pick on that Iris.
Wow, okay, so it is utility galore for Evo's Divine, right? Plenty of ways for them to gather intel, to slow down Twisted Minds if they want to advance, but in terms of the long-range fights, in certain situations, you definitely would favor having the Santino a lot more just because of the flexibility the character provides. But for Twisted Minds, this is very to their identity, very quick and easy way to get info, able to do heavy damage through defenses, through glue walls with the Iris, but at the same time, if they want to step on the gas and run at Evos, they have just the tools to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And as far as Twisted Minds is concerned, they have got their biggest positives whenever they bring in the Iris, Koda, as well as Tatsuya. Now, instead of the Tatsuya, they've got the Oscar in the run here. Obviously, you want to take advantage of that Oscar if it has not been ripped away by EVOS just yet. So they are running a true comfort pick on their side as they take this battle out here up against EVOS. Once again, starting things off on a map where EVOS has not been performing very well at all, and Twisted Minds have got a 100% win rate thus far at Kalahari. The picks look like it is leaning towards the side of Twisted Minds as well. A high probability for the Indonesians to suffer a blow at the very early start. Of course, the one that can change the whole trajectory of this matchup on a map that EVOS is not very steady on is Russia.
Oh yes, and an interesting fact as well is when we talk about players on the sixth stage and the pressure that is going to inevitably build, Indonesian teams are slightly more prepared because even during the group stage, knockout stage, right, their venue has audience, but for everybody else who are usually playing in the closed environment, so let's see if this match can handle the pressure. You have a couple of players who might not have been in this situation as often as the Evo's boys.
Yeah.
It looks like it's already a full house there at the venue, so it will be incredibly explosive once it kicks off. I think Mr. Minds is a team that builds up momentum. You give them this, they will take it a mile.
And it's very difficult to think that EVOS or Indonesia has managed to pack their fans into the crowd, right? It's obviously going to be a very heavy Thai crowd out there today, and EVOS might not be getting that support that they do need from the energy of the audience if things do start going south. Where Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they do have a little bit of a pep up from all of the voices out there. At the end of the day, the Thais may like one or another team out of Thailand, but when it is their nation up against another, I think we all know exactly who they're going to be screaming loud and proud for. Oscar, Chrono, Koda, as well as Iris on the side of Twisted Minds, taking on EVOS with the Homer, Clue, Santino, and Ignis. It's all going to be dependent on what EVOS does at the very early parts of these games, trying to prevent Jump from running through all of their defenses. And one of the worst things that could happen early in this Kalahari is seeing those cyber airdrops in the early rounds.
And I think for EVOS, they have been in situations where, you know, the entire world is against them, and that's how they sort of won the EWC, right? It's a pressure cooker. But that's still different. You have the trophy sitting right in front of you, like 2 inches. But EVOS, if they've proven anything in the past few months, is that the pressure doesn't break them, it builds them back up stronger.
Yeah, no doubt at all. As we await for the departure of this flight into Kalahari, this is going to be game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. And obviously, it is not going to be an easy one at all for EVOS Divine, taking on one of the best out there from Thailand, Twisted Minds.
Let's see how this is going to play out. Twisted Minds, again, a team built off of momentum. They are going to start with very straightforward buys. The 1887. Just quick shotguns. When you're playing at Santa Catarina, a lot of these close angles are going to be very beneficial for these kind of weaponry to work with. But we do see the M500 in the hands of Rasha and Kochil trying to play outside the building. But with Jump getting the 2-piece at the start, Twisted Minds have already gained control. Jump continues to clean up, and in the blink of an eye, round 1 for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds really knowing how to work that shorty. The M1873 in their hands, just absolutely popping off the heads of the EVOS Divine players. And EVOS Divine, on a map that they're not so confident on, will go ahead to be nerfed very early on. Second round, they can force buy, and Russia is sticking to the M500 as we would expect him to, but the mini Uzi is picked up in the hands of Ray and AimGod. They're not looking to stay down here, EVOS Divine, forcing their way through the second round.
Yeah. And EVOS Divine is going to proceed with a force buy too. We see the double revolvers, the mini Uzi, all pulled up. It can be a good strategy if you can drop a couple of bodies. If you lose the round, it's going to be quite a whoopsie, but if you win, and then you are able to keep the guns for round number 3, then it's going to start damaging the economy of Twisted Minds, something that Thai teams will have to look out for. And Zenzi will start by taking down the blue wall. It does have to expend the Iris for that, and now has to somehow hold off 2 members of EVOS.
Yeah, Kochil spotted out Zenzi. AimGod for the push, mini Uzi. Gets a couple of tags, putting Zenzi on the back foot, forcing him out of his spot. High ground advantage for Zenzi. Still holds on as Jump backs him up, dropping Kochil out in the open. AimGod with the trade, but Bass was there to save the day. Twisted Minds 2-0.
Once again, we say that the Bass and Zenzi have been phenomenal throughout the entirety of the Clash Squad tournament up to this point. Rocking, I believe, one of the highest average KD throughout the entire tournament so far, and another flawless rounds for Twisted Minds. And this is where it starts getting dicey. We go into round 3, EVOS Divine will have decent buys, you can still afford the Deagle, you get that 1 tap on the headshot, but aside from that, Twisted Minds have built up some bank, right? If they win this round, EVOS Divine will go into a huge deficit in round 4 and probably lose that as well. But if EVOS somehow wins this and get that eco, Twisted Minds will suffer some damage.
Most definitely AimGod now caught out by 2 players at the same time, but Jump takes a step back. Ray with the advantage, and Jump saving his buddy in the nick of time. Cougar with the backstab with that high ground advantage as well. Bass dropped, but the boys on the side of Twisted, they do have the advantage positionally, and they make this one look way too easy. A perfect round for Twisted Minds.
Oh yeah, this is a Twisted Minds game so far. You did point out that EVOS Divine, they struggle the most on Kalahari, and Twisted Minds, they are not taking any prisoners. Every single shot well telegraphed. And look at Zenzi, like this peak, a double swing as well, playing that peekaboo with EVOS Divine in a game where they are already outnumbered. Most of the rounds is finished 20 seconds in. So great on Twisted Minds. Now the economy for EVOS is, I would say, close to permanently damaged.
But this is one place where they can make a comeback, but it'll all depend on how Russia places Santino here. Up towards the top. Bass, very aggressive. Ray has an opportunity to tag him up alongside AimGod, who stays hidden. Bass with the grenade. Looks for the lob. Does manage to find the tag. 70 HP taken away. Sends out the firewall. Pulls out the chrono as well with the time turner. Plays the advantage, but a 2v1 gets the first drop. Backup is there, and the same time, Bass gets a double for himself. Unbelievable push. Twisted Minds again besting EVOS.
And finally, EVOS gets some sort of a reprieve, and it's not even in a comforting way. They only take down Zenzi, and that took them 4 rounds. But I feel like Zenzi is all they will get. Kochio getting absolutely hunted down in the container. Rasha, the Wonder Kid, left to deal with 3 members of Twisted Minds, and all of them have racked up their repertoire throughout the entire Clash Squad. And with Jump finding the finisher, that's 4 rounds in a row for Twisted Minds and none for EVOS.
As anticipated, whether it be the draft or just the luck of landing on Kalahari for this first game, EVOS Divine taking a beating at the very opener here in this matchup between Twisted Minds and EVOS Divine. It's a best of 3, so they don't have many opportunities to lose. Each game has a maximum of 11 rounds. That does not change. Twisted Minds, 1 round away from match point and 2 from closing off game 1 against EVOS Divine here at Kalahari.
It'll be such a big blow to EVOS Divine if they walk away from this game 1 without anything in hand. Nothing to show for, nothing to take them into round 2 with any sort of confidence. We saw that grenade, I think, in the hands of one of the Twisted Minds members. They come in hot, a chrono to secure this perimeter. That glue wall instantly knocked down by the Valiant Dash. And now Kochio needs to relocate, but Cougar actually tags him. Ray tries to go for a flank, but the flank is covered and Cougar gets the job done. Kochio not able to get enough distance. Jump will win this 1v1 against Ray, and it's another round where Twisted Minds are systematically bringing EVOS Divine down and winning 1v1s.
Yep, Jump in the best spot. Aim God could not cover himself. And just like that, Russia again, the final player left standing in here. Twisted Minds just with one loss in a 3v1 up against Russia. He has nowhere to go unless he pulls off a miracle. That's exactly what it does by dropping Zenzi, taking him out of the equation. Up against Jump in the Bass now. Can this Wonder Kid keep them in the run here still for this match number 1?
It would take a miracle, but if there's one miracle worker you can lean on, is Russia. Needs to get those headshots in, and this time turner makes it even harder. And now they double up on him. Russia is not going to stand any chance. Maybe I said it too early. Russia almost pulls it off. So close yet so far. Twisted Mice makes sure that Evil's Divine gets nothing.
Yeah, that's a brilliant jump in here to the fight. It's a 2v1 advantage that Twisted Minds made sure they do not let go easy, using the Valiant Dash to dash into that fight. Once again, putting Russia at the back foot. Man got a headshot out of nowhere, but the numbers game still working against him. Twisted Minds now match point for this game number 1 against EVOS Divine, who's picked up 0 round wins.
0 round wins and only 3 eliminations compared to Jump himself, who has 10 just as an individual under his belt. Russia trying to set up from a long-range snipe, but Twisted Minds have already taken control of a majority of the crucial points of interest. They throw out the firewall, but there's no follow-up to that. And Twisted Minds, they're just going to wait. The cluster is going to chip Aim God's health away a little bit. The boss will relocate, and they double up, triple up onto Aim God.
And this is exactly what we were worried about. Twisted Minds and their aggression. Zenzi tapped early this time round. Aim God spotted out. But Bass is not going in for the shutdown. Jump is going to be surrounded by 3 players, and Twisted Minds losing their first round here against EVOS Divine. But is it too late? EVOS Divine desperately needs to win 5 more rounds in a row.
That is some solace for EVOS Divine. Good recovery, a flawless round to keep the economy afloat. But they have to do it 4 more times to send us to sudden death. And Twisted Minds, they have plenty of cushion to lay back on. It was a good snipe from Russia, followed by a grenade from Kochu, which really set EVOS up for success without letting Twisted Minds get in their face. Let's see if they can do it again on Refinery.
Fun fact down at the bottom of the screen, EVOS, the reigning Free Fire champs at the EWC 2025, faces Cougar of Virtus Pro, who was a part of the Falcon squad as well, if you guys didn't know. Bass now up against Ray. Great time turner. Ray taking advantage, but that was the wrong move. Gets barricaded in, shut down early. Twisted Minds with the 1-man advantage early on, down deep here on this Refinery.
And that time turner is just too much for EVOS to deal with. Kochu finds a trade, but instantly Twisted Minds replies with 2 more. And game 1 on Kalahari firmly in the grasp of Twisted Minds. It's a 6-1 score.
Once again, Twisted Minds maintaining a 100% win rate here on Kalahari. Their best and cleanest map here at Clash Squad. EVOS Divine losing their worst map. So that basically just means they do have a decent chance of a comeback here. EVOS Divine, they're not down and out just yet, even after taking the first L.
It does put them on the ropes. Because if they lose the next map, they are going to be out in 4th place and walk away with $10,000. And Twisted Minds advances to top 3. But for now, this is the opening that is going to propel Twisted Minds forward with almost a near flawless performance from every single member. It felt like they could do no wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have a couple of players from the side of EVOS Divine who do not have a single elimination on their side. It was an expected result for sure, but I did not expect it to be that one-sided. I expected to at least have a little bit of back and forth before Twisted Minds took something away there.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt like, you know, for EVOS Divine, they need to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to stop Twisted Minds, because we did say that both teams got their comfort picks. There's a lot of utilities from the side of EVOS Divine, but for Twisted Minds, it felt like every single move was not only calculated, but there is a recipe prepared to deal with what EVOS Divine is throwing at them. The time turner was so beneficial in keeping EVOS Divine away, and then you have the Valiant Dash that is just knocking down the blue walls. EVOS Divine feels like they couldn't find any space.
And of course, without the Centino in there, bringing in the most amount of efficiency, this is going to hurt the side of EVOS Divine. They were allowed to play it. They took the Zane out of the equation instead, and that ended up hurting EVOS Divine badly because the front line just doesn't have the usual extra layer of defense that they can take advantage of. And obviously, if they do have the Centino, perhaps some sort of a miracle play could have happened. That's the only problem, right? Because even in the past, where the Centino has been pretty 50-50 for the side of EVOS Divine, those really depended on some sort of a miraculous save from Russia. But you can only depend on him for about a couple of rounds. If you just literally get ran over in a matchup like this, a comeback using that Centino just clearly wasn't going to cut it. It didn't happen for the side of EVOS, and they really need to think about their picks here for this game number 2. Of course, Bermuda is the better one out of the two, so I'm a tad bit nervous here for EVOS.
Yeah, I agree. I think, when you run Santino, the first thing you need to do is set up, right? There needs to be time for you to get that decoy out, to find a good position, and then you have your team take space before you can make use of it. Something that EVOS Divine was denied the entire 6 miles. So it's very unfortunate that they got a comfort pick, but good on Twisted Minds for having the solution and willing to let go of the Santino, only to use it to take down EVOS. Jump is our MVP for Game 1 with 12 eliminations in 7 rounds.
Yeah, 3,532 damage. I mean, he was a monster. Yes, EVOS did enable him. They made it pretty easy for Jump to just dominate that matchup against them. But of course, with the aggression, 5 assists in total. Cougar and Zenzi doing their best from afar. The Bass chipping in as well with all of the assists. But look at the difference in damage between Zenzi and Jump here. Just the level of involvement of Jump in this matchup. So truly deserved MVP for the guy.
Even in the first round, right? Jump just sprung into action very, very quickly. Right as the round starts, he was the one that got a 2-piece to set the team up for success. And we did agree on the fact that Twisted Minds is a very momentum-based team. You give them just a tiny lead, they're going to run away with it and never look back, and that's exactly what they did. They made it quick and easy, and good news for Twisted Minds, if they can do it again and take down EVOS in this fashion, it's going to save them a lot of energy going into the next lower bracket gauntlet.
Luck is not totally against EVOS Divine. We move on into Bermuda, and this is perhaps their best bet against Twisted Minds. They've got a 75% win rate here on this map, and making a comeback is for sure a tad bit stronger here as opposed to having to play Nextera first. That's not the case, but they are a coin flip on that Nextera map. So even if they do manage to find that victory on Bermuda, it's not going to get easier. From that, they'll still have to give it their all by the time we get into a Game 3.
Yeah, Nextera has always been that X-Factor map, and that's why our good friend Neptune also likes it a lot when it comes to Clash Squad. Depending on which area you go on, like Craft Labs is sort of like a throwaway round for a lot of the times. But I'm happy that we get Nextera third. At least it is sort of that tiebreaker-ish kind of map. But for Bermuda, I think EVOS, if they want to really dig deep and come back on Bermuda, you have to first figure out what makes a Twisted Minds tick.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it is not going to be easy to take down Twisted Minds, who have a far better win rate as compared to EVOS Divine, 71% as opposed to the 53% that we started off from the earlier part of the day. And if you look at Twisted Minds, it's not like just because Kalahari is their best map, they do badly on Bermuda and Nextera. They've won 60% of those map picks on their side already. They're just one of the stronger teams here in Clash Squad. It is going to be tough, but of course, it could potentially be changed with perhaps a little bit of a tweak in the ban. I feel like, of course, the Oscar allowed to play on the side of Virtus Pro, on the side of Twisted Minds, probably not the best of ideas.
Yeah, it's also in these fast rounds, especially in the fashion that Twisted Minds won in Game 1, these fast rounds give the losing team even less time to think about what to do going into the next round, right? Because it just ended so quickly. So for EVOS, the last time we saw them in this position was at the Esports World Cup, where the breaks between rounds aren't exactly the longest. You get actually the most time to talk amongst each other before we hop onto the map. And even then, there's a lot of tension in it because the coaches
Oh.
aren't allowed to interact with the teams too much. And EVOS starts off by targeting the chrono.
I'm shocked because this is the first time ever EVOS has banned out the chrono. And I would have expected them to remove the Oscar from the equation, but there's a high probability EVOS wants that Oscar for themselves. They are very proficient with it. I was a little bit more surprised that it was not their first pick and it was Centino in the previous game. EVOS just kind of seeming to be a little shaken with what happened there, but the recovery is what it's all about. Twisted Minds taking the Zane away from the clutches of EVOS Divine, just making sure they don't get very aggressive up front.
Yeah, and that's a very good way to stop EVOS because it is one of their best pick. And this time they will opt to go for the Oscar instead. So you're taking away two of the power picks that Twisted Minds would have liked to have.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, the Ignis, Coda, Twisted Minds definitely want to play a lot of information game out there. You've got a possibility of the Clue being brought in here on the side of Twisted Minds as well. But usually that is their second pick. But EVOS Divine prefers to play on the Clue. So a potential steal away from the side of Twisted Minds could play a little bit of a cripple here, but Twisted Minds instead playing this Centino in their pick. This is a dangerous one because they are very, very capable with that Centino. A 71% win rate whenever they bring the character in.
Yeah. The Tatsuya taken. There's still the Cassie as well. EVOS with the Ignis, they could still opt for the Cassie and Oscar, and then you take like the Iris or the Clue last. Because, but they're gonna take the Clue first, so they don't really mind not having the Cassie on their end, and they leave the ball in Twisted Minds' hands.
Yeah, Cassie is not really a favorite of the side of Twisted Minds. Neither is it a favorite of the side of EVOS Divine, which kind of made it into a little bit of a curious banner earlier as well. But Twisted Minds now, they are open for the Steffi, trying to block out a couple of these grenades that are obviously going to drop onto their heads. They've got the opener for Coda as well for that information gameplay. So, are they going to be running in here blind? It is quite tough to see them doing so since that Coda is literally all for the taking.
Yeah. Steffi is an interesting approach too. Again, is to deal with the utilities, the Trobos, and on top of that, some damage reduction too. And they are going to actually go for a potential Steffi Coda, which gives Twisted Minds, you still maintain the aggression that you have. In fact, there's a lot of flexibility, but it's sort of like a pseudo replacement for not having the time turner, right? Steffi sort of does that, but in a slightly different capacity.
There you go.
So the Cassie actually ends up coming out. I do prefer this a lot more. Well, they're still deciding.
Yeah, they've definitely played the Cassie more than the Steffi. So
The world is ours.
this is a little bit of a curious one. And he was very thankful that they did not take that pick onto Cassie. They left that one wide open, and Twisted Minds opting not to pick that up. So electrotherapy on the side of EVOS. They've got the Oscar, they've got the Ignis, they've got the Clue. We can expect a very aggressive comeback here from the White Tigers.
Again, EVOS have one last chance, and this could be their last 11 rounds max on the map. So EVOS needs to again dig deep. They have a way better comp that allows them to not only be aggressive, but at the same time have ways to deal with Twisted Minds. And the fact that they got away with the Cassie, which I really thought Twisted Minds would go for, is going to give them a lot more agency to take Twisted Minds on face-to-face.
A more passive lineup on the side of Twisted Minds here. They've got the information through Coda, but you'll need solid communication with the rest of your team members as well to identify exactly where the opponents are. Steffi, a little bit of a fallback, like you said, instead of that chrono time turner banned out by EVOS, but it's not really going to defend them against all those bullets that EVOS will be trying to pummel them down with a tad bit later on. Tatsuya for that aggression, but looking at how they've gone in here with these picks of Centino and Steffi, that Tatsuya is probably going to be used defensively as well. I do not expect Twisted Minds to push the mid side of the map very early on with this lineup.
Yeah. Let's see. I think for Twisted Minds, they can still stick with the same game plan. The only caveat being that if you want to take on EVOS head on, that Steffi isn't going to be as effective as the Chrono, so you need to pick your fights a lot more. But it does allow them to set up for the Santino, which was something that we did point out during the post-game of Game 1 that Santino needs time to set up before he can really get into a spot where he can start, playing tricks on the enemies, and I think Twisted Minds have the capacity to set up for him.
Yeah, I think Zenzi definitely has the capability of doing that. And overall, the Santino pick has been very effective for the side of Twisted Minds. In almost half of their matches, they've gone in here with the Santino pick whenever they are given the opportunity to, and they've got a 71% match win rate whenever Santino's involved in their games. I think that's fairly high. It's a really good reason to pick this one on the side of Twisted Minds, but it's not their best character out there. What is best on the side of Twisted Minds is actually that Ignis pick, which EVOS Divine has very happily nicked off of them, taking away their Oscar as well. So this is going to be a little bit of a problem in this next matchup for Twisted Minds. I do expect them to have the mechanical capabilities as always, but based on the lineup, based on seeing how their mental focus is for the second game and where they're prioritizing with the active picks, a little bit of a more defensive setup here for the side of Twisted Minds as we head on into this Bermuda map where EVOS technically should be winning.
Oh yes, I agree. Again, for Twisted Minds, the other thing that they have shown us in that game 1 is the willingness to fight, and based on the very minimal sample size that we have from game 1, they have been winning almost all of the 1v1s, right? And sometimes they're able to really catch EVOS off guard in those rotations, and they're forcing EVOS to make defensive moves only to ambush them from kind of a pincer maneuver, something that EVOS needs to adjust as well on a map like Bermuda, where you have a lot of urban areas to play around. Whereas for Twisted Minds, again, if you are already winning those team fights without having to do much, you're winning those 1v1s without having to do much, just keep on doing the same thing.
Skills locked in. Game 1 completed. Is this going to be the final match here for EVOS Divine, or will they mount a comeback? The active skills that they've brought in look like they are solid enough to get the squad a victory as we set up Bermuda between the two teams. Round 1 out of 11. Do we go the distance, or does EVOS Divine now strike hard right back to pull away a quick one?
When you have the Cassie on your team, the general impression you give is that you are going to win extended fights just because of the constant regeneration that you have. Russia already losing 90% of his health. One of the ways to deal with the Cassie comp is you take out whoever the Cassie is healing, or you take out Cassie herself. And Twisted Minds, they know that they've gotten the drop onto Russia, and that's exactly what they do. The boss just absolutely runs him down. Zenzi gets caught by a grenade. Kochu and Aim God will be able to get a trade.
Yeah, beautiful play by Aim God here, spotting the opportunity, tossing in the lethal, getting the tag, and going in for the finisher. But it's a 2v2 unless Kochil is picked up out in the open. Jump and Bass protecting themselves, pulls out the Steffi, doesn't take the damage out of the Ignis firewall, all that too much to put them in a little bit of a pickle, but Bass straight down out in the open, just didn't have the better side of the map, and EVOS Divine, as anticipated, pulls away round 1.
It was a very close round 1, and Twisted Minds, they were able to get the drop onto Russia too. I honestly felt like that would have given them a good lead to stand on, but good on EVOS Divine to find that clap back. And once more, is the presence of having that Cassie allows you to play these long drawn out fights. If you're winning a 2v1s and the enemy backup isn't there, that you are essentially going to be back to full health in no time. We'll see if this translates into a round 2, because the rifles are out for Twisted Minds.
Questions need to be asked here because Razia has the clue, so he should have had a clue that he was going to get rushed by 2 players there in that situation. Giving it away early, but thankfully the team still did manage to pull that away, and Aim God slicing down the Bass, sending out yet another firewall and then another slice. Fantastic matchup here for EVOS Divine, getting a double melee, Zenzi all alone, but up against 4 players, there's nothing he can do.
And Ray will get a flawless round for EVOS Divine. The good old smoke grenade trick right down the middle.
Oh yeah.
And if you try to contest that, you're going to get a sight to your face, and that's what EVOS Divine played towards. Again, no chrono means that Twisted Minds, if you want to set up with the Steffi, you need to be a lot more careful with how you approach these kind of scenarios. The Valiant Dash allowing EVOS to not only break through the glue wall, but completely catch Twisted Minds off guard. And I'm surprised that Twisted Minds weren't prepared for that, or at least not fully prepared for that scenario.
I mean, nothing much that they could have done. And a good ban overall. EVOS Divine taking away the time turner. He's taken away an extra possibility for Twisted Minds to turn their fate around in a very aggressive fight down the middle this time around. It is the Cyber Airdrop pulling in both squads. EVOS Divine, Ray tagged up by that cluster, but is going to quickly recover, sends out the Ignis Firewall as well as Bass gets tagged up. It's the smoke. Steffi pulled out. Twisted Minds protected.
That Steffi is doing so much work. AimGod is swinging away in the smoke grenade, but he's not going to find anything. Ray will though onto the bus. And the Hellbar's not looking too good on the side of Twisted Minds as Jump ends up going down. Rasha gets recovered and EVOS Divine on their way to get their 3rd round in a row.
And the Cyber Airdrop point picked up by EVOS Divine. That is a double win for the Indonesian squad, trying to make a comeback here in Game 2. Pushes all the way into a Game 3. Not just to survive, but to make sure they still have a decent opportunity to touch the $30,000 by the end of the day. And a flawless round once again by EVOS.
Perfectly executed. EVOS Divine continues to keep their weaponry for the next round, so they don't have to spend too much. Buy up your helmets, buy up your vests, couple of grenades to go. This smoke grenade play, very well countered by Twisted Minds. You gotta give credit to the Steffi, the graffiti zone that allows Twisted Minds to stay in there a bit longer, and the sight from AimGod actually got no one, but EVOS Divine still ended up getting more damage done despite the circumstances.
Perfect on the rotations as well, flanking around, understanding that Steffi was popped, and just biding the time, not using any more lethals in that situation, but just with the sheer positioning supremacy. Zenzi flipping his spot there with the clone, but Rasya still does have the advantage. Both of them clipping away at each other. Another shot would have done it. They call a truce for the time being.
And let's see if the reposition is going to work though. Cougar ran at, again, the Valiant Dash. Such a powerful tool to have. Zenzi was able to take a Ray down. It's going to get Twisted Minds and even ground to stand on, but with Cougar out of the picture and the jump in the red, the bus getting knocked out by Rasha, this round has completely gone south for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, absolutely. And AimGod is the initial bit of disruption that he brought in. Zenzi, amazing comeback on the way here. Can he tag around the smoke for a little bit longer? AimGod circles around, MP5 denial, and EVOS Divine makes it 4 in a row.
Just a good switch up from EVOS Divine in the draft and how they approach the round. The statistics don't lie. EVOS Divine finding extreme comfort on Bermuda. These urban warfares, coupled with the smoke grenade that EVOS Divine have been strategically using to really, disorientate Twisted Minds, it's making these rounds look easy. And now Twisted Minds truly in the dumps with the economy. Very scrappy buys, a couple of Degos and the VSS, but that is pretty much it.
I can't believe Twisted Minds are going to actually attempt approaching the Cyber Airdrop here very early on. Bass, he does have the extra bit of confidence because of the M590 in his hands, tagged up by AimGod. Here comes those clusters. And yes, he could avoid it with the Steffi, but he could not avoid the sight, and AimGod slicing down jump.
Cougar somehow was able to take out Kochi through the smoke, though AimGod comes in for the retrieval, but the Bass makes sure that they have the numbers. And AimGod, unfortunately, not able to get the job done this time. And he will come down to the Wonder Kid who gets eliminated. Twisted Minds finally stems the bleeding.
1 round pullback, a little bit of a lifeline. And they do have enough cash to buy their way through to potentially another victory. EVOS Divine baited in with that Cyber Airdrop, and it all came cracking down. Yet again, another well-played smoke.
And these smokes are incredibly dangerous. You either use your utilities to get rid of whoever's hiding in there, or you blindly spray, or you might have to wait it out. But these smokes are such good tools to buy time for EVOS Divine as well, that it almost feels like you have to engage with it. You have to interact with the utilities that EVOS Divine throws out. Jump is going to try and find an angle to flush out the members of EVOS and force them into the open with the M590 in hand.
AimGod making sure Coach Shield is not rushed at Yet another Flame Mirage for them to deal with. Just chipping away at their health a little bit. Ray, a little overzealous, will get sprayed down. First player, first casualty on the side of EVOS Divine, but they do manage to trade out Jump. Bass, unfortunately low, could not get involved in the fight just yet, has to stay behind, but Rasia doesn't take advantage as Zenzi flanks around from the left-hand side. Calls for a little bit of backup. Rasia now, the distraction is there. Coach Heal going for Zenzi. Bass sprayed down, but the reaction from Twisted Minds absolutely deadly. The shotguns for the win as they pull 2 rounds in a row.
Credits to the Bass for sure with that jump pre-shot, that jump shot that took down Rasha and gave Twisted Minds the green light to really push on forward. Again, another well-executed round. I think Twisted Minds, you know, slowly figuring out what EVOS Divine wanted to do. And the Bass is starting to put the money where his mouth is. 6 and 4 so far. Jump, not so fortunate this time. He's 0 and 6, but you cannot overlook the support that he has brought to his team, even though he has no eliminations.
No doubt at all. And now Twisted Minds, they are all geared for battle. Jump with a very early push for the Cyber Adra, pulls that Steffi out. No grenades can tickle him. Waits for the moment, unlocks the airdrop, pulls away the cyber point for the side of Twisted Minds.
Ray's gonna get run down too. The Bass on the hunt.
Oh, what a
good
sneak.
Coach Yu wants to get him back up, and the Bass knows it. The rescue is completed. Bass still turns around with help from Cougar, down straight for the second time. As the Bass ends up trading Cougar and Zenzi in the right spot at the right time, and it's them against Rasha. But Rasha has a chance to turn it all around. This 1v2 is very doable.
Rasia, can he get to his buddies? If he can pull Aim God back up to his feet. No, he can't. What a snipe from afar. Zenzi, VSK. 3 rounds in a row. Twisted Minds looking to end EVOS Divine.
Back on the board for sure. One more round as an equalizer. Looking good for EVOS. Like, this revive was great, but Cougar and Zenzi made sure that the efforts of the Bass was not wasted. Shutting down Rasha at the very end too was the cherry on top. And now is Twisted Minds' turns to be in control.
How will they stay alive? One more cyber point needed for Twisted Minds, and then they will be almost invincible. Obviously going to be looking for those level 4 vests. They do have enough money. Tossing out that smoke. EVOS Divine. Decent flank around. Zenzi gonna get caught with his pants down, but the Sentino saves him in the nick of time.
It's gonna allow Twisted Minds to continue repositioning. Zenzi has gotten plenty of info. In fact, Ray is under so much pressure with the clusters being thrown in for Cougar, who has the Alvaro with him. Rasha was able to catch Jump on the rotation, and that gives EVOS Divine numbers, but the Bass returns the favor instantly. EVOS steps on the gas. They're gonna pressure the Bass the best they can, but the Bass is better with the help of Cougar. And Coach Yu cannot do anything.
The Bass about to change his name to the best. What a play from the guy. Snuffing out Aim God in the most meanest of ways. And now a 3v2. Ray couldn't sustain himself, and the Bass just absolutely deadly. 10 eliminations already for the side of Twisted Minds. And he aces out the squad of EVOS.
An ace to bring them to the equalizing point too. Talk about a recovery, down 4 rounds, but pulls it back, and the comeback is better and better every round. Every round is cleaner and cleaner, the shots are deadlier, and EVOS really now on the ropes. They had such a big lead, and now that is all for nothing. And to make matters worse, the money isn't looking good. EVOS, if they lose this round, Twisted Minds might just win the whole thing.
This is supposed to be the right draft here for the side of EVOS Divine, but being outplayed by the mechanical capability of Twisted Minds. And now the final cyber point, and obviously that drags out Twisted Minds like absolute hungry, menacing players down in the middle. But EVOS Divine understanding the risk here, push it on forth, looking for the point, but they make a mistake with Aim God. That Steffi was popped, but the Bass pops off again.
And the Bass, he's gonna go down, but he did his job. Twisted Minds knew exactly what to do with EVOS Divine. Aim God wants the breakthrough, but the Bass instantly dashes towards the Cassie to make sure that there is no follow-up, blocks him out with the glue wall, and forces isolated 1v1s. Coach Yu does not have the confidence to move on forward because of the threat of the Bass. And that puts Twisted Minds not only at series point, but also it's a 5-round run it back. They could just do the impossible and win 6 in a row.
But it did matter a little bit. EVOS Divine managing to get the double cyber point out of that. And now level 4 West on the side of EVOS Divine. A little bit of extra damage repellent here sprayed on by the EVOS boys to find the equalizer, to find round 11, to stay alive in this fight, to push us into a game number 3. It's all going to be dependent on the shotguns, but clearly Zenzi and Jump having different ideas here. I do see that AWM in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, Cougar had some strong words for Rasha earlier on, and he's just 1 round away from fulfilling that promise.
Oh yeah.
In the most dominant way possible. His aim guard and the Bass both have with a grenade in hand. EVOS Divine makes the decision to go into the building. They're going to try and force a 3v3 here, but Jump has cover to work with. They also have the Ignis Wall on their hand, and it breaks out. It's going to be the final fight, and Jump against Stars of Strong. Zenzi replies onto Ray. EVOS Divine falling apart at the seams. 6 rounds in a row is all down to Rastia to make it happen, but Twisted Minds stuns the world and takes down EVOS Divine 2-0 in this lower bracket semis.
6-1, 6-4. What a phenomenal comeback on the second game for Twisted Minds to make it a perfect series, not dropping a single map against EVOS Divine. Unbelievable dominance out of this Thai squad, and that makes it a all-out Thai clash now at our Clash Squad.
Welcome to the Thai exclusive Clash Squad top 3. They have just entered the top 3 podium, the ballroom or the Hall of Greats. Twisted Minds continues to make the impossible happen and continue that dream run and to restore this organization to its former glory with members that were questioned on their entry to the team, the Bass, Zenzi. But I think now they're going to be revel as the heralds of destruction of Twisted Minds.
I mean, the Bass was definitely questioned with his performance in Battle Royale, but it looks like this is where he was meant to shine. Clash Squad is his comfort zone, and that was a phenomenal performance. Not only does he pull off an ace against the EWC champs of 2025, he also bags them, right? Getting multiple eliminations, just phenomenal with the shotguns down in the deep. I mean, this is the kind of game which is unexpected. We all expected it to go the distance. A little bit of fight back from the White Tigers, but Twisted Minds just gave them no room for that.
Yeah, no room at all. And the more impressive thing is to be down 0-4 and come back 6 rounds in a row to close it out with an ace. You know, Cougar making good on his promise and making sure that whatever he said came true. Being the world champion isn't going to save EVOS. There's no good ending to this storyline, and that will have to be the cold hard truth for any Indonesian fans out there. Twisted Minds is just a better team in this lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and the question, of course, now is whether or not they can make that full-on low bracket run, because this journey is not going to get easier. You have to bump into either Virtus Pro or Falcons. One is the ex-champs. The other has got the best win rate in the Clash Squad competition thus far. It does not look great for them as of this point of time, but maybe having a little bit of time to rest as this upper bracket finals showdown begins, it could just give them that extra edge that they need.
Yeah, and it's very important. The more dominant, the quicker the game ends for you, the more time you get to take a break and really study for the upcoming series, because honestly, there's really no rest for the wicked if you're in that lower bracket. And both teams that they are about to face have gotten good track records over them, right? Virtus Pro was what knocked Twisted Minds down to the lower bracket in the first place. But Twisted Minds, they did have a win record over Falcons from that Swiss round. So there is a chance if Falcons somehow goes onto the lower bracket, we might see Twisted Minds beating them again.
That would be obviously what everybody wants out there, especially those who feel like Twisted Minds is back with a bang, right? But Falcons, you know, it's going to take a lot to take these boys down. They have been phenomenal in their own accord, and back-to-back champions, that's exactly what they're looking for. They haven't been able to really get it done well on the EWC stage nor the group stage this time round, so this could just be their best opportunity. They're not going to let this one go easy at all, Husky.
Yeah, not at all. I'm looking forward to what Twisted Minds have to show for the rest of the lower bracket, because again, to them, it's a death match every single series. They get some time to rest, and I feel like, for Falcons or VP, perhaps they can say that it's not a surprise that Twisted Minds is going to win, but it definitely has made this grand finals very, very interesting with how last season panned out. I really thought that EVOS could at least make it to top 3 and give us a more different outlook of how fall season is going to go.
Yeah, but it's always happened like this, right? The Thais go out there, they dominated first, and then they end up motivating everybody else. Seems like it's ending in the exact same way here yet again. And of course, we've got our MVP for you, the Bass. Simply the best. 12 eliminations, 4,094 on the damage. Played a very clean game up against EVOS.
Basically unstoppable on this map. It was the one that really started the comeback train. He rallied his team. He made sure that they are not going to go down without a fight, and he did. He brought his team back into the game and was able to make sure that his team are on the same page as him. The executions became cleaner and cleaner. They adapted better to what EVOS wanted to bring to the table. And even in the games of adaptation, I guess EVOS fell short in that facet, and that's why we get the 6-4 scoreboard, which started as an 0-4 lead for EVOS.
And Aim God with the Oscar definitely tried to put in some dividends here for the squad. But even with all of that damage, even with all of those eliminations, he just could not get the job done. Rasya was unfortunate because he was getting those clips in. He just could not put those guys down on the ground for long. The recovery gameplay from Twisted Minds, absolutely deadly, turning around those situations just way too quickly to overwhelm EVOS. 6-1 at Kalahari on the map where we expected EVOS to lose, but on EVOS's best map at Bermuda, where a comeback was supposed to happen, the White Tigers have fallen, and Twisted Minds easily cross over them and deliver the 4th spot to EVOS Divine.
And EVOS Divine will still walk away with $10,000, so they're not going to walk away empty-handed, but they are going to miss out on the lion's share of $30,000. They still have Battle Royale finals tomorrow, so something to look forward to for the EVOS fans.
Absolutely, and they are very confident. They are very capable in Battle Royale. They just haven't showed it through their score lines as well as dominance just yet in the group stage. Something we are expecting to see out of them by the time that we get into the finals. But of course, we've got the interview coming up for you guys as well, and Husky and I will be right back with you after that.
โอเคค่ะทุกคนค่ะและตอนนี้นะคะพี่กีนะคะน้องมอร์ฟินค่ะรวมไปถึงนะคะยุนสุกำลังอยู่กับตัวแทนจากทาง Twisted Mind The Bass นั่นเองเดี๋ยวเราได้เวลามาพูดคุยกับเขากันแล้วค่ะเมื่อกี้เพิ่งชนะไปหมาดๆเลยก็เลยอยากรู้ค่ะความรู้สึกหลังจากคว้าตั๋วใบแรกเข้าสู่รอบไฟนอลมาแล้วจ้ะ
Alright, hi everyone. So welcome to our interview sections and congratulations to the Bass and the winning of Twisted Minds in the previous match as well. So let's jump into our first questions. Congratulations. So take us through that final moment. What is the feeling in the team right now?
รู้สึกชิวๆครับ
He just feel chill for this game to versus with EVOS Divine.
อ่ะมีจุดเปลี่ยนไหนที่เป็นจุดเปลี่ยนสำคัญไหมเพราะพี่รู้สึกว่าแหมเกมที่2มันแอบลุ้นอยู่นะ
Alright, so into our second game, we can see that EVOS Divine at first has lead first 4 matches, but then at the end, Twisted Mind came back, so it looked like sounds so easy, right? So what do you think was the turning point in that game?
ตั้งแต่พีคได้4-1ครับแล้วก็ไหลยาวเลย
It's about the round 5, which is EVOS Divine got 4, and then Twisted Mind just come back 1, and after that, it's like the streak that they got. So the best thing that moment is bring them back the, how do I say, to bring the victory back.
Do they feel easy while doing that, or they feel like it's just a fluke, just a luck, or they think that they can come back?
ตอนนั้นรู้สึกว่า มันเป็นความโชคดีของเราไหมหรือว่าแบบโชคดีแบบฟลุกว่าแบบเฮ้ยกลับมาได้หรือว่าจริงๆแล้วเรารู้วิธีในการเอาคือกลับคืน
ถูกครับ
It's just the luck
Oh, just the luck.
ฉันชอบการตอบของน้องๆชาวไทยฉันเหลือเกิน มันช่างมาตรฐาน คงเส้นคงวานะอ่ะทีนี้ขอถามลึกลงไปอีกนิดนึงดีกว่า เพราะว่าตอนนี้พี่รู้สึกว่าจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยพอเห็นเกมที่ 2 มันไม่ได้ง่ายอย่างที่คิดค่ะทุกคนคะมันน่าจะมีอะไรสักอย่างที่ทีมฝั่งตรงข้ามอ่ะเขาทำให้เรารู้สึกว่าเอาแล้วรับมือยาก และที่สำคัญคือพอเราเจอแบบนั้นปุ๊บเนี่ยเราแก้เกมยังไง
Our next questions. Your opponents put up a very tough fight, and what was the biggest challenge that they presented, and how did your team adapt to overcome it?
ไม่มีครับ
ไม่มีเลยเหรอ รู้สึกว่าแบบสบายๆเลย และที่เขานำไปก่อน ตอนนั้นเกิดอะไรขึ้นทำไม เป็นไง ไม่รู้ ชิวๆสบายๆ Nothing they just don't have any problem with the Evo's divine but yeah they might be like struggle a little bit when second game but the boss say no nothing no problem at all we can control that
They struggle a little bit, and then they still feel nothing.
yeah
Such gamers.
และที่สำคัญคืออันเนี้ยต้องบอกว่ามันเป็นเรื่องที่หลายๆคนเนี่ยมักจะเห็นกันอยู่แล้ว คือเราดูเกมกันอยู่ตลอด เรารู้ภายหน้าของเกมค่ะ แต่เราไม่รู้เบื้องหลังภายในนั่นเองเลยอยากรู้ว่าปกติแล้วอ่ะสื่อสารกันในเกมอ่ะคอมมูนิเคตกันยังไงคุยกันยังไงสั่งกันยังไงแล้วมันมีช็อตไหนไหมที่แบบรู้สึกว่าเฮ้ยตอนช็อตเนี้ยที่เพื่อนสั่งอ่ะโอ้โหเอา MVP ไปเลยอยากจะชมเลยเพราะว่าแกสั่งนี้ให้เล่นตอนนี้ให้ยิงตอนนี้ก็เลยแบบชนะมาได้
Right, next questions will be for the tactics of the team. So I can see that in our 2 previous games, the teamwork was very incredible. So can you talk about the team's communication? And is there a special shout out you want to give for your teammate today?
ไม่มีครับ เล่นเอง
ก็คือส่วนใหญ่เราเล่นเองเลยแล้วการสื่อสารในทีมเป็นยังไงบ้างคะโอเคไหมก็คือทุกคนพูดกันเยอะแล้วก็แต่ส่วนใหญ่ช็อตที่จะเล่นก็คือเล่นเองหมดไม่มีใครสั่งเราเลยเหรอ So about the communications everyone they have a good communication already and about how to make play the boss say that each of the players just play by themselves no one gonna lead them they just play by themselves with their skill play
But the boss currently we're on the stage and I can see that you are a new member of Twisted Mind, so give a credit to your teammate, can you? Yeah, because we're on stage and we almost step into the grand finals of the Clash Squad.
ตอนนี้เราเกือบจะเข้าสู่ Grand Final แล้วมีคิดว่าผู้เล่นคนไหนในทีมที่เราให้แบบเป็น MVP เลยแบบคอยพูดหรือว่ามีโมเมนต์อะไรที่แบบเก่งๆเลยสำหรับวันนี้ในแมตช์เมื่อกี้นี้ให้ใคร
ให้พี่จำครับ
ให้จำเพราะว่าอะไร
ทำไมอ่ะแค่อยากให้แค่นั้นเลยเหรอเฮ้ยมันอย่างนี้ก็ได้เหรอครับผม
ไม่ให้ตัวเองเหรอ
งั้นเอาอย่างนี้ดีกว่าในเมื่อเขาบอกว่าปกติเล่นกันเองเนี่ยก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าจริงๆแล้วตัวทีม Twisted Mind เนี่ยมี IGL หรือเปล่า I wanna know who is the IGL of Twisted Mind
น่าจะพี่จำครับ
พี่จำอ๋อเพราะพี่จำเป็น IGL หรือเปล่าก็เลยให้ MVP จำติดสินบนมาปะเนี่ยไม่น่าใช่
So the MVP of his is gonna be Jump maybe because at first we asked Piyuki asked that why you give it to Jump he said I don't know but then just asked that Jump is the IGL of the team so that's why he give it to Jump
Makes sense, makes sense.
โอเคคุยกันมาเยอะแล้วค่ะเชื่อว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยแฟนๆก็อยากที่จะได้รับนะคะข้อความจาก Twisted Mind กันบ้างดีกว่าเพราะว่าเชียร์กันมาจนเหนื่อยขนาดนี้งั้นพูดอะไรค่ะหรือว่าส่งข้อความอะไรถึงแฟนคลับที่กำลังเชียร์คุณอยู่หน่อยดีกว่า
Alright, so we have so many viewers here watching and support for your team. So do you have any message do you want to send them and also to the viewers on live?
ฝากเชียร์พวกเราทีม Twisted Mind ด้วยครับ
แค่นั้นเลยเหรอเหมือนเมื่อกี้ถามพี่ไม่ใช่เหรอว่าพี่กิจครับเปิดไฟเขียวไหมถ้าผมจะพูดถึงใครพี่เปิดไฟเขียวนะลูกเวทีนี้พูดถึงใครก็ได้เอาที่ออกอากาศได้มีไหม
So thank you all the fans all around the world and please keep supporting Twisted Mind
และนี่ค่ะทุกคนค่ะคือตัวแทนนะคะจากทาง Twisted Mind The Bass นั่นเองโอเคติดตามให้กำลังใจนะคะแล้วก็เชียร์น้องๆกันต่อค่ะแล้วเดี๋ยวแมตต์ต่อไปรับรองว่าสนุกสนานแน่นอนแต่เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตพักกันสักครู่หนึ่งแล้วเดี๋ยวกลับมาเจอกันกับเกมสุดมันค่ะ
Alright, thank you so much, the best. And now let's have a little bit of break before we jump into our next game.
Double kill First blood Double kill Double kill Double kill First blood Double kill
สวัสดีครับผมเบียร์ยุวัฒนาครับ
สวัสดีครับผมเบียร์ยูเกตไทครับ
ก็วันนี้ก็จะมาจัดเทียร์ปืนกันนะครับ
สวัสดีครับผม AG บาลอนมาจากทีม AG ครับสวัสดีครับผม AG ทีม SR มาจาก AG ครับวันนี้จะมาจัดเทียร์ปืนครับ AK 47ของ A ครับพาร์ทมา AWM ครับโอ้ S เลย S อันแรกด้วย
ปืนแรกผมไม่เป็นเวกเตอร์ปืนนี้ก็ส่วนตัวก็ชอบเล่นมากครับต้นเกมครับก็ปืนโหดมาก แต่แบบยิงใครไม่ค่อยตายให้ไปอยู่นี่เลยนะ
ใช่ไหมอาจจะซี
อยู่นี่เลย
โทรก่อน S เลยครับ M1887 A ดีกว่า A ก็ได้มั้ง
G18 ครับก๊อก18ก็ปืนนี้ผมให้เป็น S เลยเพราะว่าผมยิงคนตายมาเยอะแล้ว
ดี
ทั้งห้องซ้อมทั้งในแข่งอะS เลย S บวกเลยถ้ามี SS เนี่ยคือผมว่าอยู่นี่
MP40 A ได้สันนี่เลยวะแรงอ่ะ
ผมว่าดาเมจมันยังไม่พอแล้ว50แบบ
4หรือเปล่า
ให้4อ่ะดาเมจมันยังไม่พอมันผมว่ามันต้องแบบสักเม็ดเดียวแบบ300อย่างเงี้ย
G18 เอาไปเลยตรงนี้ T90 ครับถ้ามันเล่นต้นเกมได้ก็เอาไป B เลย UMP ดีครับ
ผมว่ามันยังยิงหัวยากไป แต่ผมยิงหัวโดนทุกเม็ดตลอดผมให้ S เลย
ขา98อันนี้น่าจะแต่ว่าอันเดียวเอาไปเคลียร์ VSS ให้ A นะ AUG ก็เอาไป C เลย
MP40 MP Pro 0ปืนนี้มันทรงแบบว่ามันแบบรีบๆเล็กๆอ่ะมันยิงแบบว่าไม่ค่อยแรงอ่ะมันต้องบัฟอีกไม่ไปซีแล้วกัน
เฮ้ยผมตีมาเลยอ่ะ
วิกเตอร์ถ้าวิกเตอร์กระบอกเดียวก็ให้ C ถ้าวิกเตอร์คู่ก็กลางๆ
ต่อไปก็ปืนนี้เลยเพิ่งอัพมาใหม่เลยแบบโกงมากใน44นี้ยิ่งกว่าโกงอีกแต่ผมให้เป็นอยู่ A พอเพราะว่าถ้ามีเกาะแบบเกาะ3เกาะอะไรก็ยิงไม่ค่อยเข้าแล้ว
ใช่ถูก
อันนี้ MP5 ก็ B แล้วกัน M1873 เอาไป C เลยครับ
ถูกก่อน
นี่ปืนราชานะ
ปืนราชาเลยเกต5ราชาเกต5เขาเล่น
กันปืนนี้
And then there were 3. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is a Clash squad at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 fall season. The final day of a Clash squad. And you guys know exactly what just happened. EVOS Divine. We expected a stronger fight, but it looks like Twisted Minds were just overwhelming for them. 6-1, 6-4, ending the run of EVOS, making them walk away with a fat wallet either way, $10,000 in their pocket. And now 3 more teams are left. But the next battle moves on back up into the upper bracket finals, where we get to see a little bit of Virtus Pro as well as Falcons do battle, Husky.
100%. And this is going to really shake things up for the rest of today, because losers is going to go down to the loser bracket to face off against Twisted Minds, whereas the winner will get a free entry not only into the grand finals, but secure a minimum of $15,000 and a shot at a $30,000 bag too. All of this powered by, of course, the Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand, supplemented with Zinc, B3 and B6 vitamins, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish Booyah's victory. Thank you very much, Red Bull, for being here with us from spring to fall.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the players clearly on a little bit of Red Bull there in the previous matchup. This next one, whether or not they are on a couple of cans of Red Bulls or not, we do expect peak performance from both squads. They walk into the competition with a pretty massive win rate for each of them, right? Falcons currently on a 64% win rate, Virtus Pro on a 72%, and obviously Virtus Pro just a little bit more efficient with their games, playing a total of 11 maps so far, as opposed to the 14 that Falcons have played.
Yeah, and I think that that itself gives us a very good idea of where these two teams stand. I feel like, just based off of track record, Falcons theoretically should come out on top, but then Virtus Pro, they did have the slightly easier road up to this point. Even when you look at the updated bracket, right? Virtus Pro, they 2-0 Twisted Minds, they kind of blew through AJL also. So up to this point, Virtus Pro have not lost a single game, whereas for Falcons, they had to brave BRU first before getting a 2-0 over EVOS. So this is where we are in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, Twisted Minds, they have already bumped into Falcons in the past, where they did manage to get a dub over them, a 2-1 victory. But up against Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds got taken down 0-2. So we already know who Twisted Minds is hoping to beat down there at the lower bracket final. But it's not going to be up to them. It's going to be up to what happens on the battlefield out there shortly. And of course, before what happens on the battlefield, what happens on the bans and picks, Husky.
And at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter what the past results are. It matters what happens on the stage today. And, it was very evident on today so far. Twisted Minds, they came prepared to win. They came ready to have the endurance to run the lower bracket. And I want to see that same fighting spirit from VP and Falcons, especially Falcons who have a lot that they need to defend. Some pride, some ego, but most importantly, to become the first team to get that back-to-back.
Yeah. Of course, the map format here, the map picks are going to be pretty important as well. Falcons will be hoping to not start things off on Kalahari, one of their weaker maps out there to be played. Preferably Nexterra. There is a problem here for Falcons because Nexterra also happens to be the best map of Virtus Pro, which is probably going to go down to the wire, right? You really have to depend on your mechanical skills, and a little bit of that backup also dependent on whether or not you get your guess correct. Can you take out the most effective character from your opponent's side on the bans?
And that comes down to the homework done by the coaching staff. Yes. We saw that sort of really come out from the side of Twisted Minds earlier on. I think EVOS also did their best to reply in kind, but it came down to they solved the first problem with the draft. They were able to get a very good footing, but in terms of the gunfight and the adaptation, Twisted Minds still came out on top. For Falcons, I think a lot of people would look at them and start targeting Limit, as he is the one that really has been taking the spotlight. But I feel like you also have to look at the rest of Team Falcons, who, one more, who has been one of the most phenomenal support players in the league.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think, both sides have got, one of the best lineup of players out there. And, when you put on one more end limit out there overall, how are you going to contain them? Do you want to contain just purely their active picks, or do you really want to study your opponents to go in there for the Punisher initially, right? Because we all know Limit usually doesn't get involved on the front lines of battle, hanging back towards the late part of the games. And we have seen teams punish him early with a premature flank, which sometimes does go the other way, because Falcons, they do have a very strong front line as well.
Yeah, they do. And it is how having that strong front line allows Falcons to not only set things up for Limit, but also make sure that they always get that long-range support from him, right? Like getting through Falcons' front line itself is a task, but catching Limit is not easy as well. So for VP, they have to really start thinking about how to get to Limit, and it comes down to the big three, the Diamond, Nameless, and Exposy to really hold the front, and then to see if Boon James can really get that rush going, because he's also one of that wild card who has proven himself over the few weeks that he has played, but this is going to be crunch time.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. There's a small problem here for both Falcons and Virtus.pro. They seem to be leaning towards similar active skill picks, right? Both sides do like to play that Coda quite a lot. We do see the Chrono effectively being used by both Virtus.pro and Falcons a lot. So the bans and picks are also going to lean in a little bit towards who gets to pick the first character out there. Of course, the bans are going to be important, but either side getting that first pick is going to be crucial, because since both of them like playing very similar active skills, they wouldn't want that character to be banned, but they would want to be the first ones to get their hands on that character.
Oh, absolutely. The map order, just like the previous series, we get Kalahari, Bermuda, and Nextera. So you did make a point in Nextera being one of the preferred maps, at least for our contenders. Yeah. The fact that it has to wait until game 3 means that, it makes the first two maps a lot more interesting.
Yeah, and like I said, right, Nextera, both of them are really good at, but Falcons are very weak on Kalahari. That's their lowest win rate. This is where they've been challenged the most on. They've played this map 6 times, and only half those times they've managed to walk away with a victory, and we start things off pretty much with an advantage to the side of Virtus.pro. This is a start that obviously is not favoring Falcons all too much at this point of time, but home ground advantage for both squads, and we know there are lots of Falcons out there screaming their support for this squad.
I mean, there's some deep cuts as well, bringing back the spring season result, the 3-0 over Onyx. That's one of the ways to forget about the pain that Onyx did win spring season for Battle Royale. But hey, good news, Onyx is not going to be in the top 4 this time. So Falcons fans, you can be rest assured that the competition without Onyx is actually harder to VP. But it's good to see the support is still there. I mean, Falcon fans have been the fan base has been growing, over the like 2 years tenure that they are called Falcons, and it transcends the region, right? When you go to the EWC, they have a dedicated, support team there. You come back to Southeast Asia, Falcon fans are everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. You do see a lot of these Falcon fans everywhere. We bumped into a few of them at EWC the last time round. They were causing absolute havoc in the stadium, just bringing the roof down with their cheers for Falcons. That's not going to be a disadvantage that the other teams are going to have to face out there for today, because obviously they've got their own fans in the house as well. Once again, this is in Bangkok, live in front of an audience, and this is pretty much now a Thai affair. 3 final teams left in here doing battle for the biggest slice of the prize pool pie, and all 3 of them from Thailand.
All 3 of them from Thailand, and on top of that, they are also competing in tomorrow. Well, at least 4 out of the 5 Thai teams are competing tomorrow in the Battle Royale finals, right? I think, if I remember correctly, Virtus.pro unfortunately didn't make it. Either way, there's still opportunities for them. If they could, make that deep run and win it all, it's still a 30,000 back for them. and it should ease the pain of not having the chance to go to the global finals next month. But for Falcons, again, a lot is on the line. I feel like they've come close so many times to lifting just a second trophy ever since EWC. They've gone through the lows as well. I think the expectations were incredibly high, just judging by the caliber they've shown us on their world stage, and then having Limit join as well as one of the superstars who only has gotten a trophy in Battle Royale, and that was back in 2023, seeking a second Clash Squad championship, and hopefully a Battle Royale one is going to complete that trophy case for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be a very tough fight for sure when it comes to the bans and picks. The battle of the bans and picks clearly starting way before this fight even began on that stage. Like you said, the coach, the analysts would have already done their homework fairly well. And Falcons, the one character that they usually do not like to face out there would be the Cassie. And they don't even need to ban that out this time round. Virtus.pro not very fond of the Cassie, although yes, they do bring it in for play sometimes. Virtus.pro opting to take Oscar out of the equation. Falcons on a Sentino.
The show's about to begin.
This is a very curious one for sure.
The fact that they have first pick too, right? So now we go down the route. I mean, Chrono first pick has been a thing for a lot of teams too. What is that? Chrono, Zane, Cassie, but Chrono is the most popular first pick choice right now. So Falcons will take it.
This is a very curious one. So Falcons do have the best win rate whenever they play the Sentino. I guess they just didn't want that played against them. Not that I would have expected Virtus.pro to do that. Virtus.pro on the other hand, with a Tatsuya possible pick on that Zane. They've got Steffi open as well. Skylar maybe for the sniper. This is just all out for the picking here for Virtus.pro on this double pick.
There is a chance that you might want to prioritize your sniper pick first, so you don't have to resort to a Skylar. That means the Iris now gets prioritized, right? But with Iris and Clue left up on the table by VP, they can guarantee themselves one of it. Koda Tatsuya for VP as an opening, so very classic, aggressive draft.
Yeah, Ignis. Since the Tatsuya is not on the table, the Zane could pretty much go to the hands of Falcons. They could also bring in the Clue here for themselves. They do very much like to play with the Clue out there. Do prefer that Koda, of course, but as that second best, this is a possible pick here for the side of Falcons. They do have the defensive capability, and if they're going out all-out defense, bringing in a Ignis and Clue could favor them fairly well. A little bit of an aggressive front, perhaps, could be Zane and Iris early on.
I bet a lot of Falcon fans are in the chat too, because this is one of the biggest teams. And early on, I just casually asked who does everyone think is going to win, and not to my surprise, 90% says that Falcons is going to win in the grand finals. We will take the Ignis and the Clue, so now willing to go down more of a utility-based route.
Yeah, Tatsuya Koda out here. Iris, very much possible. Skylar, possible. They don't have a pick yet for their sniper. That Sentino, they won't be able to tickle Falcon with that since it has been banned out, and they settle for the Skylar. This is a very, very decent draft here for the side of Virtus.pro.
Just plenty of utilities to work with. Great glue or breakers with the Skylar 2. Not to mention that teams could also opt for the active ability, the skill cards in game. So sometimes you can supplement yourself with abilities that the enemy has just by getting the right the right ability cards to a cyber drop. That's one of the main reasons why teams are contesting for that so ferociously. Zane seems to be a good pick for Falcons last. It bolsters that front line.
Yeah, brilliant pick here for Falcons as well. I expected the Zane pick to come in a little bit earlier, but of course, mentioning the Ignis and Clue, they do have practically their favorite picks out here on the side of Falcons as well. So both sides going to be very comfortable. What's going to be a little uncomfortable here for Falcons is that we start things off on a map where they are the weakest at. Can they oust Virtus.pro, who have been very efficient in the competition so far, Or has the journey for Virtus.pro just been a little bit easier? We'll find out now on this first game, Husky.
Virtus.pro, a lot more to prove, and all eyes are going to be on, I think, Boon James primarily, because we already know the caliber of the other 3 players. But for Boon James, this always feels like if a game goes south, people turn their attention to him and wonder if he is the one that needs to step up. And if there's any chance, any time to prove it, I think this is it, right? This is the chance for Boon James to prove that he can hold his own weight against titans like Falcons.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Falcons, they are looking for a swift win here. Obviously, nobody is going to be looking to play an extra match before the grand finals. Losing just means the torture continues, and you'll technically have to play 3 series in a row just to stay alive and potentially become the champions once again. Neither side wants that, although I would have to say both sides very capable of that.
I do expect it to go 3 games because it would be a shocker if we end 2-0. Unless, Falcons get off to kind of an amazing start and then they find themselves in an unstoppable position, and then sure, there is a possibility. Falcons at their best in class squad are literally unstoppable. It felt you will feel that it's impossible to win them in 1v1s. It is impossible to outmaneuver them, and then Limit is just taking your team out before you even see them, even when the round starts. So there is that chance, but I trust VP to have familiarized with what Falcons like to do.
This is a very scary lineup here for sure on the side of Virtus.pro, because their highest pick and win rate comes from characters like Skylar, Steffi, Tatsuya, and Zane. They don't have the Zane, but they do have the Skylar, Steffi, and Tatsuya on their side. They've got the Koda as well. Slightly lower on the win rate percentage, but still very effective. Virtus.pro is not only very comfortable, but this is a very successful lineup of active skills on their side. Falcons, on the other hand, look like they're not really with their comfort picks this time round, although they have used these characters in the past. We're going to start things off here at Kalahari, and it is going to be the biggest challenge that Falcons have faced in a while here at Clash Squad.
Let's hop right into it. Quick opening here at Confinement. Very good angle to play around. Ignis Wall instantly thrown out on fire. Needs time to heal up. The M500, it does sting from Exposy, but Limit again. We talk about this man being sharp with his shots, and you give it an opening, he is going to take you down one by one. Exposy needs help, and Nameless will provide it by taking down one more. They take control of the middle part of the compound, but On Fire continues to put on the pressure. One more does end up going down, but the health bars are not looking good for VP.
Oh, Waranya got tagged up, but turned around 180. On Fire with the follow-up and the finisher. Karoro with the support. Falcons with a easy dub over Virtus.pro on this first round.
Making it look easy for sure. Limit again with the opening shot.
Yeah, man.
You don't even see it coming most of the times. And just the understanding on the nooks and crannies of the map makes a huge difference, and that's what makes Limit such a deadly sniper amongst the greats of, Moshi and X-Bor to a certain degree, Zensi, but in his element, Limit is unseen.
But I have to say, On Fire played a perfect time turner there early on as well, keeping him alive, weaving in and out of it, getting a double by the end of that round. And fun fact, Virtus.pro has the highest Skylar usage in the double elimination stage this season at 3 matches with a 100% win rate. Like I mentioned earlier, Virtus.pro is very comfortable with their picks.
Yeah. See if we can put that to good use. We did say that when you have a Skylar on your end, it does allow you to break down glue walls, but not only that, when the match gets a lot more compressed, when the map is a lot more constricted, the Skylar value goes up. Diamond now puts under pressure. Karoro's gonna run at him. Just more health to work with. Karoro barely losing nothing, in fact. And now continues to put on the pressure. Transfers that over to the remainder of Virtus.pro, and this round is pretty much over. Exposy with the Deagle can't really do much win this current situation. Falcons will look for the second round.
X-Pos, he can't do much at all. 3 players aiming for him at the same time, and it'll be Limit again that walks away with the extra frag, and Falcons will stitch that up into 2 back-to-back rounds picked up against Virtus.pro.
It's very straightforward for Falcons. Just again, the approach, very, very honest. Nothing fancy needed. Falcons just relying on good understanding of the terrain and landing their shots to allow themselves to get that lead. That's something that Virtus.pro needs to figure out. Where are the members of Falcons?
And straight up towards the ribs here. Nameless with the information gameplay. As Falcons chooses to stay on the lower ground, primarily, except Limit. It's going to take a little bit of time here scaling the edges of the cliffs. Ferroro with the M1917. And it looks like there's a little bit of an issue here, or somebody picked the wrong button to press.
And that gives us some suspense, you know, to figure out who went down. Oh, of course. They're trying to shield everyone from the carnage that is happening on stage. And that is VP losing 3 members.
Piranha bleeding out. Diamond can't get to him just yet. A little bit secluded, and Limit keeping him right behind the glue wall, unable to support his team member. He will be the final one left in a 1v3. And Virtus.pro about to tank a 3-round loss in a row here up against Falcons.
And Diamond on the high ground is probably the worst possible position when you are in that state of the game. There really isn't much that he could do. Limit 6-0. Keroro and On Fire, both 3-piece. And one more just being the great support that he is. Doesn't need to do much to get any eliminations. Leave it to the hands of his teammates. I'd say Limit has been extremely sharp. An average of 2 takedowns per round so far.
I mean, he's definitely on a perfect run here. Virtus.pro didn't have a tiny win there with the Cyber Point. But what's the point if they haven't managed to pull any rounds to their side just yet? Or was that extra sacrifice of lives for the Cyber Point going to pay off towards the end of this game number 1? This time Virtus.pro slowing the pace down, trying to bait out Team Falcons.
Falcons have already strung together 3 rounds in a row. We see the Reptile Rhythm actually thrown out. That does open up the middle of the map so the Keroro cannot progress forward. But On Fire was able to pin down Exposy. He sees Diamond with the cross too, so knows that he's in for a potential 2v1, but presses forward anyways. And Warania actually finds Keroro, who's trying to come in for the pressure. The firewall is going to mess up Virtus.pro's info gathering a little bit, but Virtus.pro able to duck back into cover. Diamond with the second.
On Fire did not see that coming. Diamond with the shorty on the pop. Virtus.pro looking for that comeback. Limit and one more still standing in a 2v4. One more with the Trogon. Could walk away with this if he takes Nameless down first. Information given away. One more tagged up and down low. Warania takes advantage. They came out of the equation, leaving the sniper of Falcons all alone in a 1v4.
Slowing down the game did work out.
He tried to punch it.
As Falcons, they did try to aggress forward, but get a good catch on the Keroro, allowing Virtus.pro to gain a numbers advantage, but also set themselves up in a more comfortable position. It all started with the Riptide Rhythm that kind of discouraged Falcons from moving forward by taking out the glue wall so that they can't take control of the midpoint of the map, but Falcons pressed on forward and ended up getting punished.
Yeah, absolutely, and Limit is not very confident in that final bout, understanding that he couldn't walk away with a couple eliminations. Cheeky with the melee attempt, but of course succeeded in taking no one down and out of the equation. Yet another Cyber Point rush here coming through for the side of Virtus.pro. Warania up in front. Can he pick it up? On Fire chases him down. Gets the first connection. One more traded out. On Fire. The follow-up by Diamond with that shotty, putting Falcons down and out for that count. Virtus.pro pulling 2 rounds in a row.
And Diamond coming alive too with great first bloods. One more cyber airdrop point, and they would have got, and they would get that resource for themselves. Again, the opening knockdowns. Diamond, He's really starting to heat up, and Exposé feels it as well. The energy transfer is there. Diamond with 4 eliminations under his name. Virtus Pro showing that they're not out just yet. Completely breaking the momentum on Team Falcons and breaking their bank in the process.
And Warania, the only player with the active skill that could take such a risky maneuver down in the middle with the Steffi. Put his life up on the line there, managing to steal away the cyber point for the side of Virtus Pro. Now they just need one more for the level 4 vest and an extra layer of defense to deal with the aggression of Team Falcons. One more and on fire, sticking together. Virtus Pro not looking to make a mistake. Exposé tagged up already. Has to put himself on a little bit of a timeout for that patch up, but now back in it with the AWM.
Another slow round that is orchestrated by Virtus Pro themselves. Warania and Nameless in a very comfortable spot. Falcons needs to start getting adventurous, find some info for themselves as possible, because it's allowing Virtus Pro to really set up, and that nade in Diamond's hands could make all the difference. Tags on the Kororo, that's half his health bar gone, so Kororo forced to regress forward, while Diamond has plenty of space to work with, and VP will now push on.
Yeah, they get a Kororo, pulling out the time turner in a decent enough timing to block out those shots, but those glue walls keeping them at bay. Nameless circling around, but a little bit too early, and Limit takes advantage of the VSK. Up close and personal, Warania sneaking away. Time turner is there to protect him, but behind his back, Kororo misses the opportunity. Warania sprays down one more. Nameless taken out of the equation. Diamond doing really well for the squad yet again. And now on fire in a little bit of a pickle up against 3 Virtus Pro players.
Really excelling under pressure, this Diamond guy. Once more breaking the game open for his team and finding 2 more. Tallying up to 6 eliminations, average of 2 per round, and tying up the score 2 against Falcons. And the finances down the dumps now. Falcons can still buy some decent guns, but the weaponries, the armor, it will favor the Virtus Pro.
3 rounds in a row. Now it's looking a little bit more like the prediction. Team Falcons, of course, having the advantage at the very start with the first round victory, and then kind of scaling with their resources. But now Virtus Pro have managed to win it back and looking for the final cyber point. But flanking around the outside, Nameless tagged first. Diamond pushing on forth, looking for Kororo, finds the first shot. Kororo still staying alive, and Diamond not able to get the final shot in that bait and switch. One more gets involved in the fight as well. And that puts Diamond instantly on a pause as Nameless is able to back him up. Goes for one more, puts him down with the shorty. 2 players down and out for the count on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, I can't bail Kororo out, sadly. Diamond finally gets knocked down, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. There's no confirmed elimination, so Diamond gets picked back up very, very quickly. Limit on fire, the one remain. Warania finding on fire, and Limit also dispatched. Make that 4 in a row for Virtus Pro.
4 in a row, 3 cyber points. Level 4 West, here we come. They've got enough money to get the job done. And Team Falcons starting off spicy on this map, which they're not supposed to perform well on against Virtus Pro. They did manage to nick away 3 rounds, but Virtus Pro now really pushing them to the edge. This is going to be a tough fight for the squad for sure. Team Falcons barely hanging on here, and one more just can't seem to find those finishes on his shots.
It's looking harder and harder as well for not just one more, but for Limit. He still gets into position, but Kororo and On Fire have been stopped multiple times. And that makes the job of Limit slightly harder.
Yeah.
Now he's going to be on that ground floor, trying to be more involved than usual, and putting On Fire on the high ground to see if he can get a surprise drop onto the members of Virtus Pro down there. But Diamond is putting pressure onto Limit, and Kororo needs to quickly find someone to take down.
Uh-oh. Diamond versus Kororo. Finds Limit, and what a double pump On Fire with the instant pickup attempt here. Pulls out the time turner as well. Chrono on his side. Diamond circles around and again punishes Limit. Gets the double. Diamond On Fire.
Double kill.
Really tearing Falcons apart.
Oh.
Could be another scenario of this. Complete run it back. Virtus Pro now at match point. The Falcons cannot seem to wrestle back control.
Nah, man. This is just a absolute shutdown Match point for Virtus Pro, getting there even after being dominated the first 3 rounds. They've got the cyber points on their side. They've got everything that they need. And one more round victory puts them one step closer to the grand finals in this best of 3.
Exposy is having an amazing time. And speak of the devil, Exposy with the opener. Kororo goes down. They need to pick him back up, but out in the open is very dangerous.
Yeah.
So Kororo will need some time to recover. The rest of Team Falcons in the building. Diamond with a great nade. Kororo stood no chance. Waranya spotted out, but those shots needed to be an instant takedown because Diamond has found Limit, and Limit stood no opportunity as well. Exposy with a delivery system.
My God.
Right into that game 1 win for Virtus Pro is 6-3, and another 6-round run it back, AJ.
What a game. Virtus Pro made me nervous initially with the predictions because they were looking like they were about to be dominated. But when they turned it around, they made sure that the data just does not lie. 12 maps played, 9 victories claimed by Virtus Pro, 1 more map victory to send them into the grand finals. What a dominant comeback here on this first game.
Cool, calm, and collected with the approach that Virtus Pro has. You really gotta give it to Diamond.
Yeah.
He's sort of shown us a bit of that rush effect, of the boss effect. You know, team is behind, you step up a round or 2, you start to figure out what the quirks of Falcons are. Your team rallies behind you, and the rest is history. And this is the second game that we have a team that falls behind and just they click and then they win 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and this makes it yet another stat builder for that Skylar. They've got a 100% win rate. They are the team that picks the Skylar the most, and they have won every single round where they let that Riptide rhythm rip through the defenses of their opponents. I don't think Falcons saw that one coming at all, because the turnaround was just absolutely dominant. Once Diamond started ripping away points here, he just didn't slow down.
Yeah, him and Exposy did a fantastic job in shutting down Team Falcons. And Falcons have some thinking to do because they came into this looking very strong, right? Limit was extremely on point. They knew exactly what the game plan was. But it all started in round 4 when VP started to slow the rounds down. They started to use utilities just to prevent Falcons from aggressing, to allow themselves to set up. And, you know, evidently it was more than enough because Falcons wants to go fast and VP punishes them for doing that.
Yeah, and of course, this is a situation where Falcons really needs to dig deep and think exactly how can they cripple Virtus Pro, because that comeback play from them was just a tad bit too aggressive and unstoppable. You know, Coda giving them that information that they required, and they had everything it needed in their arsenal. That Skylar, they even had the Steffi on their side. But honestly, there was just not enough threat from the side of Falcons felt here on this first game. And Diamond, the MVP, 11 eliminations, 4,042 on the damage.
Complete domination. Diamond, he stepped up in round 4, started winning those 1v1s. He even took it upon himself to hunt down Limit and make it work. But the overall stats are going to show you that VP, Diamond having the most elims, and to top it all off, the average assists on the VP players isn't really that much. You know, everyone only has, 4 or 5 assists at max, which means that it did come down to a lot of individual plays, which paid off in the end. They won those 1v1s, and one more, he really did try to enable the rest of his team, but sadly, he was not able to pull them across the finishing line.
Yeah, I mean, this was a valiant effort from Falcons, but it was Virtus Pro's map all along, and they had the better picks, they had their comfort picks, they had everything on their side. Falcons just could not pull a full effect on the Bansim picks earlier on, and what made it seem like a great start, they could not continue. They did have the advantage for the second and third rounds, which they definitely took well, good enough advantage against. 3 rounds in a row, they pulled away for themselves. But the moment the resources started to build on the side of Virtus Pro, they kind of bucked up financially and they made the right investments, focusing on their weapons to kind of suit their playstyle as well, right? Just pulling out those shorties, up close and personal, M1887, straight to the hearts. This is going to be another opportunity now for the side of Falcons to stay alive, because one more game that they lose, well, the journey doesn't end there. They'll get kicked down to the lower brackets, but of course the journey gets a tad bit harder from then, because 3 series in a row they'll have to play, of course, considering them winning that lower bracket fight.
Look at this, right? Battle in style, the hit-to-hit. And Falcons' stats are definitely a lot more than VP.
Yeah.
Like, an average of 100 eliminations, a lot more, 100 more headshots, knockdowns. But that also comes into consideration that they had to play a lot more games overall compared to VP, even from the Swiss stage onwards. So we now head to Bermuda, which Falcons should feel a lot more comfortable on. But if they want to have a chance, Nextera will be the best bet. But to get there, you have to get through Bermuda, which I feel like VP also has very little problems with.
Yeah, I mean, this again has to go down to the bans and picks here. And you're right, this next map, in fact, the next 2 maps, both these teams have no issues on at all. They've got the exact same stats on both ends. Whereas Pro going to focus on the ban for the time turner. That's a good pick coming through from them. Falcons, on the other hand, could potentially think of taking Skylar out of the equation. Tatsuya would be a really good ban as well. And usually, of course, that Coda picked by Virtus Pro, if taken out of their hands, they could depend on the clue, but they're not so comfortable there. But Falcons going to choose to take Oscar of all characters out of the equation. I think this is a little bit of a misstep here from the side of Falcons.
Don't blink. The show's about to begin.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, do they go
Virtus
Zane
Pro's
here?
just really not too keen on that Oscar.
Yeah.
To me, go viral.
I agree. That means that you probably have to Zane on your end. It feels like that makes the most sense, because Santino, like giving over Santino itself to a team that is a professional in it, it's already pretty dangerous. So in this case, if you give the Santino over to VP, you need to take something that is strong for you, and the Chrono is a good start. The Chrono Tatsuya.
Chrono Tatsuya taken away. I mean, Virtus Pro stole away a healthy pick of Falcons, which is that Santino, and Falcons returning the favor by taking away that Tatsuya and Chrono, very favored by Virtus Pro. Still leaving Skylar open, but of course with that Santino there's a high probability that the sniper picks up the Santino. So the Skylar is going to be absolutely useless. The Steffi is still open. Zane is still open. Virtus Pro can play a fairly aggressive mid-part fight yet again. There is a little bit of a focus here on the Coda, which will fare well for them. But they double down on the Ignis instead. A curious pick. Virtus Pro doesn't usually play the Ignis.
Yeah.
I can always find my way.
I wonder if
got a terrible win rate with the Ignis.
I wonder if it's like some adjustments they made, right, or some recent, results, positive results that they have found practicing with the Ignis. Or it could be the direct response to Falcons having the Chrono. It could be one of the reasons as well.
Could be also because Falcons does usually partner up that Ignis together with the Tatsuya Chrono combo, and they don't want to allow that comfort play on the side of Falcons. But if you're just going to be responding to the picks of Falcons and not really focusing on your own strengths, it's going to become a little difficult to win the round out there. If you look at the side of Falcons, they've got a clean lineup. You've got Clue, you've got Iris, Chrono, Tatsuya, a very balanced layout of active skills here on the side of Falcons. Whereas Pro, on the other hand, it's just focusing way too much on the information and the defensive plays. You don't get a lot of aggression capability out of Virtus Pro unless they just want to double down on their mechanical skills here.
You did call the potential of the Steffi 2 for Virtus Pro, and that's exactly what they go for. A bit of a reminiscent of what we saw from Evo's Divine earlier on, where there's a lot of emphasis on just utilities. You dump the utilities on the enemy, but it's also very good for you to defend yourselves. It seems like, VP are going down that route, whereas for Falcons, you're never going to run out of information to work with, but at the same time, you have tools to allow players like Kororo to really play aggressive with minimal risk with this Tatsuya. Barring the fact that there's no Cassie on their end, and no one went for the Zane this time. Falcons should be able to get to VP and with the mobility that they have.
I'm a little worried for Falcons here, because Tatsuya, although has been picked by Falcons quite a lot, Tatsuya has not been the most effective active skill on the side of Falcons. They've got a fairly bad win rate. They've only got a 33% win rate whenever Tatsuya is used on their side. And the same would go for Chrono as well. I really feel like they focused on stealing away active skills out of Virtus Pro, and they didn't really think about how they synergize well with these active skills. Unless, of course, they've practiced a little bit off screen to change their fate. This still seems to be a Virtus Pro game by the looks of the active skill picks here, because Falcons just haven't managed to prove themselves with the Tatsuya Chrono clue pick. I guess Iris is their best bet, but just purely depending on limit is going to be a challenge there.
Yeah, a lot of time Falcons rely. It's not to say that they don't rely on the character abilities. Those are very important, but in a lot of situations when Falcons are really crushing the games, it's just a pure aim game, right? Like they're winning you just by being better than you with the weapon. They're just landing the shots more often. That could be the approach that Falcons is going for, right? We have this running joke where that Falcons is having a good game when they start using only Deagle, when Kororo only uses the Deagle.
Oh yeah.
If we can get it out of him for this game against VP, then we are going to have quite a fun series up ahead.
No doubt at all. And he's got the Tatsuya on top of that, so he can definitely get a tad bit aggressive. And we're going into this game too. The Deagle, like you mentioned, is very much available. That's where we have seen Falcons pop off so many times and just bully their opponents. But their opponents have never been Virtus Pro in this form. And I don't think that Deagle's going to get an easy runaway on this Virtus Pro lineup here. Not the most comfortable picks on both sides. This could just be a 50-50 that goes down to the wire depending on their mechanical capabilities. So it's going to be a slugfest in a little bit.
Oh yeah. Let's hop on to Bermuda, folks, for game number 2 of this upper bracket finals, best of 3. Falcons are 1 game away from dropping to the lower bracket finals, and VP are 1 game away from making the first grand finals appearance in the Class Squad tournament and securing a minimum of $15,000. All starts with round 1. Let's see if VP can continue that dominance that was perpetrated by Diamond.
Diamond, M500 up against Kororo. Spots his back, goes in for the shot, nameless. Flame Mirage on fire! Pulls out the time turner up against Warania. No nades can tag up Warania. But On Fire tries with the sight, has the time turner to take advantage of up close and personal, and the sight does manage to get the slice. Backs away, looks for yet another cut. Does manage to find the first connection and the second one missing. Doesn't miss on the third. And a double melee here for Mr. On Fire.
Say if you can't win with the guns, just bring a sight to battle. It's rated S tier by all of our players, all of the pro players when it comes to Class Squad. And that's the power of it. 2 slices is all you need. Wide range, easy to use. But we've seen teams so far, come back from a deficit. It was shown by Twisted Minds earlier on. They came back from 0-4. Virtus Pro came back 0-3. So it's by no means definitive of how well it's going to go for Falcons just yet. On Fire is going to keep his side. Smoke grenades out in the middle. We've seen this trick before. Let's see if On Fire can find any victims.
Oh, what a pop on that Steffi! But Kororo's Deagle does not miss. You may avoid the nades, but Warania clipped Kororo absolutely deadly. On the Deagle, 1-0 already. Falcons looking to make this a 2-0. Exposi could not beam over to his clone. Gets sprayed down as well. This is Falcons looking for the back-to-back round.
And Kororo just pops nameless too. Kororo, the 3-piece this game. And that's what we talked about. Kororo, when he gets on that Deagle and he feels good about himself, he is gonna start wreaking havoc.
I mean, this was a clean 2 rounds out of Team Falcons. Again, they did steal away the favored active skills of Virtus Pro. They have not been very effective in the past games with these active skills, but things are looking all right for them at the start of this match. It did look all right in the previous game as well, but Virtus Pro just absolutely flipped it on them. Varanya Nameless, great blue wall played by Nameless here. Both sides going for that cyber drop. On fire!
Through in a smoke grenade. Fire looking for Varanya again. Is he gonna get him? No way it worked 3 times in a row. One more for the Deagle pop. Varanya ends up going down again. The Deagle doing so much work for Falcons.
GG.
And Virtus Pro just cannot get their foot in. Kororo with another 3-piece.
I mean, this guy. On Fire clearly got the assist off of 2 of those eliminations there. Just slicing and dicing with the scythe. Kororo not missing with the Deagle. They get the cyber point after the round comes to an end. And Falcons makes this a easy 3-0 blitz. But this is where Virtus Pro now starts to have a little bit of money in their pockets that they can make use of. And Exposi actually going to double down on the VSK. Had a little bit of cash for the level 2 helmet and the level 3 vest as well. So he's going to be able to sustain himself a little bit longer out there. But a 3v1 flank, one more in a lot of trouble. Diamond tagged up by the deep freeze and the glue wall, saving one more as he escapes.
Let's see if Virtus Pro can awaken themselves again from the slump behind. What a flank from Falcons. Varanya not given the chance to play the game at all. The time turner comes out on fire, surviving longer than he should have, and actually wins the fight against Nameless.
Yeah, man.
Virtus Pro could not find their footing at all this game, and Falcons looking to get a 4th.
On Fire with a double, initially with the flank, the MP5, level 3, getting him the knock. And Virtus Pro, they did have a great flank around, but this unfortunately could not get away once that pressure started piling on. They made the wrong calculation to leave one player on the back lines. And once they got rushed on in towards that warehouse, just no open ground for them to just lay themselves out wide. Instead, that open ground turned out to be their worst curse. Now 4 rounds in a row, Falcons trying to run away with this.
If Magic Falcons wins this 6-0, it would be quite the statement too. Send us to Nexera. On Fire has been good on the side the whole time. There has been no solution so far from the side of VP. They really are trying to get rid of this man, but they cannot. The Steffi's keeping On Fire safe. Now he's going to show himself a little bit. On Fire, is he really going to get away with daylight murder again? It seems like that is going to be the case. On Fire is just straight up cutting them to ribbons. How is On Fire getting away with all these?
I mean, On Fire plays the chrono, didn't even need to pull out the time turner in that situation. Exposi found by the M590 in the hands of one more. And match point for this game number 2. What a play. Team Falcons looking for a massive comeback here against Virtus Pro.
Come at the Kings, you best not miss. And Virtus Pro not really hitting their shots. And Falcons now have a 5-round cushion to lay back on. Is the spot where most people would deem impossible to come back from.
Oh yeah.
Not even for Virtus Pro.
Not the comfort picks, and it looks like they know the secret sauce. Steal away the comfort picks of Virtus Pro. Use that for success. They failed in the past, but clearly they've cleaned up their act. On Fire, one more, going for the chase onto Nameless. And they back away last minute. Varanya though, found out. Steffi on the pop, no grenades, looks for him.
Whoa.
And Kororo finds him in the VSK either way.
Wow, Diamond through the window was able to find that pop, but he needed more. If Kororo went down, that would have been in favor of VP, but Kororo is trying to escape from it. Nameless finally chases him down into the hands of one more. The backup is good from Falcons. And that could be the nail in the coffin. Kororo is going to be brought back up. The rest of Virtus Pro needs to heal up as fast as they can. Varanya clipped by one more. He goes down. 2v4. Exposi next on the list. The smoke grenade. It's not too much. Exposi only good for 1. And Diamond left in the lurch. It's him against everyone from Falcons. And a flawless performance from the Falcons as they descend from their nest to find a 6-0 and push us to game 3.
Yes, staying alive all throughout the 6 games, making sure they make this one quick and snazzy. Falcons keeping this fight alive up against Virtus.pro, and that 6-0 was a little bit of a rub in the face. Virtus.pro initially with a comeback. This time round, they could not get it done against Falcons again. My goodness me, it was just too much. Those melees especially, Husky.
Yeah, this pretty... I cannot believe that the strat worked the entire game. I'd be okay if it's like, you know, the first 2-3 rounds, but On Fire got away with the whole yard, man. The whole 6 yard. The guy made a free kick and a home run, all with the sight.
Yeah, I mean, he had the chrono and obviously was very confident with the usage of the chrono. They had the smoke to obscure the vision of their opponents as well. So easy, move on in, drop the smoke, and swing like a madman. Worst case scenario, you pop the time turner and stay alive. And the way he bobs in and out, it's just so difficult to take him out of the equation, because if you do join him inside the time turner, then you're going to get sliced and diced down into ribbons. And this guy just had it planned perfectly up against Virtus.pro, who clearly had no response for this.
This one reminds me of one of the games I played. I believe it was in a Swiss round. Let me quickly look to the database. I remember when Falcons played, was it Bigatron? I feel like it was either Bigatron or PE Sports. Probably PE Sports, where they did the exact same thing. Where Kero is just playing the Digo, On Fire is just playing the side, and they dismantle their opponents, right? It's the same exact throwback from the Swiss stage, where Falcons, when they get into that hit space, that's where you get into problems. That's where they just start having fun, and then they have fun by making your life miserable. VP have no solutions for that gameplay, even though it looked ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah, ridiculous, but absolutely effective. And this is what you get when you've got the chrono on your side, stolen away. And of course, now down to the final game. This is a do or die time. Virtus.pro against Falcons. Winner moves on to the grand finals. Loser still stays in the competition, but has to fight an extra series of a best of 3.
Extra series, but at the same time, this also gives Twisted Mind some extra time to study both their opponents, right? Their potential opponents. They could, and Falcons might have exposed what makes VP ticks. We're gonna check out the MVP for this game. It has to be one more On Fire, right? Yep, it's one more this time. 8 eliminations, 3.1k damage in total. It was a complete blowout where VP could not find any semblance of footing.
Yeah, I mean, one more on the clue, knew exactly where to go fishing, and when he was there, he just managed to grab all of these points. 3k on the damage. 8 eliminations in total, 8 assists as well. And if you look on the opposite side, Virtus.pro just got ran down. Flawless round after flawless round after flawless round. Falcons dominated Virtus.pro this time round.
Literally just, packed them up and made them think about Nextera before the match was even over. It's just 11 assists from Limit, basically being able to do whatever he wants, and VP is not able to get anything going. But we have seen teams suffer a 6-0 loss and still came back with a win in Game 3. It happened in the Swiss stage before. It happened in the Double Elim playoffs. So it's a VP. They're not out of it just yet.
Yeah, Virtus.pro needs to see if or not it is possible to take probably their chrono back first of all. Make sure the Oscar does not go the way of Falcons. And this could just go their way. But of course, there is a very big importance that they do manage to bring the chrono onto their side. Perhaps even a Cassie on the play as well. Virtus.pro needs every utility going their way here for this third game. 6-3, they get back at Falcons after they initially started off well on Kalahari. But at Bermuda, just a one-sided shutdown. Falcons ripping apart Virtus.pro, not just flawlessly, but just so effortlessly.
Yeah, I think Falcons is this is the scary part about Falcons. I think even this is the best of 3, right? When we look at Falcons, last time they suffered a defeat that is devastating. It was the All-Star Ninja Class show match, and that was in the hands of BRU, and that was the last time it happened. Falcons never let it get to them anymore. Let's check out the head-to-hits though. Between One More and Diamond, obviously there's a big discrepancy in the roles that they bring to the table. Diamond's a lot more upfront, But still, when you look at the assists, that's what's interesting, right? One more with less than 50% of what Diamonds have in terms of eliminations have the same amount of assists as Diamond.
Yeah, I mean, Diamond literally one of the best rushers out there. 78 eliminations as opposed to 32. One more definitely looking to play more of a support role out there, so we don't really expect his eliminations to be a lot. But what is shocking is the fact that you have got the same number of assistants from both sides. You do expect that out of one more, but Diamond, it just shows how much of effort he's putting out there on the battlefield, finding those tags, finding the finishes as well. And now we head into Nextera, the final map available on this best of 3. Winner moves on to the grand finals.
And a winner not only winner secures himself a minimum of $15,000. You know, the money is quite a bonus, and they still have tomorrow to play too. Falcons with the Cassie ban and an Oscar elimination by VP. Santino left open. Zane is also there. Chrono once more is open for Falcons, and of course, they will snatch it.
I mean, this is something that Falcons really needs to focus on right now. The Tatsuya pick, probably if Virtus.pro can get Zane, this is going to be big. They get to play aggressive, but instead they will go for the sneak away on Santino, and that's one of the most impactful bans that you can take against Falcons. If you take out Oscar, you take out Santino, you're going to hurt Falcons a lot. And Virtus.pro just did exactly those two moves right now.
Yeah, hit it where it hurts the most. See if they want to double down on that, right? Because we see Falcons, they did went for the Clue Iris in the previous round too. I think Falcons have ways to circumvent that. Zane is still up there as well with the Ignis. So Falcons are not completely out of it yet. The Skylar can always be one of the last resort for both teams, actually. Coda is also up on the table, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they need the information out there. I do expect to see a possible Steffi out here for Falcons, and they take the Zane instead. Going blow for blow, Virtus.pro is always in a pickle if they cannot have that Zane. More importantly, if they have to go against that Zane, this is just keeping things on the balance here, on the wire. I don't even know exactly which side is going to run away with this one. Virtus.pro, they get a double pick for this last one. They need some information. High probability Coda. You're probably going to get a Steffi, or worst case scenario, it could also bring in probably that Clue for the play, just to make sure a lot of the info doesn't go the side of Falcons.
What worries me most right now is in terms of durability, Falcons wins head straight up, right? Like Chrono, you have the Zane, that's extra 80 HP for you as well. So VP, you need to find some smart ways to play around that, because there's no more other characters that give you the amount of durability that the Falcons have. So like you say, they do go for the Steffi alongside with the Clue. That leaves the Iris up for grabs for Falcons, and it's a no-brainer right now. I'm liking what Falcons have.
So Virtus.pro, you pretty much can guess exactly how they're going to go with this fight. But like you said, Falcons, they have got what it takes for the defenses, and now with that Iris, they've got what it takes to penetrate the defenses of Virtus.pro as well. There's no Oscar in here for the surprise play. It's going to hurt Falcons a little bit. But Zane being ripped away from Virtus.pro and played against them makes me a little bit more nervous for Virtus.pro. Falcons looking to be the slightly more favored one in this final game for me.
Yeah, I agree. I like what Falcons have a lot more coming into this game. Obviously, if you are a VP fan, I feel like there's a lot of emphasis on trying to play long range, right? Trying to stiff arm Team Falcons. Santino, Clue, Steffi, they're not the best at playing close range. Maybe Steffi is more, mid range. So a lot of that responsibility might be on the Tatsuya's shoulders to take on these fights against Falcons, and even then you have to contend with the time turner. You have to deal with the Zane's fortification, his durability, and your location will always be pinged out by the Coda. And then you have the Iris that is going to constantly challenge you, expose you. So VP have a lot of things to worry about.
Yeah, VP definitely has a lot of things to worry about. Unless, of course, Exposi plays the Sentino to perfection. It could just be that trump card that they have on their side. They can use the Tatsuya defensively. And as a matter of fact, everything that Virtus Pro is about to do out here looks fairly defensive. And so does the side of Falcons. Both understanding the risk of this final game. If they slip up, they get kicked down into the low brackets. They have to play an extra best of 3. Neither one wants that. But obviously, every single series needs to have a loser. Whether you pick Falcons or Virtus Pro, let us know in the comment section exactly who do you think is going to get the one-up on the other here in the upcoming final battle between the two in this best of 3.
Let's see. Again, if you're VP, you need to keep a couple of things in mind. That it's not easy to take down Falcons, first of all, and second of all, you need to track where limit is. So that's going to be the job of Exposi. And third is in a straight-up gunfight, Falcons have a higher chance of winning. And of course, if Falcons pulls out the smoke grenade trick again, VP will surely need to play around it with the clue.
That's a good counter for sure. And Diamond probably is going to be going for the very, very aggressive mid-side push in the early parts of the game. Both sides will be looking to contest heavily for the cyber point. So we can expect those rounds to be a mad rush for the center part of the map very early on from the rushes on both ends. But it looks like we're geared up to strike and rise here into the final matchup between the two here in the upper bracket finals. In this best of 3, this will decide which squad is the first one to enter into the grand finals and which one is tortured a bit more in the lower bracket final right after this.
Let's see if Falcons can complete the reverse sweep with how dominant Game 2 has been. Right after Bad's gunfighters heard the relocations of both sniper players on fire. Drops the dome now, and one more is going to stand in front. Double pistols in hand. Waranya couldn't really find any avenues, and the Psyche is now pulled out. One more getting caught with the cross on the fire. Quick return to make sure that one more doesn't get eliminated. And on fire, finds 2. And that's just too much for VP.
3 perfect plays in here. On fire, looking for yet another, and he gets it. Will be able to just turn the tables. Not a knock, but the assist was heavy. But Exposi and Diamond making sure Virtus Pro do not leave that battlefield empty-handed, on fire. Perfect plays at the very start, man. Dropping the time turner, making sure he's the first one to that air drop, sneaking away the scythe, getting a double for himself on the knocks, but that just wasn't enough.
Great stuff from Exposi, really saving the day. Because I swore Falcons were about to win that round 1 based off of On Fire, but Exposi, he was left in the shadows. Falcons started to lose track of where he was, and that M500 paid off in these pistol rounds. One good headshot is all it takes. Virtus Pro now have double revolvers in their hands, the VSS2 in the hands of Exposi. We'll see the Santino can he continue to work magic.
On fire again. His main focus always happens to be that scythe, using up the time turner early just to gain access to that melee weapon. Nameless did manage to pick it off of On Fire's body, the previous one, so we might just have a scythe battle in a little bit if they come across each other. Nameless, On Fire. One more though, up on top, looking for the deagle shot up against the M1917. A little bit more dangerous it will be. But Virtus Pro not making the mistake of stepping out of the defenses yet.
See, Limit actually gets tagged by the nade. I thought Limit was out of range.
Nicely done.
Oh, Nameless getting a good opening there on fire, and Cororo not looking too good as well. One more getting fished out. Waranya will be able to do whatever he wants. Exposi with another good shot from the back on fire. Nameless follows up. And Virtus Pro have won this round. That's 2 in a row.
This is what's gonna keep Virtus Pro on the side of the one piling on the pressure. They've got the resources. For sure, checked out. Team Falcons can force their way through here in this round 3. It's It's really going to be dependent on whether or not these VSSs find those full connections. Backing themselves up with the Deagle as well. Team Falcons just looking for very long-range engagements in this third round.
Still chances for Team Falcons and not out of the woods just yet for sure. But Nameless is up 4 eliminations so far. Early tags, Waranya barely suffering a scratch, and Limit actually was able to find someone, but not able to find any knockdown. Diamond with the 1D onto 1 more. That gives Virtus.pro the opening that they want. On Fire, he's just eating utilities outdoors. Has to duck into cover, and Diamond with a confirmed takedown now gives Virtus.pro plenty of space to recuperate.
Oh, Diamond getting aggressive, looking for Kororo. Good glue walls, backing him away. But it's a 1v2. Nameless needs to catch up as Diamond has managed to find a little bit of a clip, but nothing too much to put that player in a unfortunate spot. Limit, on the other hand, finding the tag onto Nameless. Rania backing him up, focused onto Kororo. It's a split play on both sides.
And Falcons really trying to cut their losses and find some opportune moments. Maybe you catch Virtus.pro off guard. But Limit needs to also stay on watch for where Exposy might be. Because Exposy is going to make all the difference. That's why Limit doesn't want to move too far away from where he is. And Exposy being spotted out by Limit is the perfect scenario for Falcons.
Well, a 1-for-1 Exposy out of the equation. No Sentino for the use, but that's not going to put Virtus.pro on the back foot. They still have Diamond. He still has got that clue, and they're just waiting for the timer to refresh. Nameless and Waranya holding the lower ground. And Limit now in a lot of trouble. One more jump down to the bottom as On Fire finds Diamond. Time Turner pulled out into the Time Turner. He tried to sneak in, but On Fire outs him. Limit pressure from up top. Waranya could not get that backstab as Falcons secure 1 round.
Great recovery from Team Falcons. In what seemed to be a round already in the back of Virtus.pro. They slowed it down. It was all going according to plan. But the comeback started with Exposy being found out by Limit. And just a good coordination from Falcons, trusting in their ability to win these fights and playing around the Time Turner. Now we go to Graph Labs. And this is where Team Falcons really would feel comfortable playing around. Virtus.pro by no means are in a deficit. 4 VSSs. They are ready to play that long range.
Potential here for Falcons. He freeze tossed out. Nameless. Still safe. On Fire, not tagged with that response. But an MP5 now versus a VSS. Nameless up on top. On Fire, didn't spot him. And the spray down is there. Perfect headshot. The rest of the players now flying on in. But the sprays from the MP5 will give On Fire a double. As Falcon secures a equalizer. Now 2-2 in this final game.
Quick cleanup too from Team Falcons. And Virtus.pro's investment blew up right in their faces. 2 M1887s, 2 Deagles in their hands, and 2 of the players having not much to work with. This is going to be a tough round for VP to win. The shots itself is going to be quite a challenge. No utilities except for glue walls and medkits too. Limit already started out with a good one on the Nameless.
Yeah, beautiful snipe. AWM finding the connection. Diamond really low. Deep Freeze doesn't find the connection, but On Fire goes in for the final bullet. Does manage to get the knock, traded out. On Fire. The pickup is instantaneous. And Virtus.pro now about to lose yet another round. In a 2v4, the numbers stacked against them.
Fantastic job so far from Team Falcons, but you could argue that this round is most likely going to go to them based on just the weaponry that Virtus.pro have. That is not up to par to what Team Falcons bring to the table. Limit finding another shot, and this is him in his element. Waranya would just have to stall out time so they could think about the next round, but Limit will shut that down very quickly. That's 6 eliminations for this man.
Oh, beautiful triple by Limit. And 6 eliminations in total. What a comeback for Team Falcons. 3 rounds in a row secured. And that final shot, just so delicious. Team Falcons giving the fans something to scream about.
The Falcons fans must be delighted to see this turn of events after 2 rounds of Virtus Pro. At the start of this game, finding just great coverages, Team Falcons have adjusted, especially Limit. And again, the initial shots that are coming in from Team Falcons is starting to do a lot more than just taking away the health bars of Virtus Pro. It is disrupting the tempo.
This is a reset here. Falcons down towards the bottom. Kororo is the level 3 MP5, but up against 2 players. Will definitely get caught out. Choosing to play little risk here. Looking for the reposition. Limit catching up with one more alongside Kororo. They've got 3 long-range weapons up at the top. One more. Has to play the pressure. Drops the deep freeze. Tags on Warania. Nameless tagged as well. Pulls out the Steffi. No lethals there, but Kororo finding that perfect angle for those bullets, but just no knockdowns. And one more. Tried to flank, but Warania just read that like a book.
What a response for Warania. Nameless wish he have gotten that knockdown earlier on because there was an exposed shoulder.
Yeah.
Now there's a chance for Virtus Pro to tie things up. Limit just took out Nameless. That's his 8th elimination, but the circle is closing in. Limit will have to evacuate, maybe not though. Actually, the zipline takes him across the finishing line. Kororo finds Exposy from the back. Diamond now left with a 1v2. It's him against Kororo first. Can he find the isolated fights?
Limit with the tag. Kororo with the follow-up. And now they try to flank around. It's a 2v1 and Limit turns around, drops the ball, but the follow-up from Kororo saves the squad. Falcons now 4 victories in a row.
2 more for Grand Finals appearance for a back-to-back 2. Whereas for VP, it's another round where they came close, but Falcons wrestled it away from them. And Falcons fans, euphoric in the crowd as they come close to a Grand Finals.
Cyber airdrop appears in this round 7. Both teams up to the top, instantaneous. Falcons a little slower. Advantage to Virtus Pro. On fire, trying to flank around from the back. Alongside Kororo. One more. Spotting out Waraya and Nameless. Getting the tag. On fire as well. Steffi pulled out. On fire looking to sneak away the cyber point. And what a tag. Kororo and Limit simultaneously get the double drop. Get the triple. Exposy the final player. Falcons on series point with this victory.
It's almost a guarantee, and it's almost destined that Falcons will be in the Grand Finals whether you like it or not.
My God.
One more round and they will be there. And it's all about crossing the finishing line.
That was a blitz play. 2 cyber points, and I don't think we even need the cyber market the way Falcons are playing this one out. And now the final battle, the final joust between the two, and this has a lineup of Falcon players who can play that long range, play the mid to short as well, with their weapons stacked up, double AWMs. On fire has the M590. Kororo, AWM setup as well. Varania up against one more. Flemiraj looking for the tag, doesn't find the accurate tag. But Kororo from afar, dropping Exposy, nobody there to save the buddy.
This could be the nail in the coffin. Kororo,
wow.
Oh my goodness, how did he not go down? A missed opportunity for Virtus Pro that could end up in tragedy. The pressure on fire, the time turner is good on fire. Playing ring around the rosy, and he wins that 1v1. The cascading effect continues to burden Virtus Pro as they are now left the hopes on Varania, who just went down. His diamond to hold against 1v4. It is just not possible. Not in this situation. Team Falcons makes a back-to-back Grand Finals appearance in Clash Squad.
And they made it look so easy. Yes, one map given away, but the comeback was absolutely phenomenal. And what a blitz. 6 rounds in a row. They gave their opponents no room for comeback at all. Falcons dominating Virtus Pro in that final game.
And Falcons now gets some time to prep for the grand finals itself. Whereas for VP, it's time to face the demons again, Twisted Minds, in that lower bracket. It is going to be a hell of a lower bracket finals before one of them can claim the right to face off against the reigning Clash Squad champions again. Well fought from VP. Falcons though were just better. And I think a lot of people knew it in the back of their heads that Falcons will eventually strike back hard.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Virtus.pro have been very clean so far. But of course, there always needs to be an end for a perfect run like that. And who else better than the Falcons to put an end to their rampage? And the way Falcons did it, they just made it look so clean. And now, the first ones into the grand finals, like you said, the only team to make it into the grand finals of Clash Squad back-to-back, 2 times in a row, is Team Falcons. And they are the reigning champions in the grand finals to defend their throne or potentially even be crowned the back-to-back Clash Squad champions.
Yeah, and that's, again, they have guaranteed a minimum top 2 finish.
Yeah.
A chance to for someone to bag the grand finals MVP. That's an extra $3,000 in the pocket, but also a minimum of $15,000. So Falcons fans who can rejoice, you can rest assured, maybe get ready to throw a party after this. They only have 1 more series to play.
Yeah.
The journey is not over just yet, but they sure are close to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Falcons are a tad bit excited, but we all know they're not going to let it get to their heads just yet because it's not over for Virtus.pro. And Twisted Minds, obviously, one of those who can deal heavy damage. Falcons have managed to meet Twisted Minds in the past, and they did take an L to them. It did go the distance. We went into a game number 3, where Twisted Minds ran away with the matchup at the end. But Kororo is going to make sure that doesn't happen this time round, or at least he will try his best. 9 eliminations, 4,390 on the damage. This guy was not the only contributor, though. The whole of Falcons were on fire this time.
And just an explosive game from Kororo. This guy, we have crowned a lot of the players out there, by being one of the top rushers in the league. But Kororo has always been there. He's not only been there when he was with Falcons, he was there way back then as one of the most aggressive players. And it was just so when he joined Falcons, he sort of showed what he's capable of.
Yeah.
But when you give him the confidence, when you enable Kororo to do work, it's sort of like Limit. They will do whatever they want and they will win no matter what.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Losing the first game at Kalahari, as we expected Virtus.pro to walk away with a dub, but a phenomenal reverse sweep, starting off with a one-sided, perfect, clean shit game after game, 6-0, not a single player lost on the side of Falcons. Of course, a little bit of a stir-up by Virtus.pro in the final matchup, but Falcons put a very quick end to that.
And of course, for VP fans, again, do not feel sad, don't feel discouraged.
Yeah.
You still got 1 more best of 3 to go. That's the kind of the advantage of being in the upper bracket. You can afford to lose 1 series, but then it's crunch time, right? It's a rematch against Twisted Minds, which they did beat in the upper bracket semis earlier on with a 2-0 scoreline, 6-3 on Bermuda, 6-4 on Nextera. But if we still get the same map rotation like we did in the past 2 series, maybe the results will be a bit different.
Yeah, and many would have expected Buriram to be at this stage as well. They just didn't luck out, but at least we've got 3 other Thai teams to look at. We've got the interview coming up for you guys as well. Husky and I will be back right after that and a little short break.
บอกว่าบินแล้วบินสูงมากๆจริงๆค่ะสำหรับทีม Falcon นะคะและตอนนี้เราอยู่กับตัวแทนของทีมเป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วค่ะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะสงสัยจะได้แชมป์สมัยที่2หรือเปล่าเนี่ย
รู้สึกตื่นเต้นนะครับตอนนี้
นี่ก็จะตอบอะไรอย่าเพิ่งตื่นเต้นมากเดี๋ยวพี่จะถามอีกรอบแล้วรอพี่ยุ่นก่อนโอเคป่ะพี่ให้หายใจ3 2 1ฮึบสุดยอดโอเคมาอยากรู้ความรู้สึกค่ะหลังจากที่เพิ่งชนะแมตช์เมื่อกี้
Alright, so for our first questions for our MVP of the match today, Keroro, just like usual, how do you feel right now?
ก็รู้สึกดีครับ แล้วก็ตื่นเต้นมากครับ ไม่ได้แข่งนะครับ สัมภาษณ์นะครับ
So he really happy to get this win, and about the match is not that exciting if we compare to the interview right now. So I think the most player also be like this also.
Understand.
รู้ไหมว่าฟ้าเขาเลือกเรามาแบบต้องเคโลโลเท่านั้นถึงมันจะมายืนสัมภาษณ์กับพี่ตรงนี้ได้
ไม่อยากรู้เลยพี่
โอเค ได้งั้นพี่ไม่แกล้งแล้ว ไปที่คำถามต่อไปกันเลยดีกว่า เมื่อกี้เห็นได้ว่าแมตช์ที่ 2 เอาอีกแล้ว ตอนแรกฉันนึกว่าเธอจะ 2-0 เต็มกราฟ 3 เกมเฉยเลย สิ่งที่วอตัสเปิลทำกับคุณแล้วทำให้รู้สึกว่าเล่นลำบากแล้วคือจุดไหน แล้วคุณแก้มือกลับมายังไง
ตอบว่าไม่รู้ได้ไหมครับ
อย่าตอบแบบนี้ เดี๋ยวให้เวลาคิด
Okay, so my second question. So we can see that Team Falcon is a very strong team in the Clash Squad mode, but suddenly in the previous battle with Virtus Pro, they lead it to the third game. So I was questioning, what was the difficult? Like, does Virtus Pro giving you guys difficulties or something like that?
ไม่มีครับ
ก็คือรู้สึกว่า 3 เกมอันนี้คือไม่ได้มีปัญหาอะไรที่แบบว่าเกิดจาก Virtus Pro เลย
ไม่มีครับ
ไม่มีเลยแล้วเกมแรกเกิดอะไรขึ้น
พลาดนิดหน่อย
แค่พลาดนิดหน่อยเฉย
ใช่ครับ
ๆ สุดท้ายกลับมาได้อยู่ดี
ใช่ครับผม
ก็เลยคิดว่าไม่มีปัญหาอะไรเพียงแค่พลาดเอง
ชิล
ชิล3 เกมนะชิล Okay, so even is 3 games, but he still say that we don't have any problem. They don't make any problem for us at all. Even they lost for the first game first, right? But he say that it's because of themselves. They got a lot of mistake on the first game, so that's why.
Alright, so the problem is themselves, not nothing else outside. Good.
กำลังให้กำลังใจอยู่ เพราะว่าตอนนี้รู้สึกว่านักแข่งฉันกำลังจะเป็นลมเพราะสัมภาษณ์ไม่ใช่เพราะการแข่งรบกวนโค้ชเอากลับไปเทรนใหม่นะคะคุณเห็นหรือเปล่าว่าเมื่อกี้ในเกมที่ 3 เนี่ย เสียงของออเดียนซ์มันดังมากๆเลยค่ะเขาเชียร์ฟาวคอนเขามาเพื่อทีมคุณขนาดนี้ พูดอะไรถึงพวกเขาหน่อยค่ะ
Okay, so final questions. I think everyone here is supporting for, we're all Thai teams, right? But everyone is all supporting for Team Falcons. Like, you guys receive a lot of love and supporters from here. So, after this winning, do you have anything you want to say to them? Because the grand final, I believe, is very important to Team Falcon as well.
ก็ฝากแฟนคลับฟอลคอนทุกคนครับ แล้วก็กองเชียร์ที่มาวันนี้ครับ ก็จะคว้าแชมป์ให้ได้ แล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้ทุกคนผิดหวังครับ
So loud here. Alright. So thank you for fans that supporting Team Falcon. So we gonna get the champion for you guys. So please keep supporting Team Falcons.
Wow. So your goals today is to get that trophy right next to us, right?
อยากได้อันนี้คือเป้าหมายก็คือจะเอาถ้วยนี้กลับบ้านไปใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ จะไปตั้งที่ห้องครับ
So yes, he really want this trophy to get back home and on the shelf at the house.
Oh, okay, another one to the collection.
Yes.
Good.
โอเคค่ะขอเสียงปรบมือให้ทีมฟาวคอนหน่อย และตอนนี้นะคะเราก็จบในส่วนของสัมภาษณ์แล้วค่ะทุกคนค่ะเดี๋ยวเราพักกันสักครู่หนึ่งแล้วเดี๋ยวเรามาร่วมสนุกกันต่อนะคะกับเกมมันๆที่เหลือพูดเลยว่าใกล้เข้าไปทุกทีแล้วค่ะกับแมตช์ไฟนอลนะรอดูเลยค่ะ
First blood. Double kill. Double kill.
Double kill.
Halo, perkenalkan gue Ektindir dari tim RRQ.
Halo, perkenalkan gue Ikal dari tim RRQ.
Halo, gue Nick Crime dari tim Onyx.
Gue Adam dari tim Onyx. Kali ini kita bakalan mainin
Guess the Map.
Ini mapnya Bermuda di Factory.
Wah ya ini sulit sih ini. Clock Tower di Bermuda.
Ini map Bermuda, kotanya Clock Tower.
Gimana nih? Factory di Solara.
Map Purgatory, kotanya di Lambermill.
Aduh, gampang banget ini mah. Lambermill di Purgatory.
Ini map Kalahari, kotanya Venus.
map keempat. Wah, ini sulit banget nih, pilihan gue sulit semuanya. Pick di Purgatory.
Ini kotanya Comment Post. Ini mah gampang kan?
Ya, tempat turun Onyx ini mah. Di Comment Post Kalahari.
Ini mapnya Purgatory, kotanya Empatila.
Map ke-6. Gimana nih, ada puncak tower gini nih? Titik tower di Bermuda.
Ini mapnya Solara, kotanya di The Hub.
Aduh gampang ini mah. Tempatnya Buriram turun di The Hub, Solara.
Ini mapnya Nextera, kotanya Framtopia.
Framtopia di Nextera. Dari satu mah dikit.
Ini mapnya Nextera, kotanya Graceland.
Map ke-9. Ini di tempatnya EVOS di Grab Lab, Nextera.
Ini mapnya Alpin, kotanya Rivermont.
Kelas map 10. Gimana ini? Clue lah, clue. Gimana nih?
Sampingnya stadium.
Base camp di Bermuda.
Ya, dan ini Guess the Map
dari kami. Bye-bye.
Dadah.
Welcome back, folks, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Season 2025 Clash Squad Grand Finals. We are now down to just 3 teams, and we are getting ready for the lower bracket finals. It's just a little bit between 2 Titans, and both of them are hungry to prove themselves. It's Twisted Minds against Virtus Pro, and you're here with us on the broadcast. My name is Husky. Alongside me is the Pistachio AJ.
I think this is going to be a showdown that we are not going to forget for a long time. But of course, this would not be possible without our partners who have been supporting us from spring into this fall season. Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with zinc, B3 as well as B6. So if you haven't tried it, you got to pick one up for yourself. It features a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and to seize every opportunity to achieve those stylish booyah victories that they look for.
Yeah, And again, they've been with us since spring, and up to now, the fall season has been an integral part in keeping our players motivated, juiced up, whatever you want to call it, energized as well, and also does the same for us on broadcast wherever we go. So thank you very much, Red Bull, and something that both Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro will definitely need coming up, especially for Virtus Pro, because there's no breaks from this point onwards. They just came off a best of 3, a full best of 3. They have to play another best of 3, and if they do make it to the grand finals, it will be a best of 5. Whereas for Twisted Minds, they've had some time to study and rest, so by default, it should be better for Twisted Minds coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the win rates, they are fairly equal. Very close to each other. Twisted Minds have played 14 maps so far, Virtus Pro has played 12. The first one has got 71% win rate as opposed to the 66% win rate by Virtus Pro. Does this determine anything? It just means that Twisted Minds are a little bit better. Of course, they went a little bit further in terms of what they could do out there. We saw exactly how they crushed the hopes of EVOS. But now up against Virtus Pro, obviously this does not get any easier. And this is the tournament format explainer to show you exactly what we mean. Falcons, the team that's in the grand finals, awaiting the winner of this upcoming battle between Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds.
Well, Team Falcons await in the grand finals for their challenger, just like last season. Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds will have to duke it out to earn that right. And based off of track record, Virtus Pro did take down Twisted Minds. In fact, they were the reason Twisted Minds ended up in the lower bracket in the first place. So this is a rematch for Twisted Minds to see if they can finally overcome VP, or will VP once more be what stops Twisted Minds from advancing.
Twisted Minds, the strongest on Kalahari, Bermuda and Nextera are a little bit lower in terms of the possibility of victory. That's where they have seen losses, but they have been absolutely perfect on Kalahari so far. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, cannot say the same. So the randomization of these maps for the best of 3 that we are about to see is really going to tell us exactly who gets the momentum on their side.
I'm looking forward to see if Twisted Minds are going to make any adjustments against VP, because I feel like in game 3 between VP and Falcons, we sort of knew that Falcons draft was slightly better than what VP is easier to pull off, and Chrono has had so much value, I think, throughout the entire Clash Squad tournament. So I would expect it to either be highly contested, but I want to see if teams are willing to ban out the Chrono and force a more even draft contest.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, when we look at the bans and picks of both sides, there are a few things that they do need to make sure they focus in on, right? Because obviously it's either you go in for your own comfort picks, or you by far hope and pray that you get to ban out and steal away the comfort picks of your opponents. And there's enough information in the competition already to show us exactly who they need to go for. If you look at Twisted Minds, they usually need to focus on a decent pairing of the active skills. You have seen the Iris and Coda give them a very high win rate percentage. You've seen the Ignis and Iris working out for themselves as well. The Iris has been integral for the side of Twisted Minds. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, most of the time really leaning into that Coda. They love that information gameplay. They opt for the Tatsuya over the Oscar, which is a little bit of an interesting thing as well. But of course, the head-to-head, the Bass, seems to have been on fire recently.
He has really been tearing up the storm, like rallying his team and giving us the first ever ace of this, of the day, in fact, in these opening series nonetheless. And that was the ace that brought them back against EVO's Divine 2. It started that miraculous comeback, 6 rounds in a row. So I think it's again, it's not ridiculous to say that the Bass now has gone from an unproven addition to the team to someone that you really need to watch out for. You gotta put this guy on a watch list, because him and Zenzi are the new gen, but they are coming in hot.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And looking at the players, they are all geared in, all locked in for this battle. But the initial phase of that battle will be on the bans and picks. We pointed it out already. We've talked about this. Twisted Minds need to lean in on that Coda and Iris. Obviously, if I say that, that becomes prime banning for the side of Virtus.pro, who would love to keep the Skylar online on their side. They love building around the Chrono Coda. They throw in the Cassie into the mix as well. That really keeps Virtus.pro very aggressive on the front lines. And of course, that's exactly what Team Twisted Minds need to focus on taking out of the way.
Yeah. And for VP side, I think they need to kind of go back to the drawing board just by a little bit. They do have a winning formula. I believe that even against Falcons, it's not just relying on Exposi to kind of do that work from long range, but also understanding when they can take these fights. One of the plus points the VP has is that they know when to slow down the game, right? Against Falcons, we saw that being very apparent. They can drag the game on, drag the game out if they want to. Whereas for Twisted Minds, they want to be able to play fast and they want to be able to constantly step on the accelerator. So maybe with the game slowed down, if VP can drag Twisted Minds into that long drawn-out rounds, it could be the key to beating Twisted Minds again.
Oh, and we are gonna start things off here at the heated desert of Kalahari, where Twisted Minds are walking in with a 100% win rate.
Yeah, it's just undefeated so far, and that, by stats alone, is going to, give Twisted Minds a leg up already for VP to see if they can turn this around. To break that 100% record. The one thing that really sets Twisted Minds apart from everyone else when they play on Kalahari is just the sheer tempo. Again, this is a very momentum-driven team, but it's the most apparent on Kalahari, where they take no prisoners and they play extremely fast. I said I wanted to see a Chrono ban. VP bans the Chrono.
In the battle.
Yep, taking Chrono out of the equation. Twisted Minds might want to opt away from the Oscar here. And there's a lot on the plate that they can take away from the side of Twisted Minds from Virtus.pro, and it is that Oscar that they do not want to deal with.
Don't blink. The show's about to begin.
What else is there? Still have the Santino first pick straight up.
Watch me go viral.
Cassie is up, right? Cassie, Zane is one. You could go for Coda 2, Steffi, Tatsuya, which is going to be the choice for Twisted Minds. A second pick Steffi, which is quite rare.
Yeah, Virtus.pro usually falls apart when you take the Zane away.
Let's take it back.
Twisted Minds should opt on stealing that away from the side of Virtus.pro. Now with the opportunity for a double pick here, they could very much pull that Zane in for their side, and they do. Virtus.pro, they usually kick some good butt out there with this combo. They've got that Santino, extra info on the Coda, Zane, to allow them to be so aggressive on the front line.
Yeah, VP's draft is already looking pretty scary. Santino, Coda, Zane, very robust front line already, and with good backline support. If you are Twisted Minds, you're looking at Clue or Iris. I think Clue is a priority because you don't have anyone to gather intel just yet. And we've seen teams that run a lone homer to try and make up for it, to pluck the holes. I believe Kagendra did it too, but it's just not enough. The Cassie and the Iris will be the choice, so there's literally no intel gathering.
Let's play a little game.
Yeah, I mean,
Speak
they don't have
I wanna know
info,
all your secrets.
but they do have some massive firepower and defensive capability on the front lines through the Cassie, Steffi, Tatsuya, Iris to back them up from the back lines. Obviously, in a very aggressive fight, your opponents are going to be putting up those glue walls. And if you've got a sniper who can just penetrate easily through those glue walls and mark the players right behind, giving away that information to the rest of the team members, this is going to be quite the easy run over here for Twisted Minds. But Virtus.pro looking for that final pick here on their side. The Chrono is still not on the list here because they took that out of the equation. With the Coda on their side, Tatsuya snuck away, Iris taken away. Virtus.pro really has to dig deep into what they can play out there. Now, on top of everything else, the Cassie is out. They could bring in a Skylar, or they could, of course, go in for the Clue for some extra bit of information out there. But looking at the way they like playing this, return of the A124, that was unsuspected.
Yeah, the A124, okay. I was thinking maybe the Ignis could also be an option, but the A124 is always one of those picks in the back of your mind when push comes to shove. But I think it's also a very good denial towards what Twisted Minds has. Let's take a look at some stats. Look at Coda. It's a crucial character for both these teams. Twisted Minds having an 86% win rate out of 6 games, and VP with an 80% win rate in 5 games. So essentially, very positive stats overall. This A124, I feel like, could really make life hard for Steffi, Cassie, and Tatsuya, especially the Steffi, which is the only way for Twisted Minds to hunker down in the middle of a gunfight.
Yeah, especially the Tatsuya as well. If Twisted Minds goes in for a very deep push, especially in these rounds where you've got the cyber airdrop, and then that A124 pops off, that's gonna really throw things into a little mess. Unless, of course, they've got the Joseph running on them as well, and they will really appreciate that A124. A124 countered by a Joseph, instead of nerfing your opponents, gives them a little bit of a speed boost, which could just end up overwhelming the players on the side of Virtus Pro. They've got that aggression out of Zane. They've got Sentino and his trickery. But when you look at the defense, apart from the Zane, Virtus Pro, they're going to be sitting ducks out there if Twisted Minds gets a decent flank on them.
Yeah. I think for VP, they have the Santino as sort of a leverage over Twisted Minds. We see Zenzi has been having a hot game so far alongside the boss, which in this case the boss is put in a more of a supportive role. And I thought he would be on the Tatsuya, but it's completely understandable. If you could get Zenzi online, especially if Twisted Minds can take out Nameless from the equation, without the Zane, suddenly VP becomes a whole lot more vulnerable. So that could be something that Twisted Minds leans into, or they find out where Exposy is and shut him down, like how Falcons did.
Can they pull this off? The final best of 3 on our final day of Clash Squad here in front of the whole world. It's the battle between Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds. The loser walks away with $10,000 US. The winner wins a minimum of 15,000 and gets to play for 30K. Can they walk away champions? But of course, first off, they have to overcome this little hurdle in their opponents. Virtus Pro versus Twisted Minds. This is about to be very interesting based on the lineup of active skills that we've got here, Aski.
Yeah, very, very interesting overall. Again, the approach from both Twisted Minds and VP was something that I personally didn't expect, just because, you know, the A124 coming out as a response from VP in the end, and Twisted Minds completely ignoring the clue, even though I felt like that would give them an edge overall. But see what Twisted Minds have in mind, because I feel like with the amount of tempo that they play on Kalahari, and with the 100% win rate that has not been broken, if Twisted Minds can repeat that again, that's going to give them a leg up going into, you know, this series.
And of course, these two teams have already bumped into each other, all thanks to the Swiss rounds that we had. In the very first round of the Swiss stages, the battle between the two did not pan out well for Twisted Minds, who got beaten down 2-0 by Virtus Pro on Kalahari and Bermuda. Kalahari went the distance into a game 11, but Bermuda looked like it was a walk in the park for Virtus Pro. Will the same happen here as we kick things off between the two once again?
A rematch of a lifetime, and VP shows Twisted Minds who's boss with that first, but Varanya just cannot stop making these plays. Goodness me, Zenzi needs to get it back for the team, but all of his teammates have already been knocked down and removed from the fight, so really nothing much that he can do unless he starts making magic. Zenzi left all alone lurches again, and VP looking to get a solid round 1.
Diamond, the first part of that magic, knocked down, headshot, but the game of numbers could play up against Zenzi. Grenade in hand, anticipating the pickup, and what a finisher. Tags up Orania as well. Zenzi a 2 for 1, but no knockdown just yet. Nameless has got the shorty in hand. One more connection, but Zenzi slices him down. All thanks to that ad drop. The scythe in hand. Now Exposy comes to challenge with the M500.
Looking more and more doable. Zenzi, given time, to heal back up. See the decoy being sent out, the Santino from Exposy. He's gonna get right in front of Zensi. Zensi trying to navigate, but Varanya with the M500 hurts a bit too much. Good attempt from Zensi, but Virtus Pro shuts that down before it got out of control.
Yeah, great play by Exposy. That Santino, game changer there. In a situation like this, you see exactly why the active skill comes in clutch when Clash Squad is concerned. And Exposy making sure Zenzi doesn't do anything funny out there. Could have potentially aced the squad of Virtus Pro if luck was just on his side. Great nade once again by the guy looking for that airdrop early, but Twisted Mind still taking the L in the first round up against Virtus Pro.
Oh yeah. See Twisted Mice. They're actually going to take the fight to VP, not backing down. They do have the Cassie on their end. The pass and jump together. Exposy. Ooh, he's gonna switch places. Ends up eating the gun barrels of Jump instead. Just good timing from Twisted Mice. Jump just needs to stay alive. Was able to get one down before he finally goes down. But a quick response from Varanya now gives him time to bring Diamond back up. They're gonna take the fight to Zensi. Double up. Zensi finds one, but the spray down doesn't get transferred. Varanya again in the red. But Twisted Mice able to quickly shut that down before recovery is achieved, and Twisted Mice tie it up.
Smart play. Jump, Cougar not giving them room to breathe at all. That recovery could have been deadly by Virtus Pro. Players were bleeding out, but not out for the count just yet. And Twisted Minds just making sure no mistakes there in that final encounter. Jump with that rush could have been turned on. Was super low in that encounter. But we are all equal as we head into this third round, which serves up the Cyber airdrop.
And we got a game on our hands, AJ. Twisted Minds adjusting to Virtus Pro. Of course, a bit of a whoopsie from Exposy with the Santino earlier on. No smoke grenades being utilized. VP will take possession of the Cyber airdrop first. The cluster barely zips by. But in the wings to the Cougar, might be able to find Exposy though from the flank. That is dangerous. Then see on the opener, Varanya ends up going down. And the Diamond needs some help. And Spade Jump not giving him that luxury. And Twisted Minds have already found two.
Yeah, and Bass was low initially, but this turns the tables as he goes out and distracts Nameless. Nameless attacked from the back, overwhelmed by the numbers, and Exposy just found so easy by Jump and the double revolver, the M1917, giving the squad of Twisted Minds now the lead.
Another great execution from Twisted Minds. And this time, it is having Cougar in the right position to put on pressure, but having the rest of their team catching VP off guard and getting a flawless round for themselves. Twisted Minds with a great position, and Virtus Pro had to spend every single cent for this round 4.
And this is with Bass not waking up in this fight just yet. No eliminations on the guy's side. And we all know he is primed and ready for this Clash Squad battle. Diamond up on top. Blue wall laid out. And onto that ground floor he goes to meet up with the Bass Diamond. Max 7 spots one out, and the MP5 keeping Bass up on his feet. Cougar trades out. Exposy, the turnaround here. Bass with the MP5. Successful spray down. And this is Twisted Minds dominating Diamond and Squad.
Continuing to show everyone why they have a 100% win rate on Kalahari. There's just something about this map that Twisted Minds, that only Twisted Minds know. The magic that they bring to the battlefield is unparalleled and unmatched. We say they're a very tempo-based team, and on Kalahari is the most apparent. And it seems like that freight train has started. Twisted Minds not giving Virtus Pro any chance to breathe.
None at all. 3 rounds in a row, and the Cyber airdrop will tease both teams once again. But Virtus Pro, are you ready, Exposy? Holding the backlines because he doesn't even have a helmet. Bass with the backup of that electrotherapy, heading on in, looking for the Cyber point, but will have to give it away to Virtus Pro, who plays this aggressively. Pushing them towards the backlines. Varanya looking for the airdrop. Nameless circling around Trogon, finding the Bass, but a solid glue wall keeps him safe. Jump in the middle of 2 players, shuts down Varanya. Nameless can't find Bass just yet. Not close enough to pick up Varanya. Virtus Pro might have to lose this one as well.
If they can get Waranya back up, then the chances will increase. But Waranya is very far away from home. You can see the backup of Virtus Pro is trying to keep Twisted Minds away. The Bass is not going to wait. Exposing will knock him down, but it's still a 2v2. Zenzi round the corner, jump, covering his flank down to a 1v1. Nameless with the Trogon in hand. 50% HP. And that's what's going to put VP in a disadvantage. Nameless trying to find Zenzi, not able to find him, but stops any sort of a pickup. And now he goes for his own Waranya backup.
That's the brilliance of Nameless there. Using enough pressure, picks up Waranya, and they pop the 2v1 on him. Catching the man off guard, Twisted Minds. Thought they were running away with it, Virtus Pro. Just making sure they have what it takes to hang on to their lives here. Neither one wanting to let this go easy.
Good stuff from VP, really stemming the bleeding, because that round, they had to spend almost everything on it. And that and the previous round too. If they had gone down that round, Twisted Minds gets a 4-1, VP would have been in a almost unrecoverable state.
Zenzi slowly scaling the cliff. Waranya Nameless have got a decent vantage point up against the Bass and Jump, but Bass with the AC-80 up against Waranya. It's an equal fight on both sides. Who makes the first mistake? Bass. Opportunity is there. Tags Exposi. And it's just too far away for the headshot. Waranya, though, exposes his back for just a single second. Advantage taken. But just no knocks just yet.
Okay, fun fact, the Bass, Twisted Minds, highest KD per map at 2.15. Exactly what we talked about earlier on, him and Zenzi. Really putting in the numbers, and speak of the devil, the Bass does it once again. Waranya goes down, Nameless in the red. The Bass does not stop. Once it gets going, he keeps stepping on it. The Bass, the best, the baddest. That's 2 down for VP.
Oh! Exposi instantly putting an end to your sentence there as he turns it around, but the rest of the players keeping Virtus Pro grounded. Exposi. Can he pull this off? The Trogon says no as Jump finds him. Twisted Minds. One step closer to that match point.
Give him 2 more rounds and they'll be there. 2 more rounds and they would have won this Kalahari map. With the Bass sitting at 4 eliminations, every evenly spread out. Jump, Cougar, Zenzi, they all have been pulling their weight extremely well. Virtus Pro, obviously they're keeping up, but you can only keep up so much as based off of your finances, and Virtus Pro never were in a spot to have good money. So it really comes down to the tactical part of it. This Exposi Santino has been quite effective. He should be able to rejoin Diamond on that high ground whenever needed, and with Jump being stalled out, Bass and Cougar will team up. They take down Nameless here. Twisted Minds will have a good chance of winning.
Yeah, very interesting push here for the Cyber Point. Waiting for the activation. Bass right behind. Waranya and Exposi, though, just could not stay out of line of fire. Nameless dropped. Diamond, the only survivor. Zenzi trying to finish him off. AWM in hand. Diamond has got the better gun for the CQC. Zenzi. What a stab in the back as he gets some support and distraction. Twisted Minds on match point.
Continuing to shut down VP's playbook time and time again. And this time it's Jump and Cougar, just like what we pointed out. You slow down 1, but you get 2 in return, and it's never a good deal. And Twisted Minds fans celebrating at what could possibly be a Game 1 win. And a way to hold Twisted Minds' 100% record on Kalahari intact. VP Santino hasn't been working out as well as they thought it would. We saw some good maneuvers, but Twisted Minds' tempo play is doing the same effect to VP like they did to EVOS. There's no time for the Santino to set up.
None at all. Now Nameless. Cougar takes the fight straight up to him, finds his back. Nameless gets a tag in, but the numbers catches up with him. Waranya could not get away. Virtus Pro drops the ball by going in there for the mad rush, expecting Diamond to deliver that backup. Just not finding the connections. Exposi now caught out. Will swap around. But Virtus Pro crushed by Twisted Minds in this game.
Twisted Minds continues to dominate the desert. And you deserve that pop-off as they just figured out how Kalahari actually works. This might be one of the fastest tempo team we have seen in Class Squad, barring maybe Falcons or BRU or WAG to a certain degree. But if you want a team that can consistently play fast and play disrespectful in your face, Twisted Minds probably the team you want to lean on.
This was a phenomenal showdown. Twisted Minds not giving Virtus Pro any bit of opportunity for recovery at all towards the very end. And it was just the pure aggression. And we kind of saw that coming already, right? They had the electrotherapy. They had the Tatsuya. You can get out of trouble. And you can be brave enough if you want to head in for those cyber drops. You've got the Steffi to protect you from any sort of nades. But you didn't see Virtus Pro try to nade them out of the equation. They just tried to get the job done up close and personal. Just didn't cut it this time.
Yeah, this is not it. And even with the Steffi, I didn't really see the effect come true, right? I'm not really sure if the A124 was that big of a factor towards disabling VP, but disabling Twisted Minds, sorry. But this A124 overall just hasn't really brought the value I thought it would. In fact, Twisted Minds still got to play the game regardless of what VP has.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Zenzi kind of holding the back lines with that Iris, but barely needed to use it. And on the opposite end, you've had Diamond trying to play some of these long angles. The game just wasn't going his way. Yes, the Zane was taken away by Virtus Pro, but just overall, not a lot of aggression that they could play because the rest of the supporting characters were not lined up to play the kind of aggression Zane could give out there. At the end, that Zane turned out very defensive. Didn't really see Nameless take a chance on many of these battles out there. And Twisted Minds, of course, are not going to let that opportunity go. They went out for the Punisher. They found exactly that. This is just a best of 3, Husky. They just need one more game, and they move back into the grand finals, back up in here.
Twisted Minds have a chance to conquer their demons and take down VP once and for all. MVP given over to Cougar, and this was the man that he wants that appointment with Team Falcons, but more so, he was once a part of Team Falcons. It would be quite a reunion in the grand finals for Clash Squad. 8 eliminations, 2.5k damage this game. Cougar ripped VP to shreds.
Oh, he most definitely did. Twisted Minds obviously had some heavy backup in Jump and Zenzi as well. Zenzi, look at that, man. Massive 4,497 on the damage. 19 assists. Not giving them any room to escape the initial tag. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, really could not match up in this game. And that's the first one to Twisted Minds on this Kalahari strongman.
Yeah. Now we go into Nextera, and we go into Nextera for map 2, and this would be, you know, the difference maker, at least for VP. We did say that they are pretty comfortable on this map, and we didn't get to see Twisted Minds play on Nextera earlier on. But if there's any turning point, this is where VP wants to look at. Because Kalahari, I feel like it's a given that Twisted Minds will most likely win. But on Nextera, we've seen how VP approach it. They did fall to Team Falcons, but again, I felt like it was because Team Falcons just had the better approach in terms of draft. Let's see if that is going to be the case against Twisted Minds. I want to see the chrono. I think the chrono ban from VP earlier on was sort of what I asked for. It's just the follow-up after that probably was not the optimal approach that VP wanted.
Yeah, I think they started off really good with the ban. It's just that their picks were not exactly the kind of aggressive fight you expect out of Virtus Pro. In fact, with those picks, it just disabled any sort of aggression that they could take in the very early parts of things. Kind of trying to slow things down, but at the same time goaded out by Twisted Minds to meet down the middle for the cyber airdrops. And it just didn't fare well because up front, that Cassie, Steffi, Tatsuya, Jump, Bass, Cougar, they were just so clean in those fights. And Cougar just didn't think twice before getting involved in any one of those skirmishes. So in this next game, I would usually ask for, a Sentino ban on the side of Twisted Minds. but just taking out that Oscar yet again is going to fare very well against them.
That could be the magic that is needed, right? There's a bit of that fairy dust for Twisted Minds to win. You know, you see if VP bans the Oscar. It also depends who is on that first pick end. I feel like if you are Twisted Minds and you win the coin flip and you get first pick, then you can leave the Oscar open and ask VP the most important question: are you willing to give us the Oscar? Because Santino's success is a lot more dependent on the teammates compared to, you know, Oscar that can be very self-sufficient, compared to Zane that, you know, wants to be in the front line no matter what. Santino, we've sort of established that he needs time to set up, and when not given the time, it's quite hard for Santino to be effective. And both times when Santino fell, it was a facing off against Twisted Minds.
Let's see if or not Twisted Minds will be given the opportunity to play around with the Santino a little bit later on, because of course they would love to take it away from Exposi, although I have to say Exposi didn't really make it look like a very effective skill in his hands in this first matchup between the two. And Kalahari went the way of Twisted Minds. But now at Nextera, both teams are fairly equal when it comes to their dominance on this map. You can't really say exactly who's going to take this one away based on the numbers. But looking at the momentum picked up here from Twisted Minds, they're going to be looking for an early finisher, which means as best as possible, Virtus.pro needs to sneak away those aggressive active skills that Cassie cannot be in the hands of Twisted Minds this time.
Absolutely. Get the active skills away, but at the same time, make sure that you let Twisted Minds play tempo, because Twisted Minds, they indeed have first pick, so they ban out the Chrono. Oscar gets banned by VP again. We go back to the exact same ban sequence. But Twisted Minds are going to switch it up. Tatsuya opener.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds again with the Tatsuya. Kuga's going to have a field day here. It's a mirror ban based on the previous matchup. Oscar earlier was banned by Twisted Minds. Chrono was banned by Virtus.pro. Now they just take it out of the equation here. They understand that these are very high impact active skills, neither side wanting the other to have the advantage. But Virtus.pro has an opportunity. Obviously, the Coda is going to be one of their main picks. Oh, it's not even going to be. They opt for the Santino and Cassie instead. Electrotherapy, we definitely talked about that. And this time, Twisted Minds doesn't get to be as aggressive on the front lines. They respond with a Zane and Steffi on their picks.
It's perfect. It's great for Twisted Minds. I think VP is just, they're worried that if the Cassie goes over to Twisted Minds, it's just giving them too much for the tempo. I can understand the rationale behind that. If they do get the Coda for themselves, you could also... Hold on a minute, you get the Coda. But there's no Zane. Who's going to hold the front line now? Ignis could be your best shot. Seems like VP is falling into the same situation as I think one of the previous games we saw today, where you have tons of utility, but you lose in durability, right? This seems to be a replay of game 3 between Falcons and VP.
Yeah, VP right now, they're taking so long to get this last pick because all of their favorite characters are out there on the side of Twisted Minds. They've picked whatever, the fairly decent picks that they usually want on their side. And they're forced to go with a very off-meta pick, as far as I'm concerned, in this CS game. Alok hasn't been locked in just yet, but they are running out of time. They finally lock him in.
What?
Forced to go in with Mr. Alok. And Iris snuck away. Twisted Minds. My God, I don't like this for Virtus.pro.
What is this hidden? Is this a hidden tech? Or is this desperation?
Desperation, man.
I thought Kenta was the most desperate pick you could go. But then, I feel like you could go for any other picks that are suboptimal and still better than Alok. Either way, it has been locked in. VP made their bet. Let's see if it's comfortable to lie in.
I don't like this because you've got Tatsuya and Zane on the side of Twisted Minds. And to counter this, you've got maybe a possible aggressive play by the Cassie. And what else, man? I think Alok is going to be tortured on the front lines. Virtus.pro will be forced to play this on the defense. They've got the Coda. I guess that's the one up that they do have on Twisted Minds, who have opted to not go for the information play this time.
Yeah, I think that's probably kind of the advantage that VP has. You know, the intel gathering from Twisted Minds is not that good, and they don't have it, you know, or a default built into their character. But even then, I think Twisted Minds, if they get to play the fast tempo game that they played like game 1, it really is not going to matter too much. VP, I don't know how you will buy time to set up for the Santino. Maybe Cassie and Alok, you know, combined together is going to match the durability of having a Zane on Twisted Mind's side. It's a far-fetched idea. It's not as effective, but if VP can make it work, then it will be an interesting game for sure.
Kuga is going to be so tough to take down. This time he's rocking the Zane. Bass has got the Tatsuya, and we know what a menace he is on the front lines. You've got this Tatsuya Zane frontliner. Jump is going to get into the thick of the actions, protecting them from those nades that might just drop on their heads. You're looking at a 3-man rushing squad on the side of Twisted Minds, with Zenzi backing them up from a far-off, potentially high angle. And this is Virtus.pro, one match loss away from walking out of this in the 3rd spot.
Oh yeah. Again, let's see if Twisted Minds can finally quell their demons in Virtus.pro. As we hop on to game number 2 on Xterra, we have seen Virtus.pro on that map earlier on against Team Falcons, where they unfortunately end up losing. This will be the first for Twisted Minds today.
Yeah. Starting things off, Twisted Minds on a full purchase here. The M500s are definitely going to be making an appearance. The M1873 missing. And Twisted Minds, Kuga just leaving the scene. Jump, just unable to get anything in the situation at all. X-Posy circling around. Aggression is there, but the numbers catch up. Zenzi and the Bass getting the best of him early on.
Completely overwhelmed. It's just a straight up 4v4, very honest, nothing fancy. It's all about landing your shots. But Twisted Minds are the ones that landed more of it. Unfortunately for VP, they got bested in a straight up honest fight. Game 2 going to Graph Labs. You can hear the rifles being brought out. It's a full-on buy for Twisted Minds. They are ready to push this beyond.
Absolutely, man. And the Deagle is available in the second game. Nameless up on top. M500 X-Posy looking for the drop. The G18 Verania choosing to play safe this time round. High probability Twisted Minds rips this one away. All thanks to the AC-80 on this map. Will serve you the best. Jump up on top. Verania tagged up. A sliver of health, stays alive, and Diamond instead loses. Jump and Zenzi, everyone getting a piece here, leaving X-Posy all alone yet again.
The boss really just locked in, just focus fires his target, and trusting that his team is going to cover for him. And indeed they will. 2 rounds in a row for Twisted Minds. This buy was just too much for VP to deal with, especially on Graph Labs. But this is where we get the Deagles to be whipped out if VP so wishes to.
Investing in the Kingfisher early on in the second round. Prio buy, looking at the fact that they just want to play a little bit of distance. Twisted Minds just had the right equation there, calculated in their head. This time extra bit of armor on their side. And Virtus.pro will try to play this a little bit closer. X-Posy has got the VSK, so can hold the back lines. But Verania with the shotgun is going to be trying to cut down the distance. Bass up against Verania. Verania with the advantage on the mag 7. Loses half his health. Almost taken out. One more shot needed in here. Verania can't find the connection, and Bass outs him with the Kingfish up close.
Only 2 more left for the side of VP. They're able to equal that. X-Posy getting some work done. Sensi and Kuga bleeding out. Diamond, can he get more though? Jump able to find Diamond in the process. And X-Posy is too far to provide any support this round. Unfortunately, has again collapsed for VP when it seemed like they had an opportunity to bring it back. Twisted Minds looking at a 3-round lead.
Twisted Minds jump. Oh, hey, Cyber Point. Just easily picks it up on the way out. Exposy caught out. Jump. Has the information. Passes it on back. The Bass and Zenzi coming in for the flank. Exposy taking high ground. Probably looking for an opportunity to switch things around, but Jump and Bass, great rotation round. Using that ground floor. Distraction from afar as well. Exposy looking for an easy one here. Jump with the shotty. Puts in the damage. And Exposy shut down in the end. Did manage to knock down Jump first, but valiant effort. Twisted Minds running away with this game.
And they sure as heck are making a statement here. Twisted Minds impatient to get into the grand finals as fast as possible. They don't want to let their engines cool down for too long. They did have a bit of break, and we did say that break could make all the difference before this match against Virtus Pro, who now are on the ropes and they are halfway out the door. The Santino decoy got destroyed by Twisted Minds, so there's not even any chance of a setup. Diamond with the nade toss across the building, ends up missing.
Jump with his nade. Opportunity for the toss. Diamond spotted out. Almost connected, but Diamond, smart jump away. Goes on to that lower ground, finds the tag onto Bass. Big play by Diamond. But Jump quickly picking up his buddy. And Twisted Minds unscathed by that initial knock.
Says here, Waranya playing in the smoke. This is very dangerous because Waranya has that M590 in his hands. The rest of Twisted Minds are going to try and put some pressure on the rest of VP. Diamond is holding them back for now. One side has the crack, and it seems like it's going to be where Nameless is at. Jump pushes the envelope and says enough is enough. Virtus Pro don't get to drag this game out like how they did previously against Falcons. Twisted Minds putting an end to all their shenanigans and a flawless round to send them 2 rounds away from that grand finals appearance.
My goodness me, Twisted Minds. First time in the grand finals here for Clash Squad. And they're about to do it in style. Overwhelming the most consistent, the most dominant team. At least until they took the L up against Falcons. Virtus Pro themselves. Cyber airdrop. I don't think it's going to tempt Virtus Pro down to the middle this time round. There's just way too much to lose.
I don't know how Virtus Pro is going to recover from this. It's going to take some great individual plays from every single one of the members. Jump already in the face of Diamond. Diamond, is he ready for this though? The Tatsuya dash confirms the knockdown. The boss gets a free reset. The smoke grenade allows Nameless to get away and reposition. Waranya will try to come in from the back, but Nameless will be forced to take this fight against Jump. M590 in hand. Jump in a 2v1 with the boss. Takes down Nameless. And Exposing plus Waranya, able to get a decent exchange to keep this round in control.
Bass trying to make sure Twisted Minds ends Virtus Pro right here, right now. But it comes down to 2v2. Bass unable to pick up a buddy of his. Going up against 2 M590s. Bass pops his smoke. Looking to break down the glue wall right in front of him. Zenzi takes a tag. Repositions. Bass with the VSK. Waiting for a mistake, but Waranya just doesn't make it.
Down to a 2v2. VP has successfully slowed down that game. Waranya trying to hunt for the boss, but the boss is better. Exposy, what a backup. Then Exposy saved the round. What a 180 flick from the key sniper of Virtus Pro. Unbelievable.
With the Sentino, switches position, gets the first knock, 180 jump shot. Exposy, 1 comeback round for the squad in style. But Twisted Minds still 2 rounds away from bringing this to an end. Virtus Pro literally needs to win 5 rounds in a row to not just stop them, but at least pull in a potential opportunity here in the 3rd game. Virtus Pro, a big one. Waranya looking to catch out Cougar. The glue wall by Cougar slows down his push, caught out, and a 2v1 pass. Flanks around. Cougar with the Mag 7 shot. What a double team played by Twisted Minds.
VP, let's see if they can rally behind that play that Exposy makes, because sometimes it's these moments that bring you back into the game. But Twisted Minds looks to shut it down as fast as VP tried to muster that courage to challenge them. The Bars with 8 eliminations and VP down 1 man seems to give us an indicator that Twisted Minds once more have control of the round.
Absolutely, and Diamond Nameless having no eliminations at all. When Diamond can't find those frags, you know Virtus Pro is going to be in trouble. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they expected Bass to pop off, and he is doing his best for sure. Cougar on the left flank, VSK in hand. Zenzi keeping an eye on Exposy, who has the AWM, can punish. But Zenzi has got back up in the MP5 out of jump. Exposy looking for the reposition. Bass taking a little bit of a distance out between him and Diamond. M590 looks for the pop. Finds the connection. Jump and Bass. What a duo. Twisted Minds on series point to get into the grand finals.
Close to a complete shutout at this point, Twisted Minds. When you look at the replay, you see how good this Tatsuya is for the Bass. He's just outmaneuvering VP, and these resets are so beneficial. You have a weapon that 2-shots you, that gives you a reset on your dash because you have the Rebel Rush. Virtus Pro have no answer to it, and we did say from the beginning, it looks like a repeat of what it was against Falcons in that game 3, where the composition that Virtus Pro has is just so hard to execute. And not only that, they don't have the tools to really set up for Exposy and has to rely on brilliance. But Twisted Minds just have an easier to execute composition.
Fantastic reposition by Exposy on the clone. Almost got shut down by Bass. Zenzi punished early by Nameless. Unforgiving. M1887X getting the initial shutdown. Diamond unable to recover. A 1-for-1 on both sides. And Bass a little bit too far away from the fight as Jump desperately tries to top his health. Right back up, saved by Cougar.
The glue wall is gonna be the dam that keeps this floodgate intact, but the Bass again, he's not going to wait. They can smell that grand finals appearance. It's just Nameless standing, him against Jump and the Bass. But if there's one guy who has been performing consistently time and time again, is this man on his screen, helping Cougar back up on his feet, and together they will work together to get that appointment in the grand finals. Twisted Minds takes down Virtus Pro 2-0, and they are grand finals bound.
Unbelievable. What a comeback by Twisted Minds against Virtus Pro that has managed to dominate them in the initial parts of our competition. And this is what we're talking about. Enough time to rest up Twisted Minds. And now they made that look so easy. A walkover. Dominating Virtus Pro, booking a ticket for the grand finals to meet the reigning defending champions, Falcons themselves.
They have overcame one of the biggest demons, the team that put them in the lower bracket in the first place.
Oh yeah.
But they got the last laugh. They knocked Virtus Pro out of the competition, and Virtus Pro will walk away with $10,000, just like Evo's Divine, finishing in 3rd and 4th spot. And this sets us up for a very interesting grand finals. Unlike last season, where it's Indonesia against Thailand, it's a full-on Thailand derby in a best-of-5 format nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we go all the way. We see a couple of maps where these teams have not played so much here on the competitive scene, but they most definitely have run it through time and time again in some of their practice rounds. This is the showdown that we have been looking for, a best-of-5, and obviously, if either side wins this out with a 3-0, it's just going to be phenomenal. I don't expect it, but I want to see it, Askip.
Yeah, same. I want to see if, Twisted Minds with this revitalized results, after taking down VP, after getting some break, after being able to study Falcons in this short time, can they push Falcons to the limit, right? Because so far, again, Falcons, they've been pushed their limits a few times. It's not to say that they are invincible, but 9 out of 10 times, when push comes to shove, Falcons are the one that comes out on top. Let's see if this latest challenger in the name of Twisted Minds can push them beyond the limits.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we want to see, and pushing them beyond limit could possibly be aiming to ban out whatever Limit wants to use in this final fight as well. He is a phenomenal sniper, and having the Iris on the side of Limit could possibly just be the damage bringer. Sensi would want to sneak that one away later on, but the Bass is the focus this time around. 11 eliminations, 3,625 on the damage. Truly the best. Truly woken up in the competition. We were wondering what's up with his acquisition, and now we understand.
Yeah. And the Bass, another MVP title under his belt. It really it feels like, it's a walk in the park for him, right? He's in his element. He's willing to play aggressive. He's landing these shots. He's the reason that Twisted Minds comes back into the game early on, and he's the reason that Twisted Minds are winning the game. 11 eliminations, 6 assists. The Bass is the up-and-coming superstar, and he is on a tear, and he could be the reason that Falcons fall in the hands of Twisted Minds, if that ever happens.
Virtus.pro not given room to breathe at all. Diamond, no eliminations, and when your Russia cannot find those numbers, that's what happens, man. Virtus.pro, dominant all this time in the competition, finally takes an L. Revenge is sweet. Twisted Minds, 6-2, 6-1, snuff out Virtus.pro's flame, and they stay alive in the competition. Again, booking a spot in the grand finals against Team Falcons. This one is going to be absolutely explosive if we go the distance, Aski.
I can't wait, right? Falcons and Twisted Minds fans get excited for the upcoming grand finals. The first time that we have a best of 5 nonetheless. 5 different maps, barring Alpine. If we go the distance, it will be a history. It will be history to be made. It's either we crown a new champion on the first ever best of 5, or we crown a back-to-back champion. But one way or the other, it is going to be one for the Bokes to set up for the better Royale finals tomorrow. It's going to be a hell of a day ahead of us, but for now, we're going to send it to the stage for the interview with Twisted Minds. We'll be right back.
แล้วตอนนี้นะคะเรากำลังอยู่ค่ะกับตัวแทนนะคะจากทีม Twisted Mind คูก้าเย้สุดยอดไปเลยค่ะทุกคนค่ะแหวเป็นหนึ่งคนที่พี่กิจเนี่ยคาดหวังในคำตอบมากๆเพราะว่าเป็นคนที่พูดเก่งหรือเรียกอีกอย่างว่าพูดไปเรื่อยโอเคเดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันดีกว่าว่าถ้าเราถามเขาค่ะว่าเขารู้สึกยังไงนะคะกับแมตช์เมื่อกี้เพราะตอนนี้เรียกได้ว่าคุณพลิกชะตากลับมาแล้วคุณกลับมาแล้วค่ะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
Congratulations to Twisted Minds, Kuga, and once again to open our conversations. How do you feel right now after your second winning of today?
รู้สึกดีใจครับที่แก้มือได้รอบที่แล้วโดน 2-0 รอบนี้ขอเอาคืน
Oh, thank you. So I'm really happy to get this win because last time we lost 2-0. So this time we can get the revenge back.
Quick revenge.
งั้นเล่าหน่อยดีกว่าว่าแน่นอนแหละมันเป็นการกลับมาอีกครั้งหนึ่งเนาะแสดงว่าการเวิร์กเอาท์ในทีมการสื่อสารในทีมเนี่ยมันจะต้องดีขึ้นพี่อยากรู้เพราะว่าคนแรกเขาไม่ยอมตอบพี่ว่าการพูดคุยในทีมเนี่ยการสื่อสารในทีมของเราเป็นสไตล์ไหนแล้วมันมีเพื่อนคนไหนไหมที่แบบเฮ้ยสำหรับเรารู้สึกว่าเป็นคนที่ call เกมเก่งมากๆให้ MVP ไปเลย
Okay, so during our from the knockout stage of the Clash Squad until the grand finals today, as we can see that Twisted Minds are having a very nice teamwork, right? They always having for themselves victory. So I would like to ask, what is the combination of you guys to make that good talk together so you guys can play very well? And also, do you want to like throw a credit or how do I say, giving your teammates a key so that you like appreciate them?
ก็เพื่อนรักผมครับจำก๊อตครับช่วยกันเตือนสติคนในทีม
เวลาเขาคอแบบไหนอะขอแบบออกอากาศได้
ไม่ก็ใจเย็นนี่แหละครับ
แบบ calm down guys แบบนี้เหรอ
ใช่
แล้วถ้าเป็นเราคอเราจะคอแบบไหนเพราะพี่เข้าใจว่าปกติแล้วเนี่ยทั้งทีมเขาเงียบมีเราคนเดียวที่โวยวาย
ไม่ผมไม่ขอผมเงียบ
เฮ้ยคุณเชื่อไหมคะว่าเขาเป็นคนที่เล่นเกมแล้วเงียบไม่น่าใช่ โอเคค่ะ
So about the communication is, it's gonna be like everyone so calm down, and Kuga say that he is the one who the most quiet in the team, but I think it's not. Yeah, and also the MVP in Kuga minds is gonna be Jump. Yeah, so I think Jump got 2 MVP now from their teammates.
So why is it always Jump?
ทำไมเป็นจำเพราะว่าครั้งที่แล้วเดอะบาสก็ตอบมา
คน
จำ
อื่นก็เลือกจ
ก็เหมือนเป็นคีย์หลักในทีมครับ
He is like a key player of the Twisted Mind.
อุ้ยอย่างงี้ถ้า Twisted Mind ได้แชมเปี้ยนนี่ก็คนเนี้ยต้องเป็น FMVP แล้วปะ
ใช่ครับ
โอเคค่ะทุกคนค่ะ และนี่คือคูก้าจาก Twisted Mind ขอเสียงตบมือหน่อยจ้า และในตอนนี้ค่ะทุกคนนั้นแปลว่าเราได้ผู้เข้าชิงในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลครบเป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วถึง 2 ทีมด้วยกันและความเดือดสนุกสุดมันกำลังจะเกิดขึ้นแล้วค่ะทุกคนคะยังสามารถติดตามรับชมนะคะการแข่งขันดีๆแบบนี้ได้แล้วกิจกรรมของเรายังมีอีกเยอะมากมายให้ได้ติดตามกันค่ะฝากติดตามกันต่อด้วยแต่สำหรับช่วงนี้ขออนุญาตพักเบรกกันสักครู่หนึ่งค่ะ
First blood. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Bangkok, the beating heart of Thailand and the battleground of legends. Now, as the FFWS SEA Fall 2025 begins, the battle returns home. The guardians of this land, their story already carved in gold. But the walls of legacy always have room for new champions. And for teams who come from overseas, even while enjoying the culture. The grind doesn't stop. Because the real battle has yet to come. Some plan every step, but 3 rivals, 1 zone. Only the bold will rise. And some don't bother with plans. They strike and the map follows. Each prepares in their own way, step by step, push by push, and strike by strike. A single strike and
Let the battle begin.
Who will strike first? We already know the answer.
สวัสดีครับผมเกนไฮครับมาจากบุรีรัมย์ครับ
ผมโมชิครับมาจากบุรีรัมย์ครับ
Gua Nikrem dari tim Onyx. Gua Putra dari tim Onyx.
Halo gua Abai, gua dari tim Araki Kaju.
Halo, gua Dut dari tim Araki Kaju.
สวัสดีครับผมออนไฟจากทีมมอคอนครับ
สวัสดีครับผมเคโรจากทีมฟาคอนครับ
Xin chào mọi người, mình là WG BLS1.
Mình là WG Văn Võ.
Kali ini kita akan bermain
Never have I ever.
เคยหรือไม่ที่คุณแกล้งทำเครื่องปิงเพื่อให้พ้นความผิด
ไม่เคย
ไม่เคยครับ
แต่ถ้าในซ้อมอาจจะอาจจะมีอยู่
คืออะไรผมไม่เคย
ทำอะไรไม่รู้แบบบอกปิงไม่งั้นอ่ะ
เคยครับ ไม่เคยครับ ผมไม่มีความผิดเลยทั้งสิ้น
ผมมีครับเลยต้องแกล้งปิงครับปะระ
ก็ปารา
เคยหรือไม่ที่ต้องแบ่งทีมเพราะเพื่อนร่วมทีมตั้งใจโยน
ใช่ ผมว่าไม่เหมือนกันผมก็เป็นคนโยนเหมือนกัน
มึงอะโยนเคยครับ
Đấy,
có chứ.
có.
Phải có gánh tem.
Gánh tem, đúng rồi.
Gánh nhiều.
Gánh nhiều em gánh lại.
Gak pernah.
Pernah nggak ngamuk ke tim pas main script?
เคยครับ
Chưa bao giờ.
Chưa bao giờ.
Nói chưa bao giờ, nói xạo.
Thật.
Nói chưa bao giờ, nói
Chưa
xạo.
bao giờ nói xạo á.
Tôi chưa bao giờ ăn mừng khi có cue sớm rồi bị bắn gục luôn.
เคยครับอีแนวบราซิลเลยผมจำได้เลย
เพราะว่าคิดว่าหน้าเกมนี้น่าจะมาจัดเลยแหละครับ
ก็กำลังดีใจอยู่แต่มีตีใหม่เข้ามาแจมว่าหมดเลยครับ
Pernah nggak niat teman sendiri gara-gara mereka berisik?
Này có luôn. Ồn là tát.
เคยหรือไม่ที่คุณแพนิคและกดผิดปุ่มเวลาเหลือคนสุดท้าย
ไม่เคยครับ เพราะผม perfect ไม่ป
Pernah. Eh, pernah.
Có á.
Phải có rồi, ai cũng có thôi.
Có phải cái này á.
Có là phải không thích chứ. Chưa bao giờ mà.
À, có là cái này.
เคยหรือไม่ที่คุณปาระเบิดมั่วจนหมดแบบไม่ได้ตั้งใจ
อาจจะเคยครับ
เคยครับอาจจะเหม่อนิดหน่อย
Pernah.
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 Itu nggak pernah. Ya pernah.
เคยหรือไม่ที่คุณปาระเบิดมั่วจนแบบไม่ได้ตั้งใจ
Pernah.
Pernah.
ไม่เคยครับเพราะทุกทีเวลาปาระเบิดก็ตั้งใจตลอดนะครับ
ไม่เคยครับ เพราะผมปาระเบิดโดนศัตรูทุกตัวไม่เคยโดนตัวเองแม้แต่ดาเมจเดียว
Pernah nyolong lu teman dengan sengaja?
Wah sering ไม่เคยกดครับ เพราะถ้ากดน่าจะโดนด่าครับ
ไม่ค่อยกดครับเพราะมันไม่ดีเท่าไหร่
Có luôn.
Pernah nggak pura-pura nggak punya senjata buat jebak musuh?
Direngkat gitu. Oke, pernah.
Nggak pernah.
แค่เคยแต่ว่ามันคล้ายๆกันแต่เคยแกล้งดาวให้ศัตรูแบบว่าเข้ามาหา
ผมก็เคยครับเพราะว่าเขาชอบมาล้วงสไนป์ผมก็ชอบแกล้งไม่มีปืนครับแล้วผมก็เก็บปืนที่พื้นมายิง
ไม่เคยครับ
ไม่น่ามีนะ
ไม่รู้เข้าไปทำไมครับก็ตายฟรีนะครับ
ไม่น่าอยู่ในแผนนะ
Tôi chưa bao giờ tự bóp bằng chính lựu đạn của mình.
Tự bóp. Thôi, này chắc cũng ai cũng có thôi. Chắc chắn này.
Pernah.
Pernah nggak marah-marah sama koneksi?
ปนาเคยครับเน็ตมันกากอะพี่ทำไงได้อะกากจัดเลยละ
พลก็กล่าวเลยครับ
ฮะแต่มึงอะโอ้สลิง
ไม่เคยครับ อารมณ์ดีด้วยครับแบบว่าเน็ตหลุดปุ๊บก็ไม่ต้องเล่นก็ชิวนะ
ใช่ครับไม่เคยเหมือนกันครับเพราะเน็ตหลุดก็ไม่ต้องเล่นครับไม่ต้องซ้อมผมก็ไปหาอะไรดูอย่างอื่นแทนเดียวมีสีสันกว่าเยอะ
ปนา
pernah
ไม่น่าเคยครับทุกทีแบกมากกว่าครับ
ก็นั่งชิวๆครับเพื่อนแบกเดี๋ยวก็ชนะแล้ว
เนี่ยผมแบกไง
ไม่ใช่ครับ
Tại tăng nhớ phải tăng được gắn này cái gì
วันนี้ก็คือพวกเราเล่น never have I ever ครับ บ๊ายบาย
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have been waiting for, the grand finals of Clash Squad at Free Fire Southeast Asia 2025 Fall.
และตอนนี้ค่ะทุกคนค่ะได้เวลาแล้วค่ะสำหรับโมเมนต์ที่ทุกคนรอคอยกับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลศึกตัดสินสุดท้ายสำหรับซีซั่นนี้ค่ะ
That overcome rivals, pressures, and expectations, and now they one step away from glory.
สองทีมสุดท้ายที่ฝ่าด่านมาได้จนถึงรอบนี้ค่ะพวกเขาล้มคู่แข่งมามากมายจนถึงจุดนี้เหลืออีกเพียงแค่ก้าวเดียวเท่านั้นค่ะทุกคนที่จะเข้าใกล้สู่ถ้วยแชมป์ของเรา
And now, entering the arena, here's our first team.
พบกับทีม Falcon
Scary. Going up against them, please welcome Twisted Minds! The winner will be crowned the champion of Clash Squad Free Fire World Series SEA Fall 2025. The stake couldn't be higher. The energy couldn't be electricier. Who will strike and rise and who will fall? Only one team will emerge as our champions.
ผู้ชนะนะคะจะเป็นแชมเปี้ยนของหมวด 4v4 ใน FFWS SEA 2025 Fall และนี่คือนะคะที่สุดของเกียรติยศค่ะและมีแค่หนึ่งเดียวเท่านั้นที่จะได้เป็นแชมเปี้ยนของ C อย่างแท้จริงค่ะ
Our last BO5 today, Grand Finals, only more step away from our champion cup right here. Who will become the champion? Let's take it up to the casters.
And now just two more left in the competition. Unbelievably, Twisted Minds with their lower bracket run have managed to step into the grand finals for Clash Squad for the first time, and they take on the reigning defending champions Falcons themselves, Husky.
It's going to be quite a showdown the first ever grand finals for Clash Squad, Falcons basically swept the 3-0. We'll see if they can repeat that and become the 2-peat, or will Twisted Minds become an even greater challenger than the first that they're challenge Team Falcons, because to step up you will need Red Bull with you. Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc, B3 and B6 vitamins, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyahs. Whether it's in Battle Royale or in Clash Squad, Red Bull has been with us since spring till fall and helped these players achieve the best possible gameplay moments.
Absolutely, man. And of course, more than the energy this time around, a little bit of strategy needs to be thrown into the air as well. You look at Team Falcons, you look at the team of Twisted Minds, and you need to focus on the bans initially, right? And the priority ban, Falcons need to focus on Oscar, Centino, taking those out. I think they have performed fairly well. Going up against the Oscar, it has just never been a fair fight for the Falcons to face off so far.
Yeah, and we've seen the Chrono banned as well from Twisted Minds, both their games against VP. That could be what changes the ties against Falcons. Maybe that is the key right now to win games, because Chrono is such a strong asset. We saw how Falcons utilized that Chrono. It was making VP's lives incredibly tough, especially in the CQC. You are hard to push into, but you also poses a big challenge when it comes to the 50-50 role in those close quarter combat. Your movements have to be impeccable. So I think Twisted Minds, if they stick to the same formula, it might just work against Team Falcons.
Yeah, and Falcons hasn't really banned out the Chrono in the past. The one character Falcons just really hate going up against is the Cassie. And they have banned the Cassie time and time again. Even in the bout up against Twisted Minds in their best of 3, where we went the distance, it was that Cassie that was taken out of the equation. And let's take a look at the top 3 most used characters instead here for the active skills. Koda takes the top spot for the information gameplay alongside Clue in the 3rd. And of course, mobility, Tatsuya still not replaced by the Oscar. But in the same breath, I have to say, Oscar has been banned out quite a number of times.
Yeah, he definitely has been. And it's a character that kind of rose to popularity on the ban list over time, throughout the Swiss stage, when teams start figuring out that he is just a bit too much sometimes with the amount of utility that he brings to the table. Of course, this is all happening live in the Samyamer Town event hall in Thailand. So if you are somehow watching this broadcast and you are near that venue in Thailand, do drop by as the crowd gets ready for one final best of 5. We could go home as early as a 3-0, or we could stay the whole night for a grand slam of 5 games.
Both sides really like playing on the Koda. Obviously, that's going to be a prio pick on either side, unless, of course, it gets banned out first. Ignis is a favorite for both Falcons and Twisted Minds. We know that Centino, Twisted Minds leans towards him a little bit more, and this could just be a very important ban that Twisted Minds probably need to pull off here as well, because Falcons have really shown up strong out of that Centino play in the past, and there's a big probability it plays its trick on Twisted Minds this time as well.
And for Team Falcons, there hasn't been much scenarios where we need to see them, pull out tricks from the bag as well, even in terms of their bans and the drafts. They've always stuck to a very straightforward approach to the game, and in fact, it's their bans, it's the way that they draft that puts their opponents in a rough spot. What Twisted Mind has done against VP is, by taking out the Chrono, you're forcing your opponents to decide whether they want to give away a power pick or not. So this could, again, once challenge Falcons to that power dynamic struggle, and I'm interested to see if Falcons have made any adjustments to that. They have had some time to rest and studied the gameplay earlier on of Twisted Minds. And again, this is the first ever best of 5 for Grand Finals for Clash Squad. So we start with Purgatory. If we move to Bermuda and Xterra, and if we get lucky to get a game 4, it's Kalahari. And if we go the distance, we are going to Solara.
I didn't know the randomizer will be thrown into the mix at the very start here itself. So Kalahari is on game 4, which means Twisted Minds need to make sure that is where it all ends, if at all Falcons does manage to sneak one away. As anticipated, the Santino taken out of the equation early on by Falcons, not wanting Twisted Minds to take advantage of it, and Twisted goes in for the Oscar.
The show's about to begin.
We see the Santino and the Oscar ban, so Chrono gets let through again. Twisted Minds willing to take that gamble, and of course Falcons is going to immediately pick it up, no questions asked.
Yeah, absolutely. And they do favor the Chrono a little bit more. Twisted Minds are now has an opportunity. Ignis Coda pretty much open. Since that Santino has been banned off already, Iris could be a good pick as well. They go for the Tatsuya Coda, equally as effective.
Tatsuya Coda, that means the cast is not up for grabs. It could be a pick for Twisted Minds. If Falcons want to take it, there's always the Zane, but then you would need to miss. You might miss out on like a Clue and Iris, and you have to pick only one of those for Intel Gathering, which Twisted Minds already have in their possession.
Yeah.
So Falcons
and Zane, of course.
Yep. So Falcons needs to make a pretty important choice here.
Zane could also be thrown into the mix here. A fairly aggressive character out there in the early parts of the game, just to make sure you win out those pistol rounds heading into the further ones. And since Coda's off the list, Clue's going to be brought in, and the suspected Ignis is pulled out here by
I'm
Falcons.
on the case.
And Ignis has been fairly effective for them. They've got a 70% win rate whenever they bring him in.
Alright, you take the Ignis. Okay, I think that's fine. You can't fully deny Intel, but you are able to slow down any sort of pushes from Twisted Minds, who now can go for the Iris. There's also the Cassie also.
Yeah. Steffi's there as well.
Steffi is also there, yeah. Has been quite popular today. The Zane is also open. We did bring that up early on. So it's going to be Zane Iris. Iris is a confirm for sure. Nice for them to decide whether they want the Zane or they want the Cassie.
Just teasing. They're probably going to go in here for the Zane pick. I haven't really seen them very aggressive on the Cassie. Not saying that they haven't used the Cassie much. The Zane definitely will be a better pick when it comes to the aggression, leaving Falcons now with very little to pick from.
I want to know all your secrets.
Of course, the Steffi is out there for the taking still, but that really puts them into a very defensive comp.
What? I mean, Falcons, who are they lacking? I mean, Steffi, A124 is there. Cassie is still up, but it's a weird spot for Cassie for Falcons now. So they could Skylar? It's also pretty weird for Skylar. They could put limit on Skylar and then, like one more on Clue. I can see that happening too. They don't really have any aggressive runs anymore. So it seems that Skylar would be the choice for Falcons.
Looking to lock that in, and they do exactly that. Falcons and Twisted Minds. Let's look at the draft here. Chrono, Clue, Ignis, Skylar. One draft that just looks a little off here. Of course, you can get a little aggressive with that Skylar, but when you look at the Ignis and Chrono, Clue as well, it's mostly used for information and just playing things a little slow. And at the opposite side of things, you've got that Tatsuya, you've got the Zane, you've got the Iris, you've got Coda to just run at your opponents. Twisted Minds could actually run away with this early.
Yeah. Okay. Twisted Minds, it's I'm liking what Twisted Minds has. Of course, Falcons, they have their own niche also, like this Ignis, Chrono, Clue, pretty strong. Like we see what Skylar could do as well to really stop any kind of aggressive maneuvers, especially if you want to take point in an open area. The Skylar prevents all of that and gives you some time to set up. It makes Twisted Minds pretty hard. Second guess as well, if Zenzi wants to perch on top of an area, that Skylar could ruin it for him also. But overall, I think in terms of ease of execution, Twisted Minds draft is easier to pull off.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, it's not going to be easy if Falcons plays this one right, because they do have a fairly effective defensive comp. And that will all depend on catching Twisted Minds in the open. The Skylar is going to be very handy. They need a couple of conditions for this. Probably the cyber airdrop can be one of the bait that they lay out there with the information Clue gives. You can also try playing in with the smokes, sending on fire deep into those smokes as well. Corona and on fire should be able to do massive damage in a situation like that. And of course, we drag one more into the equation, that Flare Mirage could play its role as well, just blocking out more angles alongside a smoke.
See, Twisted Minds, they are coming off quite a hot momentum, right? They have essentially won 2-0s in both their games, both their series, and not only that, 2-0s are incredibly convincing. It's very dominant 2-0s. If you base off of Kalahari's stats, and there's that one to worry about also. If you are, Falcons. So this game 1 is going to set the tone. We are going to Purgatory, and we have not seen this map at all up to this point. It's because it is a BO5 comp map. It will be quite the tempo setter as we get ready to fly onto Purgatory for game 1.
Purgatory, map that we can say neither one has proven themselves at just yet at this Clash Squad. Let's see exactly how things break down here as we head on in for battle. The players on the side of Twisted Minds, as expected, very aggressive with the positioning. Kororo and one more choosing to flank around the right hand side. Advantages to them. Will be able to potentially catch out jump here. One more and on fire with the connection. Needs one more shot. On fire straight in. Time turner in play. And that keeps him safe for the time being.
On fire is trying to escape and somehow makes it out alive. His jump then goes down to one more. The boss now wants to join the fight to try and salvage this. It does it well. The boss again on the one more. So brings Twisted Minds up to a man advantage for now. One more needs to be extracted, but with that compound taken over by Twisted Minds, Falcons will have to settle with in the 2v3.
Wasn't expecting On Fire to waltz off on his own there. Does manage to take jump down, but the return fire dragging out one more as well, making him victim to the side of Twisted Minds. Now putting Falcons on the back foot limit. M500 showing up, tags up Zenzi, gives away information. Cougar tries to shut him down, gets the tag, not enough. Kororo spotted out. Cougar taking advantage, still has an angle to make use of here.
The F500 very deadly in these situations. It's going to be a pincer attack. The boss again. Give him the Tatsuya. He's going to be able to make plays like this and open up openings, opportunities for Twisted Minds. The Team Falcons have very little to do to hold back. So round 1 for Twisted Minds.
And playing it to his advantage as well. Getting up close and personal with that Rebel Rush out of the Tatsuya. Had the M1873 in hand. The double barrel. A couple of tags. And of course, they get this 1 round lead. Team Falcons is not looking very confident in the initial bout. But we've already talked about this. Their composition of active skills here just not looking like it can pull away big numbers.
Fun fact, Twisted Minds defeated Team Falcons 2-1 in the round 4 Swiss stage. Will history repeat itself, or will Falcons take it? We'll find out, because Twisted Minds, they are looking pretty good, right? The records show that Twisted Minds is going to be favored. But that's in the best of 3 scenario. Best of 5s usually play out different. The boss again. He just cannot do anything wrong. 2v2 now. Jump and one more. One more wins that, but the boss switches to the mini Uzi, only to be stopped by one more with the triple. And Twisted Minds finally gets stopped in their tracks.
One more was on fire there. No, that's not a team play on their names, but the guy was just ripping through Twisted Minds. Without him, Twisted Minds definitely would be on the way of running away with this, because we have to think financially, Team Falcons just could not lose that round.
Yeah. Well, did come pretty close, and could come down between the boss and one more. Both are having a great, not just a great game, but a great day so far. The boss again, with the access to the Tatsuya dash, is always going to be able to make plays like this. That's why sometimes you see Falcons doubling up. Cougar and Kororo in a 1v1. Gotta call in reinforcement. Jump will be in the picture right now. Cougar able to win that fight. Riptide Rhythm a bit late, but not too late. The limit was able to capitalize on that. Jump goes down and Falcons turn to strike. The Bass cannot win on this one. The guns is just not strong enough. And Falcons look to take the second round.
On fire on the jump 180. Picking out the level 3 MP5 from the cyber airdrop. Swinging the momentum to the side of Team Falcons, and that should give them an easy win here in this round 3. Plus the cyber point in their pocket. Falcons are definitely back in it now, leaving Twisted Minds falling behind.
This is a round. The difference maker was Limit being able to find that first knock. Again, the Riptide Rhythm, we say if you want to stay outside in the open area, the Riptide Rhythm can ruin your plans. And that's what allowed Falcons to get a trade and convert that into more. So kudos to Limit with that Riptide Rhythm. So now we hit near Lumber Mill. We have a factory to work with. This is Twisted Minds immediately taking point. And Cougar with that glue wall is able to block off Kiroro for now.
On fire just sustains a little bit of damage, but the Coda popped on the opposite end. All thanks to Cougar, who's in a great vantage point, spots the players out. On fire, gets the clip. No knocks coming on through just yet, but the Bass down at the bottom. P90 in hand. In a lot of trouble here if On Fire goes in for the fight.
Kiroro again in a 1v1 out there, somehow wins that against Jump. Wow. Even though he was low in health bar earlier on. And it's a snowballing effect. The Bass and Zenzi now under fire. The Bass gets swung on fire. Comes in with the connection. And Team Falcons in the perfect position to take the third round.
And now they know exactly where to fish him out from. Falcons is focusing on the recovery. Unable to save Limit, but in a 3v1, the flank is on. And one more with the spray down. G36 for the win. Team Falcons. What a turnaround.
So overall, great display from Team Falcons. Again, comes down to the raw gunfight. Jump has not been able to win a lot of the 1v1s that he started. It's allowing Falcons to get away with a man advantage for free. Something to note. And to add on to that, most of the time the guns don't favor Twisted Minds. P90 in the hands of Jump too. So, talk about missing your shots, but having a weaker weaponry doesn't make it any easier.
Falcons early in here for the cyber airdrop. On fire. Premature pop on the chrono. Time turn is out. Bass could not find the connection. Jump and Bass now. Trying to flank around. On fire tag. Calls for the backup. One more is there. Right on time. MP5 level 3. Bass almost sprayed down. Gets away with his life. On fire turned on. Bass just not able to take advantage just yet. And a flying shot. Zenzi Cougar, the combo deadly.
And that was all they need. Zenzi and Cougar to be the one that bails them out of the sticky situation. A 3v4 that looks to be in control of Falcons, but out of nowhere, Zenzi and Cougar both hit their shots simultaneously. And that Riptide Rhythm couldn't have come at a worse moment. That ends up working against Team Falcons, allowing Twisted Minds to recover from not just a deficit, but a round that felt like they shouldn't have any business of winning due to their weaker weaponry. But now we're on even grounds. Even the economy has stabilized for both teams.
The cyber airdrop snuck away by Twisted Minds as they pull that round back. Airdrop now, dragging the Bass out. Jump is there though, on fire, in a lot of trouble. Tagged up by Jump. The finisher could come through, but Kiroro with the save from afar. Kingfisher fishing out a Jump.
And with Jump, has not been having a game at all. 1-6. Really struggling to win these fights against Falcons. And Twisted Minds, we've seen them, the protocols when they're behind. They will try to slow the game down and find cracks to slip through. Bass and Cougar are already in position, but someone has to be the shock absorber, and in this case it's going to be the Zenzi, the sniper player. The Riptide Rhythm doesn't really do much this time for Team Falcons. Zenzi round corner, but Kiroro good on it. Him and On Fire double up. Zenzi goes down and On Fire gets the pounds and Limit joins the fight. Twisted Minds not able to do much to recover this round unless Cougar can make magic happen, but with only 5 HP, a gust of wind is all it takes. And that's indeed what Team Falcons bring. 4-2 is the score.
My goodness me. We have not seen the response from the side of Twisted Minds solid enough to stop the snowball in effect that Falcons have been showing them. Maybe a little bit of a road bump, but nothing else. Falcons have just shrugged that off. And now 2 points away from pulling this first game out of the clutches of Twisted Minds. This is a best of 5, so Twisted Minds does have an extra opportunity if they need one.
Twisted Minds are by no means out of this yet. Really comes down to the crucial moments. Jump. He's been taking point a lot of times, but we said that Reptile Rhythm makes life incredibly hard. And Jump just cannot hold his position outside. One more ring around the Rosie. The Bass. Good opening. Takes him out. Puts Twisted Minds in strong position. On Fire now joins. The Bass is still good, but unfortunately Cororo was able to somehow snipe him. Cougar loses that as the Trogon in this case is a bit stronger.
That's a big loss here for the side of Twisted Minds. Bass just a little overzealous. Did manage to outplay one more who had the VSK. But he did not go in there with a plan. Got taken out of the equation. Wings clipped here. And the wings do not belong to Falcons. Twisted Minds have to do something to get 4 rounds in a row, because Falcons are on match point for our grand finals first game.
Yeah. Purgatory nonetheless. Twisted Minds only able to scrap together some suboptimal weaponry. Trogon, M1887, an AWM. And On Fire already found Jump. This guy is just not allowed to play the game.
And what a long shot by Jump. Sorry. Received by Jump. And just absolutely no recovery there whatsoever. Cororo versus Bass. Bass is waiting for the distance to be cut down first so that the Trogon can be used. On Fire has to beat his opponent, but instead, Cororo might just end up in the crosshairs of Bass. On Fire with a potential flank around the right-hand side. Bass taking that step up. Blue wall thrown towards him. On Fire cooking up the nade, and Bass smart enough to back away. Inhaler pop, but On Fire finds him, pulls out the time turner. The damage has been done, but Zenzi with the response from afar.
Team Falcons have been doing an extraordinary job in flushing out the members of Twisted Minds one by one. That's how they've been winning majority of these fights. Sure, we say people like Jum are not winning fights, but then you're up against Falcons who are so good in these tactical rounds to secure themselves a 6-2 scoreline on map 1. Team Falcons, they are one step closer to that back-to-back.
Indeed, they are making this one look fairly easy. Surprisingly so, because the list of active skills that they pulled in here just were not looking like comfort picks for the squad. Being forced to play the Clue, Ignis, Kyler, the Zane on the side of Twisted Minds, I thought that was a deal breaker. The Bass just couldn't be as aggressive in this matchup against Falcons. They were overwhelmed, Husky.
They are, again, like we see people like Jum was not allowed to play the game at all. He's not winning any fights. I believe he ended the game 1-8 or something. But more so, Team Falcons are just so good at working together and using their utilities to get Twisted Minds out into the open, right? Like they keep flushing Twisted Minds members one by one, and it's really making life for Twisted Minds very hard because every single time they have to relocate, you get shot during a cross, you get caught up by multiple members of Falcons. If you go for a trade, Falcons trades back twice as hard. They haven't been able to really find much to work with in that purgatory game.
No, they haven't, and they kept trying the same thing again and again, even though they kept facing failure, which was sending out a duo as a rusher, depending on the Bass to get those eliminations. But it just wasn't cutting out for the squad. I mean, Bass did have the Tatsuya. He could not get away. I mean, we've seen him with some clutch moments where he had the reset on the Rebel Rush, but it just wasn't the indication this time around. He had the opportunity to rush on in there alongside Jump as well, but like you said, Jump had the Zane, but he just was tanking so much of damage, could barely do anything in that fight. And Falcons were just having a field day with these guys.
Yeah, they certainly are looking on fire as our MVP of this game. 8 eliminations. Basically, he's one of the few guys that is constantly finding Jump and giving them that 1v1 treatment every single round. Sublime performance from this guy, right? On Fire was there when they won EWC. We say that this is a reunion between Cougar and the rest of Falcons, but clearly Falcons looking strong as always. The scoreline is just brutal for Twisted Minds.
Absolutely, man. I mean, look at Twisted Minds and the eliminations. Like you said, Jump only finding one in the grand scheme of things, had the Zane, but just couldn't get into enough skirmishes to get the damage in. They had to depend on the Bass. The Bass did his best, 6 eliminations, but it just wasn't enough to carry the squad in this best of 5. Falcons take the first game at Purgatory. Given it's definitely not something that Twisted Minds was hoping for, they would have probably been hoping for a Kalahari as the first map to build up momentum, but that's on a game 4, which could potentially not be seen at all.
Yeah, there's a very good chance that, you know, Falcons clean sweep this and don't have to worry about that 100% win rate for Twisted Minds in the game 4. Twisted Minds can say that, though, at the end of the day, we are 100% win rate on Kalahari overall, but they will be at the cost of the grand finals. So for Falcons, if they can close it out on Bermuda with a win again, then they would really put the pressure on Twisted Minds.
This is a interesting one. So Falcons are slightly lower on the win rate here because they have played lesser Bermuda maps as opposed to Twisted Minds. Falcons have only played it 3 times, and out of the 3 times they've played Bermuda, they've won twice. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, 5 times they have played Bermuda, walked away with 3 victories. On the player head-to-head, Limit versus Cougar, 98 eliminations versus the 87, and you see that the damage and the assists not too far away from each other.
No, not at all. I think, you know, even for Limit and Cougar, when they were on the same team, obviously Cougar was in the sub role, so we didn't really get to see him much. And that was even prior to Limit being on the team. But I think Cougar has found a new home on Twisted Minds. Like being in its current role, you have very young, talented players like Zensi and the Bass, and Cougar bringing his experience from what he learned with Team Falcons, and even way back then, back in 2022 and 2023, is helping to shape the new gen of Twisted Minds. But leading them to a victory is going to be a very tall order against these bunch of battle-hardened veterans.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Falcons wanted at the start. A victory and possibly a clean sweep of the grand finals 3-0 to solidify themselves as the best of the best Clash squad team in here. On top of that, they would be crowned the back-to-back champions of Clash squad. Obviously, that is sweet apart from the $30,000 that they want to bag by the end of this. Twisted Minds with the opening ban onto that chrono.
In the battle, be the legend.
They took a chance in game 1, it didn't work out, so I'm glad that the chrono is finally banned out. They needed to get rid of it because chrono is such a big problem. In not just against Team Falcons, but overall against any teams. So we get a very default ban. Chrono and Oscar, Steffi being hovered. Steffi locked in for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. And having the Steffi as the main pick has definitely got me scratching my head. Twisted Minds. Falcons, on the other hand, can go for their comfort picks. I mean, you've got the Coda. You can sneak that one away instantly. You can bring in Ignis again if you really do want to play a little bit of on the defensive spot. since the chrono is out of the equation, Zane could definitely be a strong pick here for the side of Falcons, who want to get this one dusted fairly quick.
Oh, 100%. I think for Falcons, they can go Zane Cassie, Tatsuya Cassie. There are plenty of options for themselves. Yeah, I feel like go like Zane or Tatsuya plus Cassie. You could go Zane Tatsuya too, right? It also kind of diminishes the value of the Cassie by a little bit.
Yeah.
Because then it will feel very awkward to take the Cassie without either of them.
Yep. And Falcons has always, perma-banned Cassie. Only up against Twisted Minds, they have not really done that. Understanding that Twisted Minds themselves don't fairly, don't pick that Cassie all that too often. And of course, leaving the Zane open, Twisted Minds will take advantage of that. But of course, the question is going to be, can Jump get something done this time around? Once again, Tatsuya Zane on the side of Twisted Minds.
Very powerful picks on the side of Twisted Minds for sure. Something that you sort of expected, with all these picks left open, it would be quite a shocker if we don't see them get picked. I mean, Twisted Minds right now, I feel like you can offer the Iris if Falcons don't take it, right? It's either Iris or Clue, unless Falcons take both of it away, which should be a huge investment on their end.
Can always
okay, Coda Iris is a phenomenal combination here for the side of Falcons.
Louder. I want to know all
And the
your
remaining
secrets.
player goes in for that Skylar pick. This is what could potentially be the game changer here for Zenzi, who opts for the Sentino instead. Hasn't locked it in just yet. Twisted Minds doesn't have a lot of time to think here. But that one now gets locked in. Sentino, Tatsuya Zane, as well as Steffi on the side of Twisted Minds. Looking fairly aggressive still with their draft.
Yeah, Santino slipping through until the very end. You don't get this every day. Falcons with a very tactical draft. That Cassie and Ignis is going to work hand in hand. Either that or Coda. So, quite flexible overall. They're probably going to rely on utilities again to flush out Twisted Minds, who have a very, very standard draft. Aside from the Steffi, but it's going to allow them to hold the front. Maybe it was an anticipation that if you go for Skylar, we have the Steffi with us. So I can understand the Steffi pick. But let's see if this hard read is going to pay off.
Absolutely, man. I mean, this is a very interesting draft for sure on the side of Twisted Minds. Falcons, on the other hand, you've got that Iris. So no hiding away from Limit. Ignis gets pulled in once again, so one more is going to pick that up. On Fire on the Coda instead of the Chrono this time around. And Karoro backing them up with the Cassie instead of looking for the information. On Fire is going to be taking a step back by the looks of things here on the side of Team Falcons. This is now a very interesting turn of events. I expected more aggression out of Twisted Minds, but we seem to be getting that out of Falcons.
Oh, yeah, no doubt at all. I think Falcons, they're so accustomed to just playing an aggressive game. So between them and Twisted Minds, I feel like Twisted Minds are a lot more aggressive on maps they're confident on, and so far it has only been Kalahari, right? We haven't really seen much of that on maps like beyond Kalahari.
Yeah.
So that's something that I feel like, Falcons are a lot more favored in a sense, and I can definitely see why Falcons, are the favorites, at the end of the day. But we'll see if Twisted Minds, they have made some pretty interesting adjustments. I am liking what I'm seeing from them. It's a matter of whether they can stop Team Falcons from flushing them out, which was the case. And that was sort of like the biggest challenge that they had to face in Game 1.
Still not seeing the efficacy of that Steffi just yet, so perhaps they'll show us in battle shortly as we head on into game number 2. Falcons already with that one map victory as we set this up now to see if we're not Twisted Minds is going to have a chance at Kalahari later on in game number 4. In order to do that, they have to pull a victory here.
It's not going to be an easy one, and Keroro already starting off by taking down this Baz. Then see, relocates with the Santino, ends up catching on fire off guard. That's going to equalize the playfield. The Baz can still be extracted, but Keroro makes sure the finisher is there. Jump finds limit in the process. Twisted Minds looking to take the first round again.
Fantastically done, Twisted Minds. Keroro, one more surrounded. G18 in his hands, just not the best gun in this sticky situation. Gets sprayed down.
Double kill.
Falcons focusing on an eco, and they get punished for it. Twisted Minds. It's not like they went all out with their purchases, but now they've got enough resources to go all out. There's a possibility Twisted Minds just doesn't do that. Potentially anticipating a comeback here out of Falcons.
Again, the Santino usage was great that round. Being able to reposition, and not only reposition, but catching one of your enemies off guard. Something that I think Team Falcons were not expecting to. But it's just like the previous game, where Twisted Minds wins round 1, but Falcons was still able to reel it back regardless. Again, they are a very utility-based team. And not only that, the utility usage has been on point. This Cassie's gonna allow On Fire to aggress a bit more, and this is why you're seeing him rush straight into Twisted Minds. Gotta start winning these fights first though On Fire, and he does eventually beat Jump. Cougar catches Keroro on the wayside.
Cougar now flanking on in. Looking for one more. Kingfisher in hand. Needs to put a stop to the pickup. Fails to do so, and Keroro back up on his feet, and a great flanking spot by one more to make sure Cougar does not shut down the team members on his side. But the Bass and Zenzi picks up the pace, gets it done. Again, Cougar with a phenomenal flanking spot.
Zenzi coming alive. Even Jump 2 already doing slightly better than he did in game 1. Came down to a 1v1 On Fire. I felt like he had a chance here, but unfortunately got sprayed down. And Twisted Minds fans a bit more relief seeing how that round 2 played out. Rifles are all out now. VSS for Team Falcons. A couple of Deagles in hand. The mini Uzi for one more.
And the cyber airdrop is going to be dragging both squads down to the middle. Grenade cooking up on the opposite side. Cougar. Steffi popped at the right timing. Jump does not get tagged up by that nade. Smokes are out. On Fire in trouble. Bass has the mini Uzi. Can he spray and pray? Jump right in and On Fire with the headshot up close and personal. Bass does manage to tag him up. He's pressured by one more. Turns the tables on him. Cougar now getting involved in the fight. And Twisted Minds overwhelming Team Falcons.
The Baz just mows them down with the mini Uzi as every one of them fought in the smoke. Essentially, almost completely blind in that situation. And Falcons, they didn't really have the time or space to heal back up, so they just powered through it. But sadly, against the Baz, you give him a space like that, they're going to absolutely destroy you. That mini Uzi paid up big time.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a flying Bass at that point of time. Level 3 MP5 in hand now after hitting that cyber airdrop at the conclusion of that third round. On Fire, Keroro. Beeline straight up to the front. Bass gets flanked. On Fire blocked away, and Keroro is the one that is made the victim. On Fire take that sidestep, and a guard nade out of nowhere from one more puts Bass down on the ground. Jump pulls that Steffi out to stop the rest of the nades, but walks into two players.
Very well done. That Flame Mirage won Falcons the round. Twisted Minds could have gone for the recovery, but without any glue walls, they could not carry out their plan of bringing the Baz back to his feet, and Team Falcons finally finds their first round off of the utility usage. Took them quite a while to adjust to the situation, but they eventually did. The grenade as well from one more that they took down the Baz was the catalyst of Falcons being able to win that round and force Twisted Minds to fight out in the open.
Absolutely. I don't think Twisted Minds expected Baz to go down in that way, and the power of the surprise nade holds exactly that. The power to shock and stun your opponents. Now Cyber airdrop down in the middle again. Baiting out Jump. Looking for an opportunity here. Jump with that Steffi instantly. Pulls the pop. No nades. Can deter him right now. Waits for the Cyber point. Jump could go in here for the rushes. On fire. Takes a sidestep. M590. Bass and Jump together. Cyber point.
One more is able to force the Bass out too. Bass trying to go for a cheeky flank, but one more than prepared to receive that, so the Bass had to regroup with the team. And that smoke grenades making it a lot more complicated. Come to the left side, a glue wall, almost a perfect block. On Fire tried to sneak through but couldn't do so, and the Bass continues to hold the Cyber airdrop area. As the Cassie keeps On Fire topped up, so Twisted Minds needs to find the next move.
How did On Fire survive that? Because sidestep, Cougar. On Fire just needs one shot out of this VSK. Gets into close proximity. Steffi popped yet again. No nades flying towards him though. On Fire in the middle of 3 Twisted Minds players. Flame Mirage tags them up. Cougar goes down. On Fire still on his feet.
First blood.
One more On Fire. Deadly duo. And Falcons looking to pull this round to their side.
Another great Flame Mirage. The patience to hold on to their utility from Team Falcons' ends is starting to pay dividends. They waited so long, but the moment they let loose the Flame Mirage, it always comes at a time where Twisted Minds wanted space to work with. Clears out the entire lane and allows Team Falcons to come in for the cleanup.
Brilliant execution. 2 rounds in a row. Team Falcons scratching and clawing their way back in here. And now off they go. Absolutely perfect. With the weapons that they've purchased already. Hitting a triple VSK Kororo. You do see the Sentinel of Zenzi just left behind that pillar there. For a quick reposition as he flanks around to that left.
The positions of Team Falcons also pretty strategic. The Sentinel decoy is placed there. Might have gotten destroyed actually. As it disappears one more. Relocates in. Kororo with the Deeg. And this is scary now for Twisted Minds. The Deego has come off of Kororo. Duo is what separates Twisted Minds between Team Falcons' onslaught. And even then one more finds the Bass again. With the ice grenade, and now they come out into the open. The Bass, can he get recovered? A cluster in from afar, and Falcons does not allow Twisted Minds to have any permission to move or breathe, not without their permission.
Zenzi with the failed clone thrown out earlier on, now caught in a 1v4. Flame Mirage does tag him up. Limit finds him, gives away the information. Now here comes On Fire Kororo. Everybody rushing on 4th. M590. An obvious end to that round as Falcons pulls the equalizer. It's now 3-3.
Kororo doing God's work. This all started with a quick pop of the Kororo Deego, which cascaded against Twisted Minds, forced to help the Bass back up, but ends up eating ice grenades, frag grenades, giving any opportunity to formulate any response, and they're not willing to give up on the Bass. And if you put all of that aside, there is still a Flame Mirage that Falcons could use against Twisted Minds. So it feels like a lose-lose situation regardless.
High ground taken by Limit. The battle down the center though because of that Cyber drop jump. Pops the Steffi On Fire. What a blind shot through the smoke. Gets tagged right back up by Jump. The battle of the M590s down in the middle. On Fire now, sitting down right inside of that Steffi circle. Kororo sprayed down.
First blood.
Twisted Minds pulling this one back thanks to the Bass and Jump.
Can he do it? Jump, taking out Kororo. And Limit 1v4. Twisted Minds making sure that Team Falcons doesn't get that 4-round wins in a row, because that's going to be incredibly damaging to the economy. And a triple for Jump. Redemption after a horrific game 1. Twisted Minds up 4 points now.
Double kill.
It's still pretty much in the balance here. Anything could happen. Twisted Minds sneaking away those Cyber points, making sure if it goes the distance, They are going to be the favorites to walk out of this one, the victors, guaranteeing themselves that Kalahari map just to tip the odds in their favor. But Falcons are not too far away from finding the finisher. They could find 3 rounds in a row earlier. Finding it again should be no problems at all. On fire, Kororo flanking around. Nobody spotted them out just yet. Bass gets the information. Zenzi pulls out the AWM. No shot in. And allows Kororo to track all the way up to the top. Gets the tag. And Kororo barricades himself in, allowing Jump a little bit of time to circle around. Blue wall down. Kororo responds. But not enough to take Jump out of the equation. Now, backup has been called. On fire, going in for the push. But gets punished as well by Jump.
Flame Mirage comes through again. Uh-oh. Yeah, Exalt exposed. One more. Good shot comes in on a Cougar. One more. Living up to the name.
First blood.
Him and Limit are pretty low. Need some time to heal back up. Zenzi will need to do some cleanup in the meantime. But sadly, he is not in the right spot to do so. Baited by Limit. Repositioned with Santino. Zenzi now has eyes on both Kororo and one more. But 1v3 is a tall order, even for Zenzi.
Absolutely. And tries to circle around in the timely manner as the nade misses him, but Limit does not miss with the VSK. Finds his 3rd elimination. Just when you thought Twisted Minds is going to run away with this, Falcons showing that it is not over just yet. Now on to Docs we go.
This, funnily enough, has been the closest game we had so far today.
Yeah.
4 points. 4-4 at least, the equalizer. Now it's Twisted Minds' turn to go for close range and 590 in the hands of all of them. Whereas for Team Falcons, VSS across the board. It's all about long range.
Rimnam pulling everybody to the center. All thanks to the cyber drop. Twisted Minds looking for the 3rd point. Flame Mirage out. One more tag. And the Bass now jumps on in. Jump getting the initial frag onto On Fire. It's exactly what's needed. No saving him. Zenzi chipping in. Blind shot with the AWM. Taking Kororo out. And Limit holding on for his dear life here. Can Zenzi work out some sort of miracle? One more. Really low. A 2v1. His footwork. Baited out. And Limit takes advantage from the back.
Oh my goodness. One more. Could be what made the difference. Creating space for Limit. Now Limit finds the confidence to move on forward.
Wow.
The boss comes in. Limit takes the bait. And the boss saves Twisted Minds.
Smart play by the boss. Played the timing really well. Giving him enough time to reach his teammate and to start picking him up. But not enough time to complete. And because of that timing, Twisted Minds on match point to force a game 4. And they've also got the 3rd point for the cyber drop. Level 4 vest in a crucial round for Twisted Minds.
Indeed it is. Twisted Minds have the chance to tie up the series. It's been the closest we had so far. Team Falcons will make a bit of adjustment with the smoke grenade. The boss will come from the corner. If they see him, they take down the boss. That could be the biggest difference, but I think the boss slipped through. Uh-oh. That's not good for Falcons. They need to know where the boss is. Limit is coming under pressure. The boss is right in front of Limit. Now one more gets called to provide support. And the rest of Falcons need to hold on. Kororo was able to take down Zenzi. The Flame Rush comes through. The boss needs that knock. Limit out maneuvers him. And now there is a chance for Falcons to push this to an equalizer.
Called for backup and then took matters into his own hands. Limit again delivering. Drops Jump. Cougar all alone. And the finisher from Kororo up top. AWM. Team Falcons. First time in the day. Round number 11. We say hello.
Just good stuff from Limit and the rest of Falcons. He did a bit of an oopsie in the previous round, but this round Limit pulled it back. With the help of On Fire and Kororo, of course. AWM for every single member of Team Falcons. The goal is very clear. Play long range. Don't let Twisted Minds get in your face because most of them have the M590. Let's see the spread. It's not the easiest to play around Shipyard. The containers are what makes it hard to play in long range. Ice Grenade throw now. Flame Mirage across the board on both teams on fire. With Kororo kind of tethered to him. Finds the shot on the jump somehow. The clusters go wide and on fire. About to be in their face.
And once again, we've got all out level 4 West on the side of Twisted Minds. They're just not finding the connections just yet. Zenzi taking advantage of one more's position. Drops him down on fire. Looked for that backup. Could not get it. But Cougar and Jump traded out. Zenzi.
Oh!
Looking for that comeback. But Limit puts an end to him. 1v1. Bass versus Limit. Who gets the clutch? Bass with the pickup. Brings Cougar back in. And Limit again drops Cougar down. Instead goes in for the pickup. Onto on fire. Stacking the odds in the favor of Team Falcons.
Through the smoke, Limit might have just won that round. The boss able to get Zenzi back up on his feet. Limit the Miracle Walker and a smoke grenade. The boss, can he land that shot through the smoke? He cannot. Kororo back up and that's the Cassie. So the electrotherapy is back up online. Team Falcons will slowly start to top themselves back up. On fire with the nade in hands. Gonna launch it now. That one. Kind of off the mark a little bit, but another smoke grenade thrown out. It's gonna conceal that decoy. But when will Zenzi take it? There's not much time left. Falcons about to launch an assault. Zenzi now relocates the boss. Finds Limit of all people. Resets with the Tatsuya. Is now on fire against Zenzi. They're both blind and on fire now. Pops the Coda. There is information granted. On fire should know where Zenzi is at. Goes for the chase. On fire. Brings Falcons to a second game win in the grand finals.
Unbelievable. A valiant effort initially with the Steffi. They recovered Twisted Minds, but they could not snuff out the fire in this guy. Had the coda, knew where to aim, got the info, worked it out perfectly. And now Falcons, if this was a best of 3, they would have cleaned up house. It's the grand finals, baby. In a best of 5, they need to do it one more time.
Oh my goodness, Twisted Minds, they came close. The boss was working magic, Zenzi was working magic.
Yep.
But the true magician, unfortunately, was Limit. He saved the round twice. He came down to on fire with that final knockdown, but it wouldn't have happened without Limit's brilliance. Stellar performance across the board. And now Falcons, they are one game away from making history. And for Twisted Minds, they gotta do that quick reset. You knew what to work against Falcons. Now you just need to add a little bit more oomph to it.
Yeah, and the smoke grenades, of course, playing its dividends in that final round, helping out the team pick up 2 team members who have been downed already, just stacking the odds in their favor. And Falcons just turning that situation around. A unsuspecting victory just when you thought Twisted Minds was gonna be activating that game number 4. So he still might not see Kalahari by the end of this. Do we get a clean sweep in this series? A 3-0 now on the table, being teased by the one and only Falcons, the reigning champions of Clash Squad.
You can see Falcons, they feel incredibly good about themselves. Even from the player camps, they know that they have made something miraculous happen. Just based off of just sheer brilliance. The abilities made all the difference in that final round. I was sure that Zenzi would have had a fair chance if On Fire didn't have literal wall hacks with that coda. So slightly unfortunate for Twisted Minds, but it's not all over yet. They got one more round, but we gotta first celebrate Limit as the match MVP for game number 2.
Massive damage. 8 eliminations, but 5,036 on the DMG. Limit X7 saving the game not once but twice. Phenomenal sniping. But thankfully, it was not a squad that was only depending on him to get the victory. As you can see, everybody throwing in their efforts here. One more with the 6. Kororo and On Fire with the 7 apiece. The Bass doing really well, but it just wasn't enough. The game definitely went the distance, and Falcons just finding the clutch out of nowhere at the very end.
Yeah. It's these moments that remind you how exhilarating a game of Free Fire can be and how down to the wire these rounds can be too. Falcons giving us a blinder 6-5. The first game ever today as well to push it all to 11 rounds. And we head to Nextera, where Team Falcons, they completely outclassed Virtus Pro earlier on. Now let's see if they can do the same to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is an opportunity. And Twisted Minds kind of played their own version of outclassing Virtus Pro early on as well. It's really setting up a beautiful stage for this grand finals, but they just cannot seem to find an answer for Falcons in the grand scheme of things. Look at the confidence, man. Looking at the stats, you really don't see a huge difference in the eliminations, but the headshots department shows you exactly who's clunking away a little bit more accurately out there. But still, the losing side is the team with the better stats.
Yeah, which is pretty insane, right? Like, I think even for Twisted Minds, I want to say they play more games, but then Falcons technically played a lot more games, or a couple more games than Twisted Minds. Although I would say a lot of the games that Falcons played, it did end slightly quicker. You know, it didn't drag out as much. So the stats really put into perspective how more efficient Falcons can be in certain situations.
Yeah.
But I think Twisted Minds have already kind of made an impression, right? If anything, in Clash Squad. I feel like when Swiss round started, maybe people would have expected Twisted Minds to make it to top 8 at all, and if they do make it to top 8, definitely not a grand finals appearance. It would have been a BRU Falcons if you ask anyone at the start of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I mean, getting Buriram sent out of the competition was a phenomenal feat, a shocking one. Nobody expected it, but that's exactly what keeps the competition so much more exciting. This is what we want to see. And of course, at the end of the day, only one can stand at the very end. Twisted Minds was capable of snuffing out a favorite in Buriram. Can they snuff out a favorite in Team Falcons as well and complete their miraculous lower bracket run? But in order to do that, they will have to do the unthinkable. A reverse sweep in the grand finals, winning out Nextera, Kalahari, and Solara in a row, not allowing the dominant Falcons to fly high.
This is going to be not just a battle of skill, but also a battle of wits and stamina.
Yeah.
As the night draws on longer, the fatigue is going to set in. And for Twisted Minds, they've gotten their rest early on, but not since beating VP. I mean, for Falcons, this is sort of like your upper bracket advantage, you know? You get the rest a little bit, you know? If you win games, you get a heads up on everyone else. For Twisted Minds, you gotta start scratching their heads. Because I think the draft was good, but the execution, it was good as well. I think Game 2 really came down to just the battle of instances, right? Those minute of moments where both teams played as perfect as they could get, but in that half a second, Falcons just play better.
Now, opening bands here. Falcons getting the first pick. Who do you stop? As a matter of fact, do you want to stop? Oh, they take the Cassie out of the equation here. Falcons, I don't think they know.
Power on. Let's play a little game.
Not really going to be the main pick of the squad, but it's okay. Twisted Minds taking that Oscar out of the equation as well. Not wanting to deal with a lot of the disruption on the front lines. And Falcons with their prio time turner pick.
Be the legend.
Since it's not banned out, they take advantage of it instantly.
This is scary. Giving Falcons the Chrono, which is one of the strongest characters right now. There's no Cassie. I mean, Cassie was also kind of what allowed Falcons to turn that game around earlier on, but giving the Chrono is it's quite a gamble. Twisted Minds, they do get something for themselves, right? Coda, Sentino, so still some power picks for themselves. Second guessing the Santino. Koda Tetsuya also works, but
Yeah.
gonna make Falcons choose whether you want Santino or Iris.
Yeah, there's a possibility of a Zane being shown here because Falcons don't need to rush the clue pick. I doubt Twisted Minds will want to go for a double info, a little bit of a waste. So they can abandon the information for the final pick, probably sneak away the Zane, maybe get the Ignis in here as well. There's a fair fight for that Iris, which I'm very sure Twisted Minds will want for themselves in the hands of Zenzi. So this could just be that opportunity. But what would the play style be here for Falcons? Should be able to realize that in a couple of seconds once they show us exactly which way they want to swing.
Yeah, I think you could just ignore the Santino or Iris and pick your power picks first, right? Because I feel like there's no way Twisted Minds take both of that. Ignis here would be okay, I think. Zane too. Ignis Clue works as well. Falcons have been really good with the utilities. Zane Iris is another combination that they could go for. So don't really care about the Santino.
I'm all adrenaline.
Absolutely, and of course Twisted Minds now free to pick that Santino if they want to.
I want to know all
Has
your
been
secrets.
very effective in their hands, in the hands of Zenzi especially. But they have not managed to oust Twisted Minds with their trickery. Zenzi has not been ultimately effective in the battle against Falcons. 48 more seconds to go. Their response could just be bringing in that Steffi, but instead they default over, still sticking to their Santino pick, but dragging in the Flame Mirage through Ignis into their side as well.
Flame.
Yeah.
To me, go viral.
Could be a clue here for info. Could be the Skylar, which we've seen from Falcons too, that has caused some problems for Twisted Minds. So what else? I mean, Steffi is up, though I don't feel like you would go Steffi here. So Clue probably makes the most sense. It was between Clue and Skylar. So yeah, Falcons, I like what they have.
I'm on the case.
Again, it's the sort of the same approach from both teams, right? Like Falcons have really been leaning into just playing more tactical, which is pretty ironic because I feel like Twisted Minds is the one that's been able to really slow down games and force force errors from their opponents. But Falcons so far have really been adjusting to it very well.
Brilliant prioritization here by Falcons, leaving the clue for the last pick.
Is that Peter in the crowd? Yeah, that's Peter in the crowd.
Thumbs upping everyone, making sure the squads know that he is watching, so they better bring their best. I have to say they have been bringing their ultimate best. Falcons one more game victory away from solidifying themselves as the greatest Clash squad team.
6 rounds away. The fastest will be 6 rounds away, if not 11, or if not, we'll get one more game. Either way, Falcons are so close, and I think a lot of people would, before we got into this grand final stage, I think when you look at the Swiss stage performances, there are certainly doubts being raised, and I wouldn't call it doubts, more of a discussion, right? Like how much competitive the scene has gotten. Teams like Falcons and BRU not getting a clean 3-0 entry into the playoffs. But now Falcons is in the grand finals. I think it does cement one fact, that they are still one of the top contenders. And if they win, then there will be no questions that Falcons is the best at what they do here.
Yeah, no doubt at all. But of course, it's not going to be a walk in the park, Twisted Minds. Looking to punish for sure. Question is, will they be able to pull this off easily? This is the tense moment indeed.
Yeah, it is nerve-wracking. And we're not even at the venue, right? We are in the comforts of our home. But I think for the players, especially for Twisted Minds, tournament lives on the line. In the grand finals, we hop onto map number 3. Falcons are so close to the skies, and they might once again soar to greater heights and cement themselves as the best Clash Squad team in 2025.
Let's see what they do in here with a very quick portal usage. Twisted Minds in the central building. But the information has been given away already, and you can see Falcons using that info, scrambling, trying to get away. On fire, or spots a beautiful play on the Zenzi split. Doesn't manage to take him down just yet, though. Cougar turned on. Twisted Minds actually managed to outsmart Team Falcons in the early parts of this round.
Got some Houdini trick there from Zenzi.
Uh-oh.
And it might just pay off. This guy,
Triple kill.
magician, and almost made it work. Big high fives from Kororo and On Fire. A 3-piece for him too. The M500 doing mad work. But you gotta admit, the Santino decoy, the tricks, the smokes and mirrors, the switcheroos from Zenzi almost won Twisted Minds' pistol round, but sadly he doesn't have Hellbar to work with. The Team Falcons with this first round now goes for immediate force buy. VSS and D goes on the hand. The M500 still in the hands of Kororo. Let's see if Twisted Minds can bring this back. A huge chance that if Falcons wins this round too, Twisted Minds will be in a lot of problems. And sadly, the boss forced away immediately. The jump left with a double revolver, not having any avenues to aggress. Maybe the boss is going to find a 1v1 opportunity and Jump able to get a couple of attacks on the Kororo. But sadly, not much space to work with. But Team Falcons continue to be able to put on the pressure. The boss losing his health bar and On Fire. Let's take off the firewall. He's right in it. On Fire drops the Chrono Dome. Jump wins that fight.
Fantastically played. Jump on Fire and gets a double.
Double kill.
A little bit of backup there for Schwer. Cougar striking as well. And it looks like the double revolvers are getting the job done here. In this game number 3. The M1917 just popping off in the hands of Twisted Minds. Now all we've got is one more. The team that actually had the money to buy their way to a victory.
Triple kill.
Flattened out by a phenomenal eco round of Twisted Minds.
Great stuff from Twisted Minds. Because we knew that Falcons are going to go for all the force buys. We saw quadruple VSS come out. Yet Twisted Minds able to stem the bleeding when I felt like Falcons was not giving them any space to work with. All started with the one more engaged into the building where he dropped the time turner with the help of the Ignis Wall to block off vision. But if you can't win the fight right then and there, Twisted Minds will be able to regroup and make it a 2v1, and that was sort of what happened. And Kororo, what a deke on the jump! And that first blood came all too quick.
Cyber drop. Bask looking for it, but the pressure. Almost taken down and out. And it'll be Falcons, the straight ones, do that. But Twisted Minds catching them off guard. What a god nade. Cougar takes one more out of the equation. One man down now. Limit desperately trying to win this back, but Cougar gets the damage in. The Bass finds the head. Limit taken out of the equation, leaving Kororo in a desperate 1v3 attempt.
If only a Deagle to rely on. It seems like this time it's not going to be doable. It's the Bass's turn to get a 3-piece Twisted Minds. Now, we'll take the lead, 2-1.
This is what Twisted Minds desperately needs. Now it's pretty equal on both sides, with a little bit of an edge on the side of Twisted Minds when it comes to the currency in hand. But Falcons do have enough to force their way through. All thanks to the fact that they've got access to that VSS.
Absolutely. What's the position of Team Falcons? On Fire will try to sneak around the corner. I think Twisted Minds should have read this. If they've seen the playbook of Falcons, if they've studied it, they should know the team sometimes will send for the flank. On Fire, if he gets spotted out, that would be a good way for Twisted Minds to stop that backstab. We see the decoy being sent up by the Santino, so Zenzi has a good spot to relocate to as soon as he gathers enough intel.
On Fire not looking the right way. Zenzi Distracted by Kororo, giving On Fire the advantage here. But none taken. On Fire a little slow to that fight and chooses to play tactically. Misses an opportunity, but better safe than sorry since he tagged up from afar. The flank around looks like it's perfect for Limit, and he drops Zenzi. No backup for the rest as he goes in for the confirmation.
Great stuff from Limit again. Initial picks that Limit puts up every now and then. Sometimes it could be once in the blue moon, but when it happens, it's pretty hard to recover from, and the boss will make sure that they can still pull it back. He'll back up a little bit, confirm the elimination on the Limit as the rest of Falcons now pushes forward. On Fire needs to find more. Kororo covering his back, but the boss again comes from behind. This guy can do no wrong, and Twisted Minds now in the lead. 3-1.
Jumping into a double there. Twisted Minds. 3-1 scoreline. Desperation shining through the team that's almost about to walk away with $15,000 in hand. They don't want that. They're playing for a bonus or for an extra 15K. Falcons already with the 2 map wins ahead of them are not sweating. But the question is, do they want to finish this early? Kororo for elimination. Sensei! Early tag. No luck on the side of Kororo.
And Kororo's going to be forced back down. You see a double team from the side too. I thought they would commit to the full rotation, but they didn't. Still, able to light up Kororo is good enough. Kororo just cannot find any place to rest for now. Then C was under pressure, so you can see him bandaging himself up. Tempo slows down. Twist the Bars takes a massive shot. On Fire now because they're going to push towards him. And then the Bars unfortunately doesn't really have much space to work with. And On Fire will confirm the elimination. And without the Bars, confidence rises for Team Falcons.
Yeah, perfect shot by Limit at the top. And the follow-up, easy after that AWM finds the tag. On Fire though, looking for Jump. Jump has the MP5 in hand. On Fire to the VSS. Great rate of fire, but the MP5 should be able to outplay him. Instead gets sprayed down by Kororo. Limit on the other hand, spotting out Zenzi. One opportunity is all that's needed, and he gets a phenomenal swing. AWM for the win. Team Falcons pulls one back, a 2-3 scoreline, looking for the equalizer in this round 6.
You can see Cougar scratching his head too on the player cam. All of them were picked up by Limit, and there was no one applying pressure to the sniper of Team Falcons. A mistake turned fatal. They couldn't find out where Limit was, or they lost sight of him halfway through the round. And especially after the boss went down, the attention was switched again. Limit, what was that? In the opening moments of the round, Jump needs to be picked back up, and now Twisted Minds have to slow down.
Limit. 3 eliminations already, but just needs to be careful with his position here. Cougar and Zenzi distracted by one more. Jump has an eye on him, doesn't have the right gun in the situation. Cougar and Zenzi though can find the connections with the VSS from afar. There's a simple airdrop picked up here by Falcons. But they have left Limit all alone, and Zenzi's looking for that flank.
There's also the Bars. Just now the last info they got of him was an ice grenade, and now one more finally sees the Bars. Oh boy. Bars able to duck into cover for now. The attention turns back to Jump, who has to use all his medkits earlier on because of that opening tag by Limit. So anything beyond that is going to put Jump at critical. I think Cougar passed him a medkit too, but Zenzi ends up going down to Limit, and with the sniper of Twisted Mind goes down, Team Falcons can now easily pounce onto the members of Twisted Minds. The boss found up at Kororo as he was trying to reposition on top of the roof, and Team Falcons looking to basically tie up this round.
Great opportunity to do exactly that. 4v2. Cougar tag. Kororo needs it. M590 can't get to the spot because the MP5 got there first. On Fire will get a double to seal the deal. Equalizer for Team Falcons as they pull 3 rounds in a row.
And just like that, all that effort that Twisted Minds put in does not matter anymore. Team Falcons have fully resetted. And this time it's Limit is the one that's spearheading the efforts of Team Falcons towards that trophy. 7 assists, 4 eliminations, and just crisp AWM shots. We head to Graph Labs. This could be the neutralizer of this round. Just with the properties of this area, but the AWM in Limit's hands has been lethal.
Lethal indeed. Blue wall almost dropped. What a shot, but Cougar, the response with the VSS is a little bit faster with the rate of fire as opposed to the AWM connecting with the body. And Limit loses his life early on fire, tagged up. Bass though, sliver of health, and the P90 still wins it out for the guy. And a clean fight from Twisted Minds, perfect as they take the lead again.
Yeah, Limit with a very wide peak, instantly punished by Cougar and Jump, who were pre-aiming his position. In this play, Mirage also on fire was about to get that full medkit. I felt like he would have committed, should have committed to it and could have committed to it, but decided against it. Still, they would have lost the round because the numbers weren't in their favor. So Twisted Minds stem the bleeding again and bring it to a 4-3. Another tight round on fire right into the middle of the map against the Bass.
The longer this continues, the more it'll tend towards the side of Twisted Minds. They just need one more cyber point on fire, flying through the air. Catches the Bass off guard. And Falcons have taken out the biggest threat down in the middle.
Right with the knuckle dusters too. And that's gonna force Twisted Minds to switch up the game plan. Jump, taking out on fire, equalizing the state of the game. Cougar is hunting for one more. Oh, he's gonna be near Kororo. As Limit continues to find a good position to work with, and one more on the hunt. Jump has the M590 in hand, so that's a dangerous fight to take on in close quarters, and Limit will need time to heal back up too. Kororo switches to the Deke. Of course, the Deagle is what makes the difference for Kororo.
Cougar looking for the drop here for the pickup. Second guesses it. Doesn't get punished for the timing. And the safe plays going their way. Kororo needs one tiny peek and does exactly that, and the Deagle pops off again. Kororo winning that out for the squad with a double.
Oh, what a magnificent display of that Desert Eagle. The re-pick too from Kororo. He baited out the shot and then went in for the kill when Twisted Minds was not looking. We gotta look at that one more. Kororo is just so sharp on this Deagle. Takes out Zenzi first, obviously, and then... Okay, it wasn't shown on the screen. But if you rewind a little bit, you see the brilliance of Kororo outplaying that AWM.
So a Deagle's over AWMs. That's how it is.
For Kororo.
Especially when it's Kororo. Limit on the flank. Potentially bumping into two players in a little bit. One more could get involved here. Deep freezes down in the middle. Bass sends out Flame Mirage. Jumps one as well. Cougar with the deep freeze does manage to get the tag onto one more. And Cougar on the double. Limit bleeding out as well. Is the job done here? Kororo and on fire trying to save the day.
Kororo finally goes down. Closer than it should have been on fire. He's gonna get chased down by Twisted Minds. An ace for Cougar. A statement piece as Twisted Minds once more finds themselves at the front door of winning a game.
The ex-player of Team Falcons acing them out, putting Twisted Minds on a match point to make at the very least this Kalahari map in Game 4 available. But Falcons, it's not over just yet. Cyberpoint in their pocket. Level 4 vest on 3 players. Looking for this match point equalizer, which could just become a championship point if they get there, if they get another round off of Twisted Minds.
The previous round, Twisted Minds won just through sheer utility. The deep freezes really caught Team Falcons off guard. They didn't expect such commitment. But sadly, They're not going to have that luxury this round. Neither does Team Falcons. So we go back to a more traditional way of approaching this Clash Squad round. Down to the utilities and gunfights, Twisted Minds. And they find any openings because this is looking pretty dangerous. There's a flank from behind.
Yeah, the deep flank by Limit. On Fire catches up with him as well. But the smart plays of Twisted Minds. Backing away in the cinema. They want to make sure the M590s come into play. Baiting the players on the side of Falcons closer and closer.
Yeah. On Fire knows that there's someone up top. Flame Mirage, deep freezes, grenades all tossed out. A lot of commitment from Twisted Minds. They're gonna try again. And now, Falcons find the courage to move on forward a bit more. The Flame Mirage committed on both sides. Circle also going to force them in to inevitable close combat. Chrono Dome gets dropped down. Jump finds one. Zensi the Bass. Good follow up. And On Fire can't do it this time. We're going to Kalahari.
Game 4 activated. Twisted Minds staying alive in this best of 5. We have a game 4 at the very least. Can we see a game 5? Can we see a reverse sweep? Do we see the Falcons fall, or do we see the recovery on Kalahari where they do the impossible and defeat the undefeated on that map?
Falcons can do it on Kalahari. It would be another statement piece. But props to Twisted Minds. The last 2 rounds to take on Falcons, they outsmarted Falcons just by sheer utility usage. They really caught Falcons off guard, the deep freezes.
Yeah.
And the Cougar Ace too, the cherry on top. And to make this Grand Finals a lot more interesting. Again, last time we have it, it was just a clean sweep, but not this time. And Team Falcons, they will have to play one more round, and that means Twisted Minds will find some sort of a morale boost.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you can say morale boost yet again. Twisted Minds, they must be ecstatic right now. The way they pulled it off, I'm pretty sure they committed fully into getting that victory. And they finally realized, like, wait a minute, we could have just gone all out from the very start. Falcons, of course, fairly confident initially, and then were forced to play a little slow. And I think that's exactly where they lost the plot, because the aggression kept catching Twisted Minds off guard again and again. Equalizer got brought in, but they were too afraid to lose the game, and they slowed that pace down. Twisted Minds didn't fail, though. If only Karoro had not played the Deagle so much, maybe the VSS could have been a little bit better, but he went in for the full-on committing to the Deagle plays, even in the late rounds. Husky.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a contributing factor, you know, for Falcons not winning that round. But I think, again, Twisted Minds did a great job. The Bass really stepped up again. Cougar as well, finding his voice in the team, in what feels like Falcons having control again with how they play, and you know, these big clutch moments. But the rounds are getting closer and closer, and Cougar deservingly is the MVP.
The ex-player of Falcons, the sole reason why we have not seen the end just yet in one of those rounds as well, getting a phenomenal triple. And this is exactly what we need out of Cougar. That ruthless aggression up close and personal. And looking at the stats here, 8 eliminations is one thing. The 10 assists, he was doing so much out there, enabling the rest of his team members. Jump as well as Bass, both getting 8 eliminations alongside Cougar.
Yeah. Well, for Falcons, I think nothing to be disappointed about.
Yeah.
You know, they had some very good moments too. It's just Twisted Minds are able to stop their aggression. I mean, I still feel like Falcons are the one that is being very aggressive with their approaches, but Twisted Minds managed to find the utilities, you know, kind of fine tune a little bit on how they utilize those arsenal, those weaponry to stop Falcons. So we go to Kalahari, the 100% winner for Twisted Minds. This could be a premonition, a prelude to us getting Solara, and I hope that's the case. So We'll see if Twisted Minds can maintain that 100% win rate prowess on Kalahari.
The timing could not be any better. Stopping the victory and then snowballing with a back-to-back win against Falcons could really unnerve them before setting up Solara. Again, Twisted Minds have never been defeated on Kalahari as far as Clash Squad is concerned. And that's exactly what Falcons are going to try to do now. Can they achieve what no other team has achieved? And can they call themselves the back-to-back champions of both FFWS SEA Spring and Fall? The ultimate Clash Squad champion of 2025 could just be the Falcons, and there's only one thing standing in their way, and it's in front of your screens right now.
A lot of times when we look at Twisted Minds, even as an org itself, last year they picked up what was reverse red. Didn't really had the best run. They exited for a while, they came back, they picked up Pharaoh, and the same questions arise. Is Twisted Minds going to make any difference, right? Is it going to be any different compared to last year? Well,
yeah,
I think it already has been, at least based off of Clash Squad. I think it's already a good storyline. Whether this ending, is it going to be the sweetest of them all, or is it going to be a bittersweet one?
Falcons versus Twisted Minds on a stage capable of holding 12 squads to stand in there. In this Clash Squad, they have reigned supreme, outlasting 14 other squads that started alongside them. And in this best of 5, with Falcons winning the first 2 games, it is all in the court of Twisted Minds to slow down as we head into Kalahari, a map where they are no strangers to dominance. This will be an uphill task for Falcons, an impossible one. As a matter of fact, Solara might be inevitable, or Falcons could soar high when least expected all over again here.
Oh yeah. I think for Falcons, they still have technically one more game that they can afford to lose. And that's the advantage that you get for winning the first 2 games in the best of 5. Let's head into the draft. Twisted Minds, the first ban and first pick. See if the chrono gets let through again, because they have finally overcame the chrono. And let's see if that affects how they want to approach the draft.
Oh. Taking Santino out of the equation straight up here, Twisted Minds, and Falcons could ban out the Oscar unless they want to allow Twisted Minds to play a very aggressive front line. There's an opportunity to take Cassie out here as well. Oscar, Cassie, either one would really power up Twisted Minds.
Yeah. So Oscar has been banned up almost permanently this entire Grand Finals by Falcons. Let's see if they want to ban that Oscar again. Tatsuya seems to be what they're thinking about. Okay, they do ban Tatsuya. Oscar open.
The young Tatsuya,
I mean, they ban the Tatsuya, they give Bass the Oscar. I don't see how Falcons are winning this one. They get the double pick. They can bring in the chrono. They can use that Zane. Open on the Iris as well. If they want to swipe away the Coda early, Falcons can do that as well with the information gameplay on their side. But this is a curious one with the Oscar giveaway.
Huh. Is it worth... I mean, it's not too bad trading the Oscar for the chrono, because it's sort of like your soft counter. You still have the Cassie in for Twisted Minds. Let's go for the chrono. If they go for the Ignis, then this has to be a Cassie, right?
I'm the undying flame.
Yeah, there you go.
The
Cassie
Twisted Minds just saying thank you.
The legend.
It would be too good to not take it now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Coda Cassie, power combo. Twisted Minds has got a fearsome lineup.
I can always find my way back.
But you can't underestimate what Falcons has on their side as well.
Power on.
Now, since Coda has been taken away, Clue is out for the taking. They still need that information on the play. And Iris or Zane. It's all dependent on how Falcons actually wants to play this. Clue plus Zane would be a great combo to go in for the attack early on. With the Chrono, they can very easily counter that Oscar, so taking an aggressive front line shouldn't be an impossible thing here for Falcons.
Clue, Iris, Skylar. We haven't seen them play the Steffi at all yet, so the Clue is the most reasonable one. There we go, Clue and Iris. Hey, right on the money with that. Again with the long-range utility base, utility base.
What?
Hey, no. No way.
Speak louder. I want to know all your secrets.
If they pick Wukong and lose here, okay, there we go. Skylar.
heads now.
Yeah, we bring that Skylar in here from Vietnam. Just paying some homage to their buddies who did not make it to the grand finals. They will bump into a few of them in Battle Royale though. Falcons versus Twisted Minds could be the final game of the day. Could just be a little bit of an extension here, because again, Twisted Minds has never lost a Kalahari map on Clash Squad fall season. Falcons, on the other hand, have faltered a couple of times. This map just not their best. But they've got a decent enough combo here with the active skills.
Oh, for sure. They definitely do. I think Twisted Minds combo is very easy to pull off. Again, I feel like in ease of execution, Twisted Minds draft overall has been the easier one to execute, I think, on paper. Falcons draft, you need a bit more in-depth understanding, but in the grand scheme of things, Falcons have been able to really maneuver that, to a T. So for Twisted Minds, let's see, this perfect record, will it be soiled by a defeat in second place, or will it be what propels them to an eventual victory against Falcons as things heat up in the Samyang Mertown Mall in Thailand with a full house, Team Falcons and Twisted Minds fans going at it. And this is what we like. And this is just day one. We haven't even gone into the main course, which is Battle Royale tomorrow. This is just Clash Squad.
Jump. Possibly going to be powering up the one and only best Bass, who's rocking the Oscar. And the counter for that, the Chrono and Ignis. Probably going to be looking to buy some time for the squad. But it's Kalahari time, baby, and we hope you've got your umbrellas ready. It's about to be hot. It's about to get sweaty in this matchup that's looking to keep Twisted Minds alive in the competition here at the Grand Finals.
Here we go. Kalahari, Twisted Minds have been basically crushing it. Maybe Kuroro is going to put that to a start with the N500. Let's go to Cougar. The Bars relocates again. Ugh. Disgusting movement.
Blood.
The Bars can always be that shoulder to lean on. Twisted Minds now get a numbers advantage. One more. Could not be extracted, sadly. Limit and Kuroro not in the right position to do so. Twisted Minds now up 4 against 2.
Kuroro, M500. It's nobody to shoot at. Jump being really sneaky with his position. Limit with the pressure. Now, about to see the ferociousness of the shotty, and Cougar shows it to him easy. Bass looking for the strike with the sight. Just not able to get there in time as Zenzi beats him to him. M500 for the win. Twisted Minds with the first round.
As good as you can get for Falcons. The fact that they're able to, make Twisted Minds twitch a little bit. But we all know on Kalahari, Twisted Minds know something that other teams don't. Let's see if it's going to be a full buy. Seems like, yep, the Falcons are going to force it. They see that if it pays off, it's a double-edged sword. Double revolvers we see in one of their hands.
Yeah, they need something to get the job done up close and personal. Falcons, one more. Tagged up. Oh, Bass literally valiant dashes straight into it. Takes one more out of the equation. On Fire, the final one, and Twisted Minds off to a fantastic start. And even more fantastic since Falcons force-bought their way into this round 2. It's going to keep the economy down in the low for a bit.
Oof, like a walk in the park, Twisted Minds. Looking good already with this round 2. And there goes your force buy economy. Unfortunately, didn't pay off for Team Falcons at all. My goodness. We did say that trading away the Oscar and then the Cassie is a bit too good of a deal. It's like a buy one, free two. And that's what happens. But Limit has something else to say about that. The Bass gets knocked down, but unfortunately no confirmation, so they'll pick him back up very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, early game knockdown, can't really secure that. And affected by the Coda now. Roro Vision on the opposite side. The position all given away. The Cyber airdrop just baiting them in. Cyber point collected. As Karoro under pressure. Looks for the reposition alongside one more. Bass and Jump both playing that pressure. Now Flame Mirage. Sent up front. Tags up Bass. Opportunity and one more. With a phenomenal chance there. Yet his own defense is broken down by the Skylar on the opposite side. Karoro trying to fish one out. Jump has the advantage. Up close and personal. Gets Karoro. Traded out by On Fire. Lucky he was in position.
Whoa! What was that? On Fire. Perfect tracking too. If Kuga would have had a chance. If Kuga got that takedown, this round would be in Twisted Mind's hands. So Zenzi will try to pull it back with Fist onto one more. Karoro can still be extracted for quite a while, but finally the boss catches up. Back to a 2v2, Limited and On Fire on basically on the lower levels of this area. The boss actually gets tagged up. Zenzi now needs to find a position to alleviate the pressure.
Oh.
Unfortunately, can't find that angle. And Team Falcons are the ones that has the better end of the trade.
Yeah, Limit, great tag. Forcing Zenzi now to slow the pace down. Can't play the pressure, and now that's gonna put Zenzi in a tough spot.
Whoa.
Jumps, rib to rib. Zenzi gets the headshot onto Limit. Traded out by On Fire. Pick up is crucial here. Pulls out the time turner. On Fire. Game-saving maneuver. And he gets it with an ace. What a play by On Fire. A life-saving, round-saving chrono on the time turner. Just to get the fourth player.
Incredible stuff from On Fire too. He was also the one who was able to hold off a 1v2 prior to this moment. And that is what's going to bring Team Falcons really up a notch in terms of the confidence. And On Fire lighting up the mood.
Oh yeah.
Twisted Minds, of course, still have the advantage going into round number 4, but Cougar is working without a helmet. The boss doesn't have the Kevlar. So Falcons will definitely have more chance to do some extra damage, with extra oomph. Zenzi spotted out by Limit. It's a dangerous spot. If you pick your head out, Limit might take it off.
Limit misses. Cougar doesn't. Karoro out. And Falcons, one man down. On Fire, flanking around. Goes for the airdrop first. Limit can't seem to find the tag just yet. On Fire does though. Jump under pressure. Riptide Rhythm finds nothing. Zenzi with the Punisher. On Fire down. From almost getting one to getting himself taken out of the equation. On Fire just could not get away from that flank. And Twisted Minds, the Bass on the double, pushes it to 3-round victories.
Yeah, just an ace by On Fire is just a minor step back. Twisted Minds trying to maintain their record here. Again, once they pull the trigger for these engages, it's so hard for Falcons to stop. You got to take out the Cassie. That's how it always works when you have a Cassie on the enemy end. Extended fights will always be against you. Team Falcons, I'm pretty sure that they understand that. They have a cyber airdrop point already. But this second one is closer to where Twisted Minds are at. They're trying to wrestle it out of Twisted Minds. And Karoro might have just done enough. The Basto with the P90 takes out On Fire, but Cougar does get eliminated.
Ow! Fast traded out. Karoro fishes out ahead. They belong to the Bass and Twisted Minds on the back foot. Jump looking for a save here. Pressured by Kororo though. With the Kingfisher looking to fish out yet another for himself. Zenzi high ground advantage. But just no players on the side of Falcons in view for him to fish out.
And this is well in control Team Falcons. And the Zenzi and Jump can make magic. Whoa, Jump almost taking down Kororo, but not able to find it, and in fact got scanned out. Gonna try and track him down. Team Falcons, if they get a flawless round, the economy will look clean. Zenzi drops down right into the hands of one more, and this round is pretty much done.
And Jump's gonna give away a level 3 MP5 here to On Fire. Kororo says, that's mine. And now not only do they have that round victory, they also have the precious resources of Twisted Minds that they managed to farm up for in those previous victories. Slowly but surely, Falcons looking to catch up with Twisted Minds. Double level 3 guns with the Scar and MP5. I think this one's looking like it's tilting towards the way of Team Falcons.
On paper, theoretically, I would agree with that. But Limit is going to confirm that statement. Oh, it's the Boss 2. Oh, that's your anchor. That's what's been keeping Twisted Minds motivated to win these rounds, because the Boss is the one that's, you know, really dragging them along. He's the one that is, you know, sailing the ship.
In 1v2, potentially Kororo has to play his angles right, spots the player. Through the window, Cougar gets tagged up. Can't get aggressive, chooses to back away instead. Zenzi from afar. And nobody there to punish him just yet.
Kororo able to heal back up too. Cougar and Jump. Gonna get jumped on. Ambush. Two-pronged attack. Goodbye, Cougar. This round is pretty much done. The Blue Stone's gonna take him out one way or the other. Falcons now find an equalizer. Just like game 3 on Nextera, Twisted Minds. Watch their lead away. And now we'll have to do it all over again.
And this was not on the minds of Twisted Minds at all. I thought it was going to be a easy run to the end, activating Solara, but here comes Team Falcons to put a dent in their perfect rounds at Kalahari. Limit is going to be crucial here on this compound. AWM for the win. Cyber Drop is going to be dragging both squads in. Falcon the first one there through On Fire. Setting up the glue wall for that right-hand side flank. They're breaking down both his defenses, but no advantage taken off. It does sneak away the Cyber point. And Bass on that long flank hasn't managed to find any punishing moves just yet.
Oh, they were putting so much pressure on Fire. Zenzi and Jump even committing the Riptide Rhythm too. Limit finally gets knocked down as the Boss chases him all the way to the ends of the earth. Without Limit, it frees up room for Zenzi to start planting himself in strategic angles. But first needs to get away from the size of one more, so he's going to call in backup to flush out one more so Zenzi can reposition, but Kororo is pinning him down. Team Falcon still willing to be aggressive even though they are one man down. Cougar and Zenzi in one corner and Kororo is just making life hard. He's trying to buy space for one more to do the work. Again, it's the bait and switch from Team Falcons. It is taking Twisted Minds for a ride. The Reno comes out. Kororo loses the jump, but it's still down to an even fight. It's a 2v2 On Fire and one more up against the Boston Jump.
2v2 unless they can get to Cougar. Twisted Minds on the opposite side though. One more, Flavorage. Forcing them back, using that opener. On Fire hops on into trouble. Time Turner activated here by On Fire. But that does not save him, and one more takes the lead for Team Falcons. This is where you start sweating if you are a Twisted Minds fan.
You also should start sweating once you realize that Falcons is a team full of energy. No team has popped off the way they do every single round. That's how they keep their morale at an all-time high, even in losing scenarios. We see that every single round. Kororo and Limit, the cheerleaders of the team, the propel Team Falcons closer and closer to the trophy. That Red Tyrant could have been the end of this round if it connected. Thankfully, it didn't. Twisted Minds saying a prayer with that miss, and now gets to relocate down and under the pyramids, the shrines, to get closer to where Falcons are at.
Bass and Jump. Spotting out on fire, getting that information. Bass just not having the right weapon in his hands. Now, the backstab onto Limit. This could be big. Bass spots him out. Drogon. Time Turner pulled out. And Limit managing to get away. Question is, can he stay away? One more. Finding Zenzi. Bass trades him out with a backstab. Kororo getting the impossible done for the squad. And 3 players left on the side of Falcons here as they look for their championship point.
With the Bass and Jump, can they make it happen? This is a duo that has been the rock of Twisted Minds, and they are making it happen. It's just Limit now left. There's a Trogon in the hands of Jump and the Bass. Limit the corner. Oh, that shot missed! That could have been everything for Falcons. But it just didn't connect. And Twisted Minds still have a chance.
And lucky for Twisted Minds, it was the clutch king on their side in Clash Squad. The Bass still alive and kicking. Right weapon to get the final shot in. An unfortunate miss by Limit on that CQC. The sniper hoping for a wild swing, found nothing but death. All equal. And the cyber airdrop is going to for sure bait Falcons to the middle.
If Falcons manages to secure it, that could make all the difference too. That's why Jump and the Bass are going to get support. Perfect again, the utility usage. That's what caused Team Falcons to lose the exact same mana in the 9th round of a game. And it has gone downhill so fast. Unless Kororo can bring it back. They knocked down Cougar, but no secure yet. So Cougar gets picked back up. Kororo and Limit's gonna get rushed at by the Bass and Jump, who are determined to make sure that Falcons do not take a step further in this game.
And that is why you don't ban the Tatsuya instead of the Oscar. Unbelievable slip here from the side of Falcons. Or perhaps they just wanted to tease Twisted Minds by giving them all the best and still ending their run. It looks like the joke's on them for now. As Twisted Minds 4v1 for sure, leading themselves into a match point. 1 round away from actually taking the trophy away from Team Falcons.
I think the most surprising fact is that it is the same maneuver used by Twisted Minds in the previous game on Nextera. It was on round 9-2. I can't believe that Falcons didn't consider that, right? They walked right into it. Maybe to us it felt clear as day, and for Team Falcons they thought otherwise. But once again, match point scenario for Twisted Minds. We might just go to Solara and Twisted Minds get to brag about their clean record on Kalahari. Falcons, they have pushed us to 11 before, and that was how they won the second map. But Twisted Minds have a triple stack on this left side of the map around these silos. Grenade's gonna isolate on fire too. Good glue wall. The Bass, let's see where he wants to go.
A great connection. Bass tagged up by On Fire. Electrotherapy not used yet by Jump. Had enough time to bring that medkit out for the play. Falcons holding a deep back line here, allowing Twisted Minds to step on up and take more space here on this refinery map. Bass, Time Turner responds by Kororo.
No.
But the best player on the side of Twisted Minds down and out for the count.
Jump got blocked off by the glue wall. He couldn't join the Bass. So the Russia gets up being isolated. And that could just be what Team Falcons needed as they start dispatching the members of Twisted Minds. Jump couldn't do it all alone. And again, we head to the maximum possible round of the game. Is round 11 coming up? Falcons might be able to do it again once more. Max economy for everyone. We saw the quadruple AWMs in the previous game. In fact, in game 2, Twisted Minds had that. If not for Jump getting blocked out by the glue wall, that round would have been in their favor, I feel. But here we are again.
Championship point for Team Falcons. A lifeline for Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds wins this, they extend the series. Falcons wins this, they are your back-to-back champions. Nades open, early, on fire, connects onto the Bass. No Punisher just yet. Limit takes the high ground. Kororo on fire with the shutdown. Cougar goes down. Falcons getting it done, Husky.
They caught Jump. So Bass loses support, and just like in biblical proportion, the Bass is left to fend for himself. But this time it's just not doable. Team Falcons have made history. Your back-to-back Clash Squad champions. In the year of 2025, no one has reached the summit twice. But today, that all changes. In front of the hometown in Thailand and Samyamur Thaumor, Team Falcons are kings turn gods.
After rising to the top at the Esports World Cup 2024 for Free Fire, winning it all, into becoming your back-to-back champions for Clash Squad Southeast Asia in 2025. Their priorities shifted, but dominance remains on the side of Team Falcons. And they are humble champions indeed. Swinging around to congratulate their ferocious, fearsome opponents, Twisted Minds, who did very well for themselves, almost extending this into a game number 5 in our best of 5 grand finals.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, here we are to crown your Clash Squad champions for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia fall season is Team Falcons.
What a day, what a moment, what a tremendous achievement for Team Falcons. Not only do they deserve to smile, they deserve to celebrate all for the rest of the year based on what they've achieved. But of course, I don't think they're done just yet. This is just Clash Squad, Husky. We've got another grand finals waiting for us. Championship Sunday, tomorrow, Battle Royale, another opportunity, and maybe they get to swipe away $100,000 to pair it up with the 30,000 that they've just managed to grab, and obviously 33,000 if you count the MVP bonus as well.
Absolutely. Clash Squad champions, Team Falcons, done it. 2025 is their year, at least when it comes to Clash Squad. No organizations have had a complete trophy case yet where they win their regional league in Clash Squad and Battle Royale and EWC and Global Finals. Well, guess what? Falcons have EWC, they have Clash Squad. If they win Battle Royale tomorrow, all they need is a Global Finals. Easier said than done, but they're halfway there. The Golden Road might be reignited this year.
And there is a huge possibility that this squad gets it done right. And like you said, even Global Finals could be in the bag. Southeast Asia has been a bane and a true pain in the backs of all of the other regions out there. And the dominance has just been unbelievable. And EWC this year, of course, Indonesia rising up to the top. Here at FFWS SEA Fall Clash Squad, it is Thailand rising up to the top, with the top 3 teams being out of the nation, being able to perform in front of their home crowd, being able to win out a back-to-back trophy in front of their home crowd. Definitely a proud moment for the squad.
A lot closer than the last time they had to play in the grand finals. And Twisted Minds, again, they deserve all the flowers that they can get. Even though they don't end up as winners, they sure as hell would have been one in an alternate universe. With the amount of close rounds we've had, Twisted Minds outsmarting Team Falcons in some of those rounds too. But when push comes to shove, Team Falcons prove once more why they are the kings of Clash Squad, and why, at least for the rest of 2025, you do not doubt their capabilities in those 4v4s.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was a nail-biting finisher for sure. We were all expecting a Game 5 already, with Falcons not being able to reach to that match point first. Twisted Minds getting there. But of course, it's harder to wrap up these matches. Even like what Falcons showed us earlier on as well, when the game went its distance, it was Twisted Minds that managed to take advantage of a very defensive Falcons. You did not see that mistake repeating this time around. When they got close to it, that aggression still was let out. And of course, these boys, they learned very quickly from their mistakes, planning to not extend this day into Salara. No map 5. It ends with a 3-1 scoreline.
Absolutely. And of course, got a shout out to the Bas and Zenzi, especially the Bas. He put up a phenomenal performance, a world-class performance today to stand up against some of the greatest players that have ever picked up a phone and played Free Fire. The Bas joining less than a year is able to put up the same magnitude of damage on the battlefield. You can only imagine what else is in store for some of these young bloods who have quickly made a name for themselves, having to deal with all these public doubts and still continue to push on forward. So I can't wait to see what Twisted Minds have in store for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Twisted Minds just showing us that they have got a little bit more interest in finding dominance out here in Clash Squad. I mean, they don't lose big time. They do have this opportunity to stamp their dominance in the future competition, but for this one, they walk away with a handsome sum of $15,000. I think it's a fair bit of bonus. We don't know what they're going to be able to pull away from Battle Royale. We will be able to see them there as well. So in the grand scheme of things, this is a decent bonus for these squads before Battle Royale happens.
Battle Royale is still the main course, right? Like, I'm not going to say no to extra prize pool, but I also want my top 9 slot tomorrow. Out of 12 teams, all you gotta do is to be in the top 9. Just not be in the bottom 3 and you are off to the global finals. It's as easy as that. But to win the fall season will be another ball game. With Champion Rush in effect, it has made all the difference in the competitive finals. That's how Oni got their trophy, even though BRU were the favorites to win in spring. That's how EVOS got the trophy, even though we have 6 teams who had the chance to win. So tomorrow is going to be another mystery, and we'll see if consistency brings champions, or will luck again be the main driving force for someone lifting the trophy at the end.
Absolutely. No luck in getting to the top, no luck in activating the 80 points, but a fair share of your luck has to be activated if someone else gets there first, and that luck needs to play in your side so that they don't end the game as early with a booyah. I mean, it was nail-biting the past 2 competitions. Watching this Champion Rush in activation has been so exhilarating. Tomorrow is going to be nothing less than absolute fire. We've got the match stats available for you guys. Let's take a look and see how the dominance was out of Falcons this time around. On fire, 9 eliminations, 3,676 on the damage, which I think would be fairly spread across the rest of the board here with his other team members.
Overall, it's just on fire. Having like game 3 and 4, it was on fire, really showing up big time, right? At first, it was Limit, Kororo, and then one more plus on fire. They were the ones awakened, that really helped push Falcons forward when it felt like Twisted Minds had figured them out. On fire started rallying. And look at the scoreline. It could not have been any closer. It's we started off with Falcons dominating Purgatory, and we were like, all right, maybe this is gonna go down the same road as it did last time. But then we get an 11 round, nail-biting Bermuda. Then we almost went 11 round on Xterra, and then we get another 11 round on Kalahari. So to say that it's an expected result for Falcons is acceptable, but this close, I think people who supported Twisted Minds to win this also shouldn't be too disappointed with the performance that Twisted Minds put up.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think Twisted Minds gave their all for sure, but it is not easy to oust Falcons on a decent game of Clash Squad. The reason why they were the spring champions, and a good reason why they are your back-to-back champions in 2025. Southeast Asia Clash Squad dominated by only one brand, and that is the Falcons. And you saw the stats, you saw the numbers, and that was no easy matchup at all. But of course, the Twisted Minds fans would be a tad bit disappointed, but perhaps if they want the victory, Husky, maybe the secret next time is going to be a couple of extra cans of Red Bull, my friend.
Yeah, and of course Red Bull has been amazing partner, right? Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is the energy source that you need. It's supplemented with zinc, B3 and B6 vitamins featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victory. They've been with us through spring and now fall, and it has been a fantastic journey. I enjoy all the flavors that they have, and they have been the one that really energizes not just the stage, but the players and the broadcast to give you guys the best possible Free Fire games.
Absolutely. How do you think we pull away some of these 11-hour days? I mean, I think our broadcast team has been in our Discord for the past 12 hours, just working tirelessly to make this competition happen for you guys. But it's not over just yet, right? Clash Squad is Clash Squad. We've got a little bit of extra bits for you guys after Husky and I are done. But in the grand scheme of things, we're still waiting for our main event. It's going to be the grand finals of Battle Royale tomorrow. We'll definitely catch you guys there. But for the time being, we still have got the interview with our champions, or our back-to-back champions, the one and only Falcons, on the grand stage for all of you guys. It has been an absolute pleasure bringing this Clash Squad grand finals to you guys. Husky and I have been having an absolute blast here. We'll wish you guys goodbye and good night. You guys take care. We'll catch you guys tomorrow on Battle Royale.
Congratulations to Team Falcons for being our champion of the Clash Squad mode and Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall. So let's move into our first questions in the interview sections. How does it feel to be crowned the champions of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall?
โอเคค่ะก็ต้องบอกเลยว่าขอแสดงความยินดีกับทีมฟาลคอนด้วยนะคะที่เรียกได้ว่าป้องกันแชมป์สำเร็จได้มาแล้วเป็นสมัยที่2นะคะสำหรับแชมเปี้ยนของเราสำหรับ Clash Squad นั่นเองตอนนี้ก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าวินาทีที่ชูถ้วยแชมป์อีกครั้งหนึ่งเนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างเล่าให้ฟังหน่อย
ก็รู้อยู่แล้วครับว่าต้องแชมป์
He's already know that he's gonna got the champion today.
So confident. Where is that confidence come from?
ทำไมมั่นใจขนาดนั้น
เพราะว่าราชากลับมาแล้วครับ
Because the king is back.
Wow, the king is back. One more? How do you feel one more?
One more รู้สึกไงบ้างคะ
ก็กลับมาเพื่อเอาแชมป์ครับกลับมาเพื่อ
So he just come back to the Team Falcon to help them got the champion.
Oh, I see. So that's why we can understand both meaning the king is back. Well, it's really good to see one more comeback and together everyone achieved this very successful. So next questions. Which moment in the tournament was the turning point in your team?
น่าสนใจเพราะตอนแรกต้องบอกก่อนว่าพี่กิคิดว่าจะเต็มกราฟ5เกมแล้วค่ะแต่ว่ามันก็จบที่4เกมนั่นเองเพราะฉะนั้นถามหน่อยแมตช์ไหนที่ทำให้เราหรือว่าเกมไหนที่ทำให้เรารู้สึกว่าตรงนี้แหละเป็นจุดเปลี่ยนที่ฉันจะจบมันที่เกมนี้
ถ้าเป็นเกมก็ไม่น่ามีครับเพราะว่ารู้อยู่แล้วว่าจะแชมป์ตั้งนานแล้วครับ
With the confidence, let me say that no moment at all in the match because they already know that they gonna got a champion.
But they look so struggle, right? They're having some difficulties. Like, what happened?
รู้สึกว่าในเกมมีติดขัดนิดหน่อยอยากรู้ว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นบ้าง
น่าจะเป็นเพราะว่าเหนื่อยครับตะโกนจนเหนื่อยก็เลยพลาดเกมหนึ่งไปครับ
So they just too tired. It's not just about the play. It's about they shouting a lot. So that's why they're too tired to play.
So too tired to play. So that's why I fall off sometimes. But still here. All right. So since you were the champions of the Clash Squad mode this time, and a lot of people are here to support you, and also I believe on live as well. Do you have anything you want to say to your viewers fan supporter of Team Falcons since tomorrow is also a very important day.
ก็อย่างที่รู้อยู่แล้วเพราะคุณก็บอกอยู่แล้วว่าคุณรู้มาตั้งแต่ก่อนเริ่มเกมแล้วว่าคุณจะชนะ แล้วตอนนี้ชนะแล้วรวมไปถึงวันนี้มีแฟนๆที่มารอเชียร์คุณตั้งแต่ต้นจนจบอยู่เยอะมากทั้งออฟไลน์แล้วก็ออนไลน์มีอะไรอยากจะบอกพวกเขาเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาเชียร์ด้วยครับดึกดื่นเลยก็ขอบคุณจริงๆครับก็พรุ่งนี้จะทำให้เต็มที่กว่าเดิมครับจะเอาแชมป์สัก2 แชมป์
Wow. So thank you all fans from the event and also online. And please keep supporting us. We got the champion today, and tomorrow we gonna get more champion.
Okay, so that's very confident. I really like the spirit of Team Falcons. And I think we also have a lot of things to say, but now I will let you guys rest a little bit so you guys can prepare better for tomorrow. And now it is time for the award time, right, Yuki? Yes? Alright, so it is time for our award ceremony of our champions. And now I would like to invite Kun Kin Saridara to the stage to present the award.
และตอนนี้ค่ะถึงเวลาของการมอบรางวัลนะคะแก่แชมเปี้ยนของเราแล้วในโอกาสนี้ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญคุณคีนสริดารานะคะขึ้นบนเวทีเพื่อเป็นเกียรติมอบของรางวัลค่ะ
The champions of the Free Fire World Series C 2025 fall, taking home the grand prize of $30,000.
ซึ่งแชมเปี้ยนนะคะของ FFWS SEA 2025 Fall ของเราค่ะจะได้รับเงินรางวัลนะคะมูลค่า 30,000 เหรียญสหรัฐค่ะขอเสียงตบมือให้พวกเขาด้วยค่ะ
Very well deserved. Okay, so we are coming to a part that I believe all of you are waiting the most. And now for the FMVP Award.
และในตอนนี้ค่ะทุกคนค่ะเป็นอีกหนึ่งโมเมนต์ที่ทุกคนรอคอยค่ะกับอีกหนึ่งรางวัลอันทรงเกียรติกับรางวัลของ FMVP นั่นเองค่ะ
So the player receiving a cash prize of 3,000 USD is congratulations On Fire
และ On Fire ก็คือ FMVP ของเราในครั้งนี้ค่ะที่ได้รับเงินรางวัลมูลค่า 3,000 เหรียญสหรัฐค่ะ
Very well deserved. So I would like to ask our FMVP one question.
แม่ถามแชมเปี้ยนไปแล้วต้องถามเขาคนนี้ด้วยเป็นทั้งแชมป์เป็นทั้ง FMVP รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะน้องชายพี่
ก็ดีใจครับแล้วก็ซ้อมยกถ้วยมาทั้งคืนเลยครับ
นี่ไม่ธรรมดาเป็นไงการซ้อมยกถ้วยของคุณ มันสำเร็จผลแล้ว สุดยอดจริงๆ อันนี้คือเทคเครดิตคนเดียวเลยไหมหรือว่าทั้งทีมส่งมา
ทั้งทีมเลย
นี่ทั้งทีมส่งให้เรามาอยู่จุดนี้ได้นะคะ น้องก็ดีใจแหละใช่ไหมกำลังตื่นเต้นอยู่เลย เป็นความภาคภูมิใจของคนไทยนะคะ และนี่คือ FMVP ของพวกคุณค่ะ ขอเสียงตบมืออีกครั้งได้ไหมคะ
Thank you, Kun Kin Sadidara, a lot. And now we would like to invite you back to your seat, please.
ต้องขอบคุณพี่กีนมากๆเลยนะคะเดี๋ยวให้พี่กีนลงไปพักด้านข้างเวทีสักครู่หนึ่งก่อนนะคะเพราะว่าเวลานี้ค่ะจะเป็นโมเมนต์ของพวกคุณอีกครั้งหนึ่งค่ะ
And with that, the Clash Squad Mode competition for the Free Fire World Series C 2025 has now concluded. Congratulations again to our champion, Team Falcons, and a huge thank you to all the teams that competed in this tournament.
ก็ต้องขอบคุณนะคะและก็ที่สำคัญค่ะทุกคนคะสำหรับการแข่งขันนะคะ CS Mode ของ FFWS SEA 2025 Fall ในครั้งนี้ก็จบลงไปแล้วค่ะขอแสดงความยินดีกับแชมเปี้ยนของเราด้วยนะคะแล้วก็ขอบคุณทุกทีมที่เข้าร่วมแข่งขันในครั้งนี้ค่ะ
For now, we both have to say goodbye. And now, good night and see you guys tomorrow for our biggest competition. Let's get back to the casters.
วันนี้นะคะเราก็ต้องขอนะคะตัวลากันไปก่อนแล้วค่ะเราพบกันใหม่ในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะมี Big Competition อีกวันหนึ่งแน่นอนสำหรับ Battle Royale แต่จังหวะนี้ต้องขอส่งเวทีนี้ต่อให้กับชาวแคสเตอร์ค่ะ